Hello and welcome everybody to the Trackalicious Road to the Grand Finals 6-hour event here at the Nürburgring in Germany. We are here at this lovely 3.1 mile track, elevation about 57 meters, a lot of it coming down into the first corner here. It's a very exciting, thrilling track. Got 15 corners, 6 to the left, 9 to the right. I'm here joined in the booth by none other than John Wright. John, welcome.
Good evening, everyone, and good morning, good afternoon. How are we all doing? Thanks for having me once again, Mike.
It is absolutely awesome to be here. Thank you, everybody, and welcome. I see everybody in chat already. We got Jeremy Cubbage being first, as he always is. Andy Borchers, of course, Lizzie, welcome. Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone is having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. We are waiting here at the end of free practice session, as I take a look here, I think. Currently sitting in here. Yep, free practice, just about to roll over into qualifying. How's it going? Malkobus, welcome. Jet as well, dropping a subscription for 5 months. Thank you very much, Jet. Another Wright, Jet Wright, of course. Wouldn't be right otherwise. Yes, welcome everybody. We have 6 hours today out on Nürburgring. It's going to be an absolute thriller with some massive names out there. John, why don't you tell us about some of these names out that we're going to see out here on track tonight?
We do. Not only is there world-class talent in the commentary box, he said,
pointed the wrong way, but that's all right.
There we go. It's not a green screen. We're definitely sat in the same studio.
In Germany.
100%. In Germany. And it is the Nürburgring. We are at a replay of round number 1. Of course, the false start to the opening round, but the teams showing out once again. Big Brain Racing, Mission Spin now, Rockefeller Racing, Craig Townsend, Matt Redfern, Yannick Plus, Maximilian Boschier, Rocky Rocco driving as well. SPQR, I've got Alessandro Zampiero, Ronaldo Dornales, and Wilson Fernandez for Vacuum Racing. Fun Racing as well, doing well in the timing already. Miladinovic, Kops, and Turbovzik. And of course, the Mike Yao connection, as I mentioned before, Simply Race Esports, Brabham Esports, and Rocket Sim Sport, also all founded by Jensen Button. And what a lineup they have got of drivers: David Hill, Jason Pooley, Conrad Kula, Lucas Chevalier, Ryan Woodrow, Luca Berg, Sergi Sebastian, Mike Yao himself taking to the track as well. Grant Wilmot, Rui Nunez, John Garza, Milos Stamenkovic, and Rafael Malo. The main drivers for Jensen Button's team, looking to add more accolades to his racing trophy cabinet, all be in the virtual world as well. And of course, Mike, we have Trackalicious with 3 of their own teams entering in this one.
Absolutely, and some of the, I actually don't have the teams up. Sorry about that. We just have a quick little server restart due to driver 1s needing to join first. Come on, everybody. Driver, this is a message to all drivers out there that are listening. Driver 1 joins first, guys. We've posted this a lot of times. I know, mistakes happen, but this is the final server restart. But yes, over to the Trackalicious teams that we see. Of course, we have our Trackalicious A team, which is the A team indeed. It's going to be Ali Raza and Andreas Borchers, 2 absolutely rapid drivers out on track. Ali Raza, Mr. Consistent, I like to call him. Very, very down to the T, every single lap. Robotic. And speaking of robotic, Andreas Borchers, Die Maschine, as I like to call him. Absolutely the King of Bathurst, which is our last track this evening. But Andy Borchers, no slouch indeed. Of course, moving over to our B team, Quinn Smith and Jake Wells. Hang on, was this a late addition? This is something I don't remember seeing pre-season. Jake Wells, otherwise known as I Suck at This on Twitch, driving in the Trackalicious B team. Honestly, that is news to me. Quinn Smith alongside him, very fast driver as well. Moving over to the C team. Where is the C team? We have a C team out there. We have a D team. There is the C team. The C team is Eric DeBon and Brian Faluna, 2 very fast ones themselves. More towards the back end of the front pack, if you want to call it. They're definitely going to be ones to reckon with, assuming with some of these drivers have mistakes, but there are some very big names out there. And then last but not least, on to the D team is going to be Mike Burkow, Professor Knotus, and everybody's favorite driver, Jason Provolone, the stinky cheese man himself.
Indeed, yeah. So some. Oh,
sorry,
I was going to say some.
Lizzie, absolutely, yeah. Jake is racing today. I know, I had no idea either. Jake Wells, absolute legend out there. But yes, go ahead.
Oh, yes, I was going to say, yeah, there's some real talent out on the track, and we know exactly why they are there. They're looking to get themselves places in the SimGrid VCO finals, which is a 3-round endurance event. That's going to take place in November and December. The top 3 cars from this series, the top 3 teams, sorry, will get a place in the finals in a GT3 car. 4th and 5th will get themselves a place in the GT4s, and 6th, 7th and 8th, Mike, go into a playoff in October, and the top 3 from that will get themselves into the finals in a GT4 car. So the spaces in the final, few and far between, pretty sparse there. The GT4s even having to go through an extra qualification period to finish outside an extra race, sorry, to finish outside the top 5 in the championship. So it really is all to drive for over the races that we've got over the season.
Yeah, it's going to be a road to the grand finals and a long road at that, but every 2 weeks we will be seeing a race, so it'll be a quick, long road, that's for sure. Of course, drivers traveling quite fast in these GT3 cars. But yes, also, we got Vidico Decisive. How are we doing? Vidico, I'm doing awesome myself. Ready for some 6-hour race here today. John, how are you feeling today? You ready for this one?
Oh, absolutely pumped for this. I love the Nürburgring. When it was announced last week that it was going to get added to the end of the season, it was kind of bittersweet. It was like, yeah, we can save it to the end. But yeah, starting here at the Nürburgring in Germany, what a track, what a field of drivers we've got. And the track itself lends to some phenomenal overtaking. The 3.1 miles, of course, built back in 1927 and attached to the Nordschleife, which is, I mean, it's easy to make your way around there quickly, isn't it, Mike? It's just, just a bit, yeah. I mean, it's only the 742 miles long. No, like it's about 40 miles long.
It is the longest road, the longest racetrack that is, what's the word? Longest permanent racetrack in the world. That's the word I was looking for. So,
correct, yes.
Also a hydrate there from Jeremy Cubbage. Cheers.
The massive transparent cup once again.
The mug of tea, of course.
Oh no, this is full coffee.
Oh.
Full coffee for the start of this one. Oh,
all
yes.
Right.
We are going for it today.
Yeah, also a little more
the drivers
on this track. We have 57 meters of elevation change. It's not the most on any track, but most of it comes into that very, very sharp turn 1 corner, where you're going to see a lot of action, especially on lap 1. We have drivers queuing up here at the end of the pit lane. It's going to be a 20-minute qualifying session. I tell you what, why don't we head on down into the actual session itself here as we get ready to see these drivers head out for their 3.1-mile outlap. Oh!
Yeah, let's do that.
Kevin Rivera bonked the wall. Pulling a Max Verstappen there. I hope that doesn't affect his qualifying. Kevin Rivera, a big name out there in the Noobs R Us team. A little bit of damage early on. Hopefully, like I say, maybe he didn't pick up any, but needs to be careful. And Mazino hydrating us, waterboarding us. Unfortunately, using up 4 of their 5 Oh, they've used all 5 of their hydrates. Luckily, I put that there. But I'll give you your hydrates anyways.
That's a lot of hydrates.
I got water, the fluid of life, alongside me as well. Where is the Noobs R Us team? Oh my goodness! Kevin Rivera, the Puerto Rican driver, puts it into the barrier on the outlap. Pulls a Roman Grosjean at Baku 2 years ago. I guess that was under safety car, but still. Umar, or excuse me, is it Umar? I think so. Umar Kromix out there on track. The German driver in the McLaren. What are these track conditions? Optimum track, 1919, and these drivers are slipping and sliding like it's raining out there.
Yeah, they're making hard work of warming up those tyres. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of an issue communicating with the game at the moment.
No worries.
Yeah, for some reason the cars were all still in the pits and had no tyres. Or wheels. For that matter. So yeah, I'll see if I can join back in, but I can certainly see what you can see at the moment, and it is, as you mentioned, Rivera out there on track, carrying a bit of damage, potentially. Still some drivers and teams in the pits. 20 minutes, as long as this lap is, Mike, it's certainly not someplace with a 20-minute qualifying session. It's certainly not someplace you want to dilly-dally on the outlaps, I would say, because it is, as we mentioned, it is still a lengthy track, just over 3 miles long. The lap times here are going to be, of course, under 2 minutes, but still on an outlap, you're still looking at about 2.5 minutes, so 5 minutes in, a quarter of the session gone before you're likely to post the time, and with the amount of cars that we're going to see on track, some of them are staying in the pits maybe to look for space, but I don't know about you. I would certainly be out there as quick as possible.
It is a split qualifying session. Sorry to
So
it'll be 10 minutes for the odd plate drivers out there first, and then after that the even plate drivers will come out. So 10 minutes qualifying for each of them. But that is even more reason to not dilly-dally for these odd plate drivers, as we see here. Umar absolutely pushing the limits there and staying within it, and only just coming out through into the back chicane. A little bit off the limits, could have potentially used a bit more track there, but as the corner does switch back right, actually, maybe not. But now it's going to be the full-on, flat-out, not-so-straight bit as you use your throttle full out, or flat out, about 70% of this track. Pushing now up the hill into the very tight, twisty chicane. Very high speed, though, penultimate corner. Now into the final. This will be the first lap set here on the Nürburgring tonight, in the first lap of the VCO Grand Finals. Umar heads to the line, and it is going to be a 156.1 off the bat for Chromix. Quickly beaten out by Andreas Borchers of a 153.8. Now that is a time right there in the Trackalicious Enduro A car. As I was saying, a force to be reckoned with. Daimachina on his home track. Some say he actually lives underneath a bridge next to, of course, the Green Hell. Lucas Lichten there, not quite managing to set a time quick enough. 1.5 seconds off the pace, but it's a McLaren dominant field so far up at the front. Got a Ferrari just sneaking in there. Christian in the AF Corsa, making it work so far. Third position as it stands. Is it Tenerillo? It might be Tenerillo. Tenerillo? It's American, so I'm not sure on the pronunciation on that one. With the Box 3 Esports driver here of Dimitri Athwal. Coming around the middle sector now. There's a bit of traffic behind him. These drivers managing, there's about half the track is empty, but all of these drivers managing to find each other here on this 3.1 mile lap. And Malcoba's saying the McLaren is OP. I don't know, when I was driving it, I couldn't get a handle on it, personally. I love the McLaren, too. It's a very oversteery car. And as we see an AMG with a big moment of oversteer in front of us. I think that was Byerman, if I'm not mistaken. Luca Byerman down in 11th position as it stands with a bit of an error. Following along here with the Porsche, though. Leading the pack. New fastest lap set by Andreas Borchers. Oh, and Dimitri actually backs off there. We have Vadik Odstitsev putting in 4th position there. Great lap from Vadik in the Fuchsia competition. Never mind. It's just competent. No need to put the flare on that one. Competition esports.
There's always need to put the flare on, Mike.
Only sometimes. We have the SPQ, the SPQR team here. Emmanuel Nosen behind the wheel. Or Nossen. I think it's Nossen. I should probably get that one, as I am Mike Noss in the booth.
Indeed. Sorry, I feel like I'm floundering ever so slightly in the back end here. For some reason, I'm wondering if I need to get an update. I'm checking for an update at the minute. I can only have access to your feed. My game is not playing properly at all. Like I say, when I join the server, everyone is stationary in the pits with no wheels.
Huh.
It's
Yeah.
very strange.
That is very
I'll
strange.
show you what I mean if it happens again. It's quite bizarre. Let me just. But at the moment, thankfully, the driver's not having any issue. My personal best time around here is a 1:54.8, thanks to unbelievably fast streamer and incredibly patient teacher, Mr. Joe Boyle. But even that time being absolutely blitzed. At the minute with a 1:53.5, I would expect that to drop a bit more as well, a lot closer to the 52s. 15 cars have got their time set there, with Bierman and Smith a bit off the pace. Berthold and Athwal with an almost identical time to Verkoza there. Verkoza in the pits, Mike, and it doesn't look like they're going to have time to get an outlap done. And get another lap in. Same too as Rocco there, 10th position. He finds himself in, but Rockefeller Racing, it looks like their qualification is done at the moment.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. Daniel Versosa, definitely no slouch behind the wheel, but takes an end to their qualifying in the QV Motorsports Ferrari. Thank you very much as well, Sage David, dropping a Tier 1 subscription for 6 months in a row. David, absolutely a legend in the Trackalicious community. Thank you very much. Appreciate your continuous support. Huff in chat as well. We have Rob 24K. Welcome Atomic Beauty. Welcome everybody. Prime as well. Mazano. I think I already said welcome Mazano, but yes, thanks everybody for joining us here tonight in this extremely exciting qualifying session, which will be followed up by a 6-hour race, which is going to be an absolute thriller with, like I say, some of these massive names out on track. Currently, Conrad Kula bringing an end to their qualifying in 2nd position. Brian Faluna in 3rd as it stands. Brian Faluna looking to improve their time, but unfortunately getting caught up behind, maybe in some dirty air, 10th off the pace. Andreas Borchers, though, holding that pole position as it stands. Lucas Lichten, 3/10 gain, but a 2nd off pole position. Needs to gain about 6/10 to gain a position as it stands. Also, thank you, Luca, name's Luca, for the follow. Missed that, as well as Turisera? Sorry, Turisera. Mispronouncing that, I'm almost sure, but thank you very much for the follows, everybody.
Indeed. Thanks everyone for the follows as well. Hello everyone in the chat. I haven't actually, with all my technical issues. It was Mike's turn to go of the truck issues last week. My turn this week. But yeah, by Jay Cubbage. Always have fun in the box with Mike. It's always brilliant here. Provolone in the chat who's racing. We've got Forz there, as we mentioned. Vadik Ostitiev. I practiced that one in my head as well.
Odstitsev.
Wow. Of D-Step. I've butchered that one again. Apologies. I'm a Scotsman. I'm just too preoccupied with rolling my R's, and there isn't any in that. Well, that'll be why I'm falling over. Lizzie Sinead in the chat as well. Hello, Mazzino. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, whichever time zone it is, of course, that you're in. Huff Mannix in there as well. Tercera. Terais Ra. Hey, Mike, thanks for the link too. So there we go, Atomic Beauty. If you are joining the stream, remember as well, feel free to share it far and wide. As Mike said, we're going to have some absolutely phenomenal racing. Up at the top, Mike, we've got a 1/4 of a second separating the top 3 out of the odd number cars. And I'll have to say I'm very happy that car number 97 is winning, because that is my race number, because that is the year my daughter was born.
Not biased
so
at
let's
all.
go, Andreas Borchers. I'm now even more biased towards the Trackalicious cars.
I also am slightly biased myself towards Andy Borchers. As I said, Die Machina, absolute legend, and just a very rapid guy, and his teammate Ali Raza is extremely rapid as well. We're currently following along here with Peter O'Brien as we get ready to see the even numbers. The virtual checkered flag has fallen in the qualifying session for the odd plate numbers. As we move on now, the green flag falls for the evens. An amazing livery here from Peter O'Brien in the Lamborghini. He's looking at it through a very small window. I don't know how I made that mistake, but yes, the Lamborghini. Also, thank you very much, Michael23, for the follow. And yes, Vediko Stitsev putting in an absolute smashing time there in the Lambo, but he is a legend according to Mazino. Oops, I switched off of... Apologies, as I want to hop on board with Peter O'Brien in the Lamborghini Evo 2 in the TYR Sim Racing. Andreas Borchers, even more of a legend, gifting a Tier 1 subscription to Joby Wan Kenobi.
Thank you. I would guesstimate that person may be Scottish.
And some
I would
there.
throw my hat in the ring that person is Scottish, given the Scottish vernacular.
Throw your hat in the ring? That's
yeah, exactly. Mike's been practicing in the mirror once again. Excellent enunciation, young man. I like it. I like it.
Some say I'm part Scottish. You know, I've been told that, but there's some energy there given to Andrew Casey from Jeremy Cubbage, or excuse me, not Jeremy Cubbage. Jeremy Cubbage as well giving energy for free without he's stealing the points of David. Sage giving the energy with his well-earned points, and Jeremy Cubbage trying to take them. Rocket GT, thank you very much for the Tier 1 subscription as well, gifting a subs to Mind, the little Brazilian hiding away in chat. What are you doing hiding in there, little Brazilian? Get your butt out here, Lucas Mind. And Casey Swanseeger, my bad. Wrong Casey. Not Andrew Casey. Is Andrew Casey even in this race? And an invalid lap, as we saw there from Peter O'Brien in the Lamborghini. Moving on to behind him, the next car is going to be Christopher Tones in the 762 Black Rifle, or the Black Rifle Coffee? I think that's what it is. Yes. Currently sitting down in, well, P20 without a time, but heading towards the line now. What sort of time are we going to see? It's going to be 13th overall there for Christopher Tones. Definitely looking to improve that by the end of the session. 1:55.4, but a very respectable time nonetheless.
Yeah, interestingly, Mike, from the initial 10-minute qualifying session, it was Borchers and Raza, of course, in the McLaren that took the top spot. Only one purple sector, though.
Wow. Sector
3. They took Sector 1 and 2. That went to a Porsche. Faluna and De Bon. That's right. A track featuring a high-speed, must-have top-end torque track sees a Porsche with two purple sectors, and in fact there goes Cesar and Schaefer going quicker in Sector 3. Hepburn,
Ooh.
Anderson and Knappen have just taken Sector 2 in the Lambo, because that was the other interesting thing, is Lambo in the top 3 after Session 1. No purple sectors to its name. The Porsche and the McLaren's recently had a bop as well. I saw someone in the chat mention it. I do know that the McLaren certainly was more than just a bit OP. It was unbeatable at Silverstone after the last update. So it has been bopped at a few tracks. So we do have to give Borchers and Raza plenty of credit for getting it there up to the top spot. Because as we can see, Lichtinen close there in 7th place in the McLaren. Fernandez in 9th, and Yee in 10th. So the bops definitely brought the McLaren into line, and I think that gives even more credibility to Borchers and Raz's time up at the top, and it's still in the front row, Mike.
Yeah, but we're going to see here Ryan Yee, as you just mentioned, in this McLaren, the Modas Racing McLaren, potentially looking to set a fastest lap here. As we're rounding the final corner now, onto the start-finish straight. Is this going to be enough? He's sitting down in 10th position as it stands. He heads to the line, and it's 300ths faster than Wes Hepburn. Less than a tenth of a second separating our top 3 as it stands. Ryan Yee jumping to that pole position.
Incredible scenes. And if you have a quick look at the time that 5th, 6th, and 7th have set, there's a quarter of a 10 separating them. 0.315, 0.323, and 0.325. 2 thousandths separating a Mercedes and a Lamborghini over 3.1 miles of track in Germany. The Kaiser is smiling at this point in time, I can assure you. Incredible laps from both of those cars, and the German manufacturers are really getting it done. It's almost like the Battle of Britain up at the top there.
Absolutely.
Germany, the old Britain versus Germany there. It's yeah, very, very, very close over the top. And the times, we've still got 3 minutes left, and we've got green deltas for Hepburn, Cesar, Raul Nunes, and Peter O'Brien, currently in 15th position for the Tire Sim Racing esports team. He's looking to make himself a big move and throw a Lamborghini-sized pigeon, a Lamborghini-sized cat in amongst the Ferrari and McLaren pigeons there. He is over half a second up as he comes through Ad Van Bogen into the NGK chicane, flying onto that outside curb. Oh, very nicely done. Out the Coca-Cola curve. Can he carry this time across line? Can he find any more on exit? No more time has been found, but here he goes then. O'Brien looking for a top 10. Nice time there, 4 tenths. That is a 1:53.8, Mike, and he's still half a second off a pole position. It's a very quick field. Half a second, though, separating 9 drivers.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a bit
10
of a...
drivers.
Wow. I think we're about to see a bit of a spread increase, though. Wes Hepburn is on an absolute flyer of a lap. He just needs to keep it valid for this last part here. And, well, also keep it between mainly gain, or just keep it even. It's 5 tenths up on his current lap. Where is he going to end up as it stands? 1 minute, 43 seconds left. Chucks it into the chicane. You can see the rear end absolutely struggling for grip, but it's just on the edge. Wes Hepburn coming around the final corner now. Getting on to the power. You see the BMW power, of course, powering kind of the Lamborghini. It's Audi, but goes pole position as it stands. Wes Hepburn with 1:53.0. Are we going to see the 152s? It's absolutely rapid, by the way. Just for anyone who has it, 152s getting into that in these GT3 cars are these guys are on an absolute another level.
Oh yeah, indeed. To be hitting, I did think we would see something in that region, and certainly not being disappointed with the laps that the drivers are putting in. As you say, the 53.0, 52 absolutely on the cards, although we're right into the closing stages of qualifying. We do have Bashir and Quinn Smith both green in the deltas. Mike Berkov as well is carrying a bit of time, but won't say. In fact, he's just dropped down a position as we've seen someone else make up more. Bashir, Quinn Smith's lost the time they were carrying, so Maximilian Bashir though coming in to the final chicane now. 2 tenths of a second, so can certainly put himself in with Andreas Borchers and Bashir. Could be starting side by side across the start finish line. He's still got the 2 tenths. 9th place up to 7th, so he does put himself on the 4th row of the grid. Conrad Cullen finds himself in 8th. Quinn Smith couldn't carry the time home. Paul Reyes still got green deltas. Mike Berkov as well, now up to 3 tenths, so might find the bigger jump just at the end. Paul Reyes gets it into the top 10. Mike Berkov now 3 tenths down, coming round the last corner. This could be a couple of positions. 19th place then for Berkov, right at the death. And Bashir, I believe, Peter O'Brien as well, actually, in the Lamborghini. Let's not count O'Brien out at the minute, although he is just coming round. Oh no, that's the Mercedes coming round the last corner. I'm looking at 2 streams.
Ismail Kobus there comes
2
across
Mercedes.
the line. Yeah. Ismail Kobus comes across the line, 25th position there. He didn't have a time set before that. Now just a couple more drivers out on track as it stands. Peter O'Brien about even with his Delta, and as well as Maximilian Boscher as well, even with his Delta. But plenty of lap to go as it stands for Maximilian. Peter O'Brien needs to get a hurry up on. Also, massive thanks in chat, by the way. Flawed Genius, thank you. Vadik saying he had a little bit more pace in that Lamborghini of his, currently sitting down in 17th position, but nonetheless, that was a very respectful lap that you put on. 154.2? I don't think I could come close to that. Peter O'Brien here pushing to the line. I don't think it's going to be any improvement, and that is going to be the end of our qualifying session. Moving on into the race. We have Wes Hepburn, Felipe, and Yi for our top 3. It's going to be a night session, which means I need to get up my document that I forgot where I placed, but I think I remember it. We need to we got to do it live. Got to do it live, everybody. Into this goes to 20. Extremely exciting content here, and this goes to 70.
Every day is a learning experience. Up at the
now-
top of qualifying, actually, while we're watching Mike
Bam.
give us all the inside scoops on how to bring the highest quality of broadcasting. That is genius, by the way. I'm actually going to be stealing that momentarily.
I'm glad you are.
But up at the top,
I got it, don't worry. So yes, we'll get in here, meet our drivers, of course, as we start in pole position. We have 4 minutes, actually. I can wait a little bit before we get into the meeting our drivers. But yeah, it was a very exciting qualifying session with Wes Hepburn top in the time charts by a good bit, actually. We got some support for the car number 30 of Quinn Smith. Where did he end up his session? Quinn Smith, a very quick driver, down in P11. McLaren, as it stands, but definitely a couple names in this grid walk that I am going to mispronounce, and I do apologize in advance, just so everyone knows. But Gabriel Felipe in the Vacuum Racing Porsche taking the wheel here. Of course, his teammate, pretty sure going to be, actually, who is his teammate? Renato Dornales. So we have multiple Vacuum Racings out there tonight. Of course, the other one being Wilson Fernandez. Wilson Fernandez in which position? We'll find out. But why don't we now get in here and meet our drivers? 3 minutes left to go. Pretty close. Starting in that infamous P1 position. Got a lot to hold on to. Does Wes Hepburn. Oops. We're almost there. We'll almost get the funky beats. Okay. Starting in P1 is going to be the number 40 Lamborghini of Wes Hepburn. Gabriel Felipe, the 66 Brazilian car in P2, lined up next to Ryan Yi in third position, the 818 McLaren. It's going to be Grant Wilmot in P4, followed up by David Caesar in P5. Andreas Borchers, who was on pole position at the end of his qualifying session, ended up getting bumped down to 6th position overall. Maximilian Bacher behind him, the 202 AMG. We have Conrad Kula in 8th position overall. Eric DeBon, 9th fastest, piloted by Brian Faluna. I'll say whatever driver is on the thing. Rounding out our top 10 is going to be Paul Reese. Behind him, going to be the 11th fastest driver. The number 30 car, which we saw some support in for chat, Quinn Smith, lined up next to Peter O'Brien in that awesome TYR Sim Racing Esports. Lucas Lichten, going to be 13th fastest in the McLaren, the new McLaren Evo 2, of course. Simone Bisagalo, apologies again, in the SPQR
Bisoglio,
team.
yep.
Bisoglio, yes, Simone Bisoglio in P14. Wilson Fernandez, the Vacuum Racing driver, in P15, lined up next to Giles Allman or Jakob Saber, or Shaber, in behind the wheel of the Lamborghini. Vrik Odstitsev in P17, lined up next to Casey Schutte, who's going to be 18th fastest. Mike Burkov, P19 overall. Rounding out our top 20 is going to be David Hill, the British driver in the SRE Esports. Of course, going to be the Jensen Button team. Christian Tenerillo will be in P21 in the AF Corsa Ferrari, lined up next to David Bartlett in P22. Kevin Rivera, 23rd fastest, next to Dimitri Athwal in P24. Ismail Kobus, in the Pigeon Racing Brazil, the AMG there, P25, lined up next to Umar Kromix in P26, the German driver. We have Litmar Berthold in P27 in the HVML Esport team. I think the Hungarian, Hungarian driver, if I'm not mistaken. David, apologies, David. Zabel, oh, I'm so sorry. David, the number 68 McLaren in P28. Of course, the funky beats have come to an end, unfortunately, but we still have more drivers to go. Rocky Rocco in P29, followed up by Daniel Versosa in P30. Tanner Masters, 31st fastest, lined up next to Casey Swanseeger, the Noobs R Us driver, in P32. We have Gianluca Bierman in P33, followed up by John Smith in P34. Luca Breck in P35, and last but not least, in the number 102 AMG, is going to be Leon Ropper in P36. That is our starting grid here tonight as we get ready for our 3.1 mile outlap before we go green. John, this is going to be absolutely insane.
Oh, it really is. The level of talent that we've seen out on track, the lap times that we've seen, how close the times were up at the top, and of course the format itself, it is a 6-hour race. You cannot win a race into turn 1, you can lose a race into turn 1, but that is certainly negated when you have 6 hours with which to work, and it is an absolutely incredible track that we're dealing with as well. One of the most historic tracks on the planet, of course, built back by the Kaiser to fend off Ford and Ferrari's attacks at Le Mans. They wanted that 24-hour title, and back in 1927 the Nürburgring was brought into existence. Since then it has seen nothing but world-class action, the absolute highest level, and it's one of the largest tourist attractions in the whole of Europe. Let's face it, Mike, everyone wants their little bit of graffiti someplace on the track on the Nordschleife, don't they?
Oh, absolutely. As famously, this track open to the public, of course, where you can actually go there and drive yourself. I'm sure Andreas Borchers, I bet he has done that himself, honestly, if I had to bet. Also, we have Jake Wells in chat. I suck at this. Jake, when did you join the Trackalicious Enduro team? Because that's like news to me. Also, if you want to go blank again.
Oh, yep. Nice. Oh, yeah. Wrong button. There we go.
And Burnsy in chat, welcome. Spotting and then dealing with dogs. Won't be driving for a couple hours. No worries. We're going to be here for the full 6 hours in the booth here, so you got plenty of entertainment in front of you, that's for sure. Brian Canapan behind the wheel, the Yitcow Racing extraordinaire, as well behind the wheel of the Box 3 Esports car. Brian, a very quick driver, known to make a couple mistakes here and there. We've definitely seen it in the past. He used to be an extremely consistent driver. Took a large break from sim racing, though, and on his return, he's still shown that he has the pace, there's no doubt, but we have seen a mistake here and there. I haven't recently. I think Brian Canapan has really been working on that, and we're going to see. He's going to be leading the field. He definitely is no stranger to leading a race, but he has some very big names behind him, that's for sure. We have Gabriel Felipe here, the Vacuum Racing ORT, a Brazilian driver. We've seen these Brazilians in Vacuum.
Rivera in the pits.
Rivera in the
Sorry
pits.
to interrupt you there.
Oh my.
Kevin Rivera is in the pits.
So a technical difficulty potentially there for the Noobs R Us drivers.
Wow.
That's very unfortunate. Nonetheless.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, Rivera was somebody made contact with the wall on the exit to the pits, Mike, and he's going to be starting from the pits for the start of the race. I know you can make it. I said you can make a lot of time back in a 6-hour race, but that really is giving yourself an uphill battle.
Absolutely.
But here we go. Here comes the green lights.
Yeah, to get ready to go green. Brian Canapan leading us away with Gabriel Felipe. We're green as it starts, and it's going to be a smashing start for Gabriel. As we head now into turn 1, a massive defense. It's going to be a long run down to the start-finish line, and it's a very tight hairpin. We're going to go 3 wide behind as well. Heading in a massive send from the Lamborghini behind, coming into the turn 1. So far, so clean, as everybody's stacking up. The accordion effect is massive, but we're through. We're 3 wide here with Paul Rees, Brian Faluna, and as well. Up at the front, though, Brian Canapan has lost the lead. Ryan Nunez taking it from him as well. Brian Canapan slipping down the field, has Andy Borchers behind to deal with him. Coming through now as they almost make contact. That was the Brian Faluna in the Porsche, almost rear-ending David Caesar. Going to be making a move into the extremely quick left-hander now as we come through Sector 1. It's going to be tight. They don't make contact. It gets very close, and Brian Faluna does make it through immediately from behind. David Caesar under pressure again from Paul Rees. Paul Rees managing to almost slip through, not quite. As the action calming down a little bit now as we head into the Dunlop hairpin. coming through the first lap. And John, we're seeing some extreme battling throughout the field, more side-by-side action here from Peter O'Brien.
Oh, the side-by-side action right through the field. Big shout out to Wilson Fernandez and Jakob Schaber. Some incredible driving to go side-by-side there. Vadig, whose name I'm not even going to try and pronounce, Konrad Kula as well, was involved in some beautiful action through the Mercedes arena. Umar Kromix making it through beautifully. So too Mike Berkov. But as you say, up at the front, we've got Luca Berk in the pits. Gabriel Felipe leading the way. He is being closely followed by Rui Nunez, with Brian Canapan still in third position. Luca Berk in the pit, so there you go. He's going to tumble down the order. Ryan Yee in that 5th place. Incredible start though. Quinn Smith getting all the shouts in the chat. Currently running in 10th position with O'Brien just behind Lucas Lichten, looking to close in on the exit to the Coca-Cola curve. As you see the Lamborghini, just a bit of lateral motion there. That is going to let Lichten in the door, I think, when he makes his way into turn number 1. It's going to be an easy decision to go side by side here.
Oh my goodness, as we have a lead change just about. Gabriel Felipe under massive pressure from Ryan Nunez behind the 22 car, making a move onto the inside, but fended off for now. Gabriel Felipe into the AMG arena sector now, has Brian Canapan about half a second behind as well of this battle. Brian slipping and being a little bit more comfortable, maybe just not quite up to temperature on that first lap, didn't have the greatest start, but gets his head down and carries on. A bit further behind, we also have David Caesar trying to make a move. Lucas Lichten onto Peter O'Brien. As it stands, though, the drivers nip and tuck for now. 6 hours ahead of us, and the drivers aren't ready to do anything too bad. What's the word I'm looking for? Brazen, I suppose, on the first lap.
Both excellent words. End of the hairpin. I'm just checking the telemetry there. I say Kevin Rivera. He's already made it up 4 places. He is up to 32nd position after starting in the pits. I am currently on board with some of the drivers down the field, but as you can see, going into the darker part of the night time, we've got Emmanuel Nause looking to make a move up Lucas Lichten, who was of course trying to get past Peter O'Brien and Quinn Smith. Quinn fending them all off as they head down into Ad Van Bogen. So the battles up at the front coming thick and fast on the edge of the top 10. Very much the case as well. Leon Roper looking quick in sector 2 as well.
Oh my goodness, sorry to interrupt, Jakob Schaber. And what was that? I was looking at Chad. Emmanuel Nause are off. That was absolutely a massive bad contact. What just happened?
Quick replay, let's have a look.
We go back to take a look at this as we have, I think that's Emmanuel behind. And the big moment of oversteer, and he gets collected. Oh, very unlucky for that yellow and black Ferrari, or is it I can't tell in the night.
Lamborghini.
It's a Lamborghini. The Lamborghini gets very unluckily collected. Emmanuel there, that is Emmanuel Wright, that had that moment of oversteer. Rejoins back in P31, but a massive moment early on that was an unforced error there for Emmanuel.
360 no scope, says Huffmanic in the chat.
Yeah, he didn't really mean to do that, that's for sure.
No, certainly did not. Just very much wrong place, wrong time. But yeah, that can happen over 6 hours. It has been a phenomenally clean start. We've seen very little contacts so far. We still see Lucas Lichten in 12th.
David, who is that? That was Dimitri. Dimitri having a big moment in the Dunlop. No, that's not the Dunlop hairpin. But, he spins off and he is now stranded there. I don't think there was contact. We're going to skip on that. That was just a bit of a spin. Checking in up here with Vidika Stitsev in the future, up in P15. Doing a great job so far, holding on to the back of Konrad Kula and looking to potentially make an overtake soon enough. We also have Peter O'Brien in P11 making a move onto Quinn Smith. Quinn Smith as well in this pack. This is a massive pack of cars, all held up by basically Gabriel Felipe, in fact. The pack of cars going all the way back down to P13. All of them within a second of the driver in front.
Can confirm Dimitri Athwal did receive contact on the rear quarter panel from a BMW on the way into the hairpin. As you say, back down in 34th position.
Oh,
so
no!
the tires.
Massive contact! Almost a huge pile up at the end. Guys, we got 6 hours. That could have been absolutely catastrophic, as there was almost 4 cars caught up in that. As we see, that is Brian Faluna getting overtaken by the BMW, and just too deep goes the BMW. Spins off, hits the barrier, and 3 cars collected in that, and a 4th one just slipping away. Wow.
Yeah, Lucas Lichten just making it through there. In fact, that was his Lambo. Conrad Kula sneaking through as well. Quinn Smith and David Cesar all benefiting from that contact out the Coca-Cola curve there. Wilson Fernandez as well, showing a clean pair of heels. He now finds himself in 10th position with Lucas Lichten up in 11th and Conrad Kula running in 12th place there in the 21 car. So yeah, the opening few corners there, Mike, phenomenal driving, and then just as we're getting lap after lap, we're just seeing those little contacts, and a mountain can certainly be made out of a molehill. Nürburgring with some of the corners that we've got, a little bit of contact with a wall, car goes sideways, and we've got a 4-car concertina effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Great driving, might we add, from the drivers behind to avoid that contact, as it happens extremely quickly, especially as in the dark. You approach at extremely high speeds, very easy to collect a car stopped on track. And I have... How to fix that?
There we go. I've just got the spoiler cam there. We're watching the battle for the lead of the race, and it is about to be a 3-way battle as Brian Canapan, he is certainly giving Rui Nunez reason to look in his rear view mirror. The 2 Lamborghinis currently chasing down Felipe at the moment, although the exit from the Coca-Cola curve far more convincing from Rui Nunez. As we see, Quinn Smith is coming in to the pits from 10th position then.
That's very interesting, because he was in a very heated battle. I'm not sure if that's a strategic call to get out of the battle, but you'd think he'd have enough fuel and enough tires, and even with damage, I didn't see him pick up too much damage on the first lap. I could be wrong, but that's very, very interesting strategic choice there from that McLaren team. We'll see how it pays
there is
off.
a new stint time, actually. I was going to mention that in the lead up. The max stint timer has been amended slightly. It's now 75 minutes.
Okay.
That 5 minutes doesn't seem like much, but if you add that up over 4 stints, that's certainly a good 20-minute chunk. Potentially, he might have accidentally come out on quali fuel, because we are almost 10 minutes into the race, and it is a 10-minute qualifying session. That, of course, a complete guesstimation, but yeah, it does seem
that could be. That seems like the most reasonable, because they're not going in for a tire change for sure, because we're only allotted 4 sets of tires throughout the entirety of the race. And oh, nice move there from Jakob Schaber. Great job. Christopher Tonescott sleeping a little bit there in the 762. Moved down the inside of the Dunlop hairpin, lick the stamp and send it. Jakob Schaber gets that done, and now looking up ahead at Umar. Also have David Hill making the move here on to David Caesar. It's David on David action, and David wins out. Who would have thought?
Indeed, good day to be a David, especially of the Hill variety, up to that 14th. Cesar, the driver, dropping that position. Still very close up at the podium. I'm keeping a close eye on this battle, because it is a battle, and it is Canapan that is really bringing the pressure to Rui Nunez. Once again, into turn number 1. He popped out of the slipstream towards the end there. Maybe realised he was a bit too far back, and then just behind that, Andres Borchers, Ryan Yee and Maximilian Basher, they're having themselves a phenomenal 3-way battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. I think, looking at the lap times and the sector times, I think if Ryan Yee can get this overtake done, he could certainly get himself caught up to Canapan and Nunez ahead. But I fear he may need to get it done sooner rather than later, because where Rui Nunez and Brian Canapan are battling, they're certainly not losing too much time to the cars ahead. So yeah, Ryan Yee could certainly be looking for a move sooner rather than later as they come into the hairpin. Once again, they can see the 2 Lamborghinis firmly ahead of them as they head up towards the Schumacher S's once again, and it is some very quick times they're putting in. It is getting very dark, but the track at an optimum 16 degrees, Mike. So if ever we were going to see some quick race laps from the drivers, even though They do have the fairly full fuel tanks at the moment. The track conditions certainly looking good for the drivers to be able to get some quick lap times in and see some overtaking action as well.
Yeah, for sure. As we see, I've just been following along here with Maximilian Bakkers as he has a great view of the action up ahead out of this front window of the McLaren. And more news on the David battle. I've seen David cubed in chat. Huff, there's only currently 3 Davids out on track, but there are more Davids yet to be out on track, of course. We have not only the 2 Davids that were mentioned, we have a David Caesar and we have David Bartlett, excuse me, the other one, as well as David Collins in the pit and David Alessia as well. So we got 5 Davids here tonight, in case anybody cared whatsoever. Which no one asked. Also, big send there, at least a little late on the brakes from Maximilian, as he's looking to maybe get by this pack here soon, maybe make up a couple positions, but you got a lot of work to do because this pack is the lead pack. Ryan Yee, definitely no slouch when it comes to overtaking or being overtaken. Interestingly, though, fastest lap currently held by Brian Faluna down in P7, 154.7. 154.7 compared to Gabriel Felipe's 154.7. There's 0.02 of a second separating Gabriel's lap and Brian Faluna. So Brian definitely with the leading pace. He just needs to find some clean air. Can't quite get by Maximilian here.
Quick update on Quinn Smith. His pit stop. He was in for almost 1 minute 20 seconds.
Okay, so there's something definitely technical going on then with their car.
Yeah, so he's either taken on a lot of fuel and or changed tyres there, I would say. Potentially a bit of damage repair, but that is, yeah, a very long pit stop. So it might, the theory about the coming out in quali fuel may hold a bit more water, given that we can see the amount of time that he spent in the pits.
No. Sorry to interrupt. We just have a spin.
No,
Kevin
go.
Rivera and Emmanuel looks like they got caught up with each other here in the Dunlop hairpin. Let's see what happened. As we are currently looking at the Noob Zaros driver of Kevin Rivera. Oh, he gets tagged from behind. Emmanuel, both of them go pirouetting around and end up in the grass. Kevin, with a very safe rejoin, waits for his opportunity. You can see that hesitation where he just checked his mirrors even though there was no one there. That is a very safe rejoin from Kevin Rivera. So props to him for that one. Very unfortunate to be tagged from behind like that. David Hill, one of the Jensen Button SRE eSport team members, David Hill, is off and round in the final corner, causing commotion as the McLaren of David Bartlett gets rear-ended and sent off. Let's check that out again here as we see just a massive spin. I'm not sure what led up to that, unfortunately. But following along here with David Bartlett, who is about to arrive on the scene of a crime. Yeah, he definitely had he gets punted. That's right, he got punted from behind. Ismail Kobus giving him a little bit of a helping hand into the gravel trap. But you can see he yields and allows David to get back by. Konrad Kula, squeezed onto the outside there. Very fair from Ismail Kobus. Car was not fully alongside. Of course, Konrad Kula might argue otherwise. Tensions are high. This is battling. They're racing like this is a 20-minute race. Of course, we still have 5 hours, 45 minutes, and 17 seconds to go. Anything can happen in racing, and it normally does as well.
210 scheduled pit stops, approximately.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate the extremely useful information.
Yeah, it's going to be at least something in that region. Obviously, we've got 35 teams in your pit every 75 minutes. There's going to be at least 4 to 5 pit stops per team, so that 210. Somewhat conservative estimation. Fairly conservative estimation at the minute. Ryan Yee wants past Andreas Borchers. Borchers does not want to let him past, and Maximilian Bascher can't quite find the move at the minute, but he is closing in on Yee, and at the minute this battle is giving Kampanen and Nunez just a couple of tenths here and there, but it's not a massive gap. Oh, is that Borchers?
Yes, he ran deep into the corner. I think that was unassisted. He just ended up going too late on the brakes. Ryan Yee slips by, and Brian Faluna is now making the move into the arena sector, but Maximilian almost gave him that. he moved to the side in the corner. I think potentially was almost worried that Brian Faluna was going to send it right into the quarter panel of him, but there's definitely space. Nonetheless, Brian Faluna is through. So Maximilian Bacher losing 2 positions. The Austrian driver needing to get a hurry up here.
Yeah, just caught that on the replay there. He did keep it just about between the Mayo and the Mustard then. His inside tyre was only just on the white line into turn number 1. The drivers around did have to take avoidant action to ensure that no contact was made. But yeah, that loss of momentum let the McLaren pair sneak their way through. Sorry. No, yeah, it's 2 McLaren, sorry. They've managed to sneak their way through, so Ryan Yee getting himself up to 5th. With Bordre Sportier still in 4th place, and they're looking still to close in on Tampere, but you can see that gap. It's actually starting to steady out at the minute. The lap times very similar. Yee's going to lose a bit of time there, so is Faluna on that last lap. We've taken the avoidant action, but certainly still very close. But Gabriel Philippe, at the minute, he is shaking off the slipstream of Rui Nunez 18 minutes in. Now he's shaking off the slipstream that he has given to Nunez, so he has effectively got himself some clear track to concentrate on getting his team as far ahead as possible before the incoming pit stops. And I think as far as pit strategy goes, Mike, we're likely to see the vast majority of the teams really run this opening 75 minutes as long as possible to see if there is, or how much of a track change there is. Of course, starting 10 p.m. at night, it's going to get very dark. It's also going to get very cold on track, so tyre PSIs are going to be absolutely vital to get them in the right window.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're going to see, as you said, the pit window probably around the 75-minute mark, basically 75-minute mark. We're going to see everybody wanting to come in ideally. There's a 101 car spun out as well on the track. I'm not sure what happened there. That's going to be Marcus Cropland. Unsure on that. We'll keep an eye on this Ryan Yee and Andy Borcher's battle as this heats up. But yes, the pit stop phase, these drivers are going to be pushing it to the absolute limit. Of course, we've seen in previous endurance races where drivers push it down to the very last seconds, in fact, which I personally don't agree with, but hey, you know, they make it happen. I'm like, I might make a mistake and get straight up disqualified, but these guys are absolute pros and on the ball. So, pushing it down to the very, very last second. Brian Canapan as well. I wanted just to touch on this real quick. Did manage to take the fastest lap. So 154.4 as it stands. Much, much quicker than anybody else. So Brian Canapan really using up a lot of that tire grip. He has a bit of clear air in front of him for Ryan Nunez. But the one thing to keep in mind is we only have 4 allotted tire sets throughout the session. If you push and burn up your tires early, you're going to be really hurting later on in the race when your rubber is down to the wires, basically. And going to be really struggling for pace. We'll see, though. Brian Canapan could be managing that well. Ryan Yee, though, he is not. He's using up all the tire grip he has trying to get this overtake done on Andy Borchers. I don't doubt that. An awesome livery of the Nause Racing. Why don't we take a look at that? We haven't taken a look at any liveries just yet. Not sure who the creator of that. We can also see Jeff Spangler. My assumptions are that was his livery. Assuming the teammate there on the side. But a very, very nice livery from the Nause Racing McLaren there. And
that was a very smooth transition. I like that.
Is that the first time you see me do that?
It's the first time I've seen you do that.
Oh yeah, no, I love that.
I do often, because of the time difference, when you're doing Trackalicious stuff, I'm often listening in the background because it's bedtime.
Fair enough. Yeah, no,
the 8-hour time difference, as you are now experiencing with it being first thing in the morning, and I'm close to Saturday tea time.
Yeah, that is my signature
Quick update,
transition.
David Cesar actually came into the pits as well. He came in and he's dropped quite a few positions in for over 1 minute 10 seconds. So a fair bit of time there. And Conrad Kula for the race esports team down in 21st position. He's just got the overtake done on Ishmael Kobus, looking to make his way back through the field. I'm not sure why. I don't have the livery for that, but yeah, so good race recovery so far from Kulo, of course, started much further up the grid.
Oh no!
Kevin Rivera.
I was gonna do a full onboard lap with Kevin Rivera. I'm glad I didn't pick this one. Don't worry, Lizzie. We will get to your full onboard lap on the next one. Kevin Rivera, definitely not on the greatest onboard. We'll wait.
Oh, through the Mercedes arena. Wow. The Mercedes doing well to avoid contact there, but yeah, the back of the car just stepping out on Kevin Rivera there through the Mercedes arena. Two cars doing well to avoid contact with him there, but I don't have massive amounts of experience with a lot of the drivers here. Some of them, of course, I do. Kevin Rivera, a fairly new name, but he does come with some pedigree, and it's safe to say, Mike, that these are fairly unexpected, fairly rare events we're seeing with Rivera behind the wheel, making contact with the wall in qualifying, starting from the pits, and then the back of the car stepping out. And he's having technical issues. Sorry, I'm just watching on board with him again, and he's just come to a grinding halt through the.
We're on board with him right now, heading into T1, rounding the first corner.
Oh, that was the end of the replay, sorry.
Okay, I was going to say.
I was still on board with the replay from the hairpin. So yes, he did come to a stop through the hairpin before the Schumacher S as well there.
And Rob G. Barker, excuse me, watching on Pitwall Live. Love to see it. Of course, we have Pitwall Live. I have that pinned in Twitch chat if anyone is interested, where you guys can go check out, of course, all the live timings, all the live data provided to you by Pitwall. And as we're following along here with Kevin Rivera, yes, Kevin Rivera, definitely very uncharacteristic mistakes from him. He's currently the leader of the rookie series in terms of points total overall in the non-rookie class, the white plate drivers. And also, while we're here and talking about things like this, well, actually, we'll get to that here in a sec. We're on the full onboard lap. We'll stick with that. As we come around through the Schumacher S, we're almost flat out, a little bit of a lift of the throttle through the top, heading up towards the Michelin curve now. Nice, using all the track there on the exit through the Vorsteiner curve. Heading on to the back, not so straight. Up next, we have the penultimate chicane. Another very, very high-speed uphill, late-braking chicane. Can carry a lot into it, but it's very easy to send it off the track. Kevin Rivera keeps it between the ketchup and the mustard as...
Mayo and the mustard.
The mayo
close,
and the
close. The mayo and the mustard, yes. Ketchup and mustard on a sandwich. That is an interesting prospect. Please don't send photographs. That's not foodstuff I need to engage with.
Comes across the line. 156.5 for Kevin Rivera this time around. But yes, as I was about to... as we have a bit of an overtake battle going on. Umar and Rocky Rocco side by side. Rocky Rocco managing to slip by for now, as well as a BMW of Limpart coming out of the background, trying to get a move involved. But Berthold stays back. Chromex here. Maybe caught sleeping, I'm not sure. Rocky Rocco, though. Rocky Rocco, the Rockefeller Racing Ferrari, of course. Going to be getting by. Take a look at his livery. Rocky Rocco, of course, runs his own league over at SRE. Oh, I've forgotten. I apologize, Rocco. I put myself on the spot and then failed. But Rocky Rocco with Rockefeller Racing, of course. Driving the new Ferrari 296. Of course, a car that when it came out, everybody thought was absolutely broken. Now it's moved on to this car right here that Ryan Yee is driving. Where's the new Evo 2 McLaren trying to make a move on a fellow Evo 2 McLaren. Andy Borchers, not a McLaren driver at heart. He is more of a BMW man, if I'm not mistaken. I think Andy tends to drive his German cars, but also I could be wrong. Might have been practicing this for these championships coming up. Ryan Yee, though, really keeping him honest. Fire bursting out of the rear end there of that McLaren. Just like it had bad Mexican food last night. Ryan Yee, though, carries on. Round the left-hander, in through the first sector. And a full onboard lap from Yi for Eric the Boss Gakas. Why don't we hop on board with him right now? Heading into the Dunlop hairpin. You can see the early braking from Andy Bushers, or maybe late braking from Ryan Yi. Andy gets a bit squirrely on exit. Sticks with it though. This is where we're going to see some true speed, some very talented drivers. Just a slight lift of the throttle through the Schumacher S's. Now heading up to the Michelin curve. Like I say, using all the track there. Andy being a bit defensive though, coming through Vorsteiner. Getting the best exit he can onto the back not so straight. Coming through Bogdan. And up the hill again. And through the NGK chicane. Flying through it. Carrying all the speed now into the Coca-Cola curve. Bit too much curb maybe from those guys, but no, these guys can hang on to just about anything. We'll stick with them though. Completes the lap at a 1:55.3 from both drivers. Just a 100th of a second separating. You see Brian Faluna approaching the rearview mirror pretty quickly as well. Definitely need to keep an eye on that. Ryan Yi, though, not wanting to squabble too much. Looking to force Andy into a mistake or just wait for one. Let's come through the AMG Arena sector. Closes the gap. Can see those lovely Trackalicious logos on the back of Andy Borchers. Come back now, rounding the left-hander. Through the Valvoline curve. And the Ford. Here's Ryan Yi trying to ford the gap ever quicker. I will say, while this has all been happening, Brian Canapan, Ryan Nunes, and Gabriel Felipe all have walked away, and that's a way too deep into the corner there for Andy Borchers. This is going to give Ryan Yi the opportunity he has been waiting for. Side by side as we head up the hill. There's a bit of contact, in fact, through the Schumacher S's. This is a very tricky one to go too wide. They are going to just about make contact. Andy Borchers sticks ahead, though. Ryan Yi giving his best effort, but it wasn't quite good enough. He's going to stick
in the
with
post
it.
behind Brian Faluma there, just closing in the background there. His eyes would have lit up like it was Christmas morning to see his patience. And not only patience, he's done a feral job holding off Maximilian Bacher as well. But you certainly have seen that contact between Bacher and Ryan Yi, and that will put, I'm sure, an extra bit of pep into his step as he closes up on the two of them, because they're once again nose to tail and out the Coca-Cola curve. It does look like the Porsche driver has got himself a very, very good exit, Mike. He's right in there in the slipstream, and he could certainly be a thorn in their side the next time they get themselves round to the Schumacher S as they go side by side into turn number one. As Ryan Yi going to have to fool the Yeeta over that outside curb then. Who is going to keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard? Good rotation on the curb again. It's the Porsche that's got the best driving line through the corner complex. Yi out on the green tarmac with two of his wheels exiting the Mercedes arena though. Is once again Andreas, or is still Andreas Borchers, but as the Porsche has got the exit, he's going to go side by side. Ryan Yi's hung himself out to dry. The third man in these barrels is often the best positioned, and it is the Porsche that's positioned himself perfectly. Get the move done right round the outside, and before we even get to the Schumacher S's, Mike, job done and dusted for the Porsche. Brian Faluna, Merry Christmas.
Ryan Yi is going to be kicking himself for that one as he immediately piles the pressure back onto Brian Faluna. But Brian Faluna, he doesn't have the fastest lap anymore, but he was lapping faster pretty much every single lap so far. So I think we might see Brian Faluna finally get what he wants here and maybe pull away. Ryan Yi just pushing that McLaren slightly too hard, but absolutely incredible racing, might I add, from both those drivers. Wanted to give credit to Andy Borchers as he has ice in his veins. Man, as cool as a cucumber going through there, holding the racing line, barely going defensive whatsoever throughout that entire battle, but still holding the position the entire time. Man, just is he's called Die Maschine for a reason. The machine, of course, translated to English.
As every single Call of Duty World at War zombie fan knows, if you know, you know. Die Machine, what a map that was. What a machine. And big shout out to Maximilian Bachir as well, watching this all in the Mercedes in the background. And a big thank you, I do love listening to the Mercedes, so great excuse to jump onto bonnet cam and watch them into turn one, once again closing in on a McLaren Porsche battle, only this time it is the Porsche that is in the middle. Can they all keep it nice and neat and tidy through the Mercedes arena? Seen a couple of drivers waver through here. These four do make it through. Oh, the Mercedes, sorry, really running the nose deep. Will obviously take a slightly different line through these corners, given he is massively got that front engine. And what a size of engine it is compared to the middle and rear engine car, that he is chasing at the moment. Oh, and Ryan Yee. We were surmising there that Faluna, one time holder of the fastest lap, might look to break away and catch up to Borchers. Ryan Yee, though, at the minute, Mike, he absolutely has different ideas. There is less than 2/10 separating these two, and Yee using every millimetre of the track at the minute to try and close that distance and retake his position back in 5th.
Yeah, he definitely is, but I think Brian Faluna has it right now. He's definitely been showing the composure and the pace that he can hold on to this for now. We'll see down the straight. That's where it's going to be really the test. That McLaren, an absolute rocket ship in a straight line, especially compared to the Porsche. If Brian can hold on down the start-finish straight, I bet he can start to pull a gap next lap. Though he is going to have an issue because he needs to really get behind Andy Borchers. Andy Borchers getting away and pulling out of that slipstream. He really needs to use him, the German driver in the Tracklicious Enduro A car. It needs to be some Tracklicious teamwork. Battling versus Ryan Yee here, the Canadian. Of course, with Maximilian Bacher behind, the Austrian driver looking to get his nose involved as well. While we go down the start-finish straight, and Brian Faluna seems to have the pace, I will say, as we come now into the first corner. No look. Maximilian putting on piling on the pressure, I should say, from behind now onto Ryan Yee. Ryan Yee is going to have to keep a close eye in his rearview mirror through this entire lap, basically as it stands onwards. Taking a look a bit further down the field, though, I want to see this battle here between Ismail Kobus, the Brazilian driver, and Emmanuel Nause, as well as Litmar Berthold. Berthold holding the position for now. Of course, that Ferrari of Emmanuel, we've seen a bit of contact with Emmanuel as it stands so far. He did have a bit of a pirouetting moment earlier on, but 5 hours, 26 minutes, and 24 seconds to go. Plenty of time to make up the ground, as he's going to try to do right now. Move into the first corner. Ismail Kobus lets him by. Not a hard-fought battle there. Emmanuel going to push on the Italian driver, of course. Next target is going to be Litmar Berthold up the road. Back up the field. That field spread has spread out a bit more. Brian Faluna, though, not keeping up with Andy Borchers. Ryan Yee, though, still with Andy. Still with Brian.
Luca Berg back in the pits. Reagan Mitchell in the pits as well. Rob Barker pointing out there, thanks to the use of Pit Wall Live, Rocco has dropped off quite a few places. Conrad Kula, who I'm on board with now, back up to 18th place. Of course, one's down 23rd, 24th. So Kula making it back places as well. And as you pointed out yourself, actually, Mike, a few laps ago, Limpar Berthold putting in some good laps, but it is SPQR's Emmanuel Nossen, who we've just seen very cleanly dispatch Kobus here. Not too much of a fight from Kobus. I think they recognise that the SPQR car a bit out of position at the minute, qualified much higher up the field, dropped down, of course, due to a bit of contact, but now giving Berthold a run for their money. Bogan as this chases him into the final chicane. I think this is going to be a move done into turn number 1. The Ferrari looking much quicker than the BMW at the moment, as you've still got your eyes on Fernandez and Paul Reyes. A great battle between these two inside the top 10, as well as we see actually on my screen. Nozen and Berthold into turn number 1. Can he get the drive out of the final corner to get one up the inside? He's going to have a look anyway. He thought about the send. He's opened the corner up looking for the cutback. Can he get the tighter line and get the outside move done through the Mercedes arena. It doesn't look like he can. Great hold by the BMW. Oh no, he's moved over, he's had a bit of a wiggle. Exactly the same point we saw Rivera's BMW give up on the back of him as well. And that then is a much easier move than Emmanuel Nause, and I'm sure thought he was going to get done. Although in saying that, Limpard Bertel coming straight back at him. Nope, he's not going to get the move done into Ford. So Berthold overtaking Nossen, though, Mike making his way back through the field, and Conrad Kula ahead is already caught up to Umar Kromix, so likely to get an overtake. And just as I say that, it's going to happen on screen as Kromix runs deep into the hairpin. They're going to go side by side through the Schumacher S's. It is Lambo versus McLaren, and the Lambo absolutely sends it round the outside. Stunning move there by Conrad Kula. Oh, but the Ferrari's coming right back up. He's also going to have the McLaren, so he's going to have the Apex into the next corner. He's lined them up for another cutback. What's going to happen through Ad Van Bogen? These two are going to be very close again. Opening up the corner for Conrad Kula. He's made back 4 positions in the past 6 laps. He's looking to make another move here then. They do get through Ad Van Bogen into the NGK chicane. He is looking quicker, backs out of it though. Realises it wasn't quite going to be space. Oh, the McLaren succumb to the pressure then, Mike, and that looks like Conrad Kula through the Coca-Cola curve has got himself another position then, 17th, and a nice overtake.
A very, very long, drawn-out overtake, but Conrad, the Polish driver, does manage to get it done. Great job there from Kula. A little bit too deep the first time around. He ended up sending himself down onto the gravel, which compromised his run, but that time around we saw the McLaren versus its greatest enemy, stationary objects known as curbs. Something the McLaren does not handle well whatsoever. Going through the NGK chicane and absolutely clobbered them, which sent him deep into the Coca-Cola curve, allowing Conrad Kula to easily slip through. And as we see, Conrad with much better pace, it seems, off the bat than Chromex. So definitely working their way back up the field as it stands. Currently down 9 positions from where they started. Started in P8. So a bit of work to do for the Lamborghini Evo 2, the Simply Race Esports team. Of course, Jensen Button's team.
Yeah, so you would expect some pace. I'm still watching on board the rear spoiler of Umar Kromix. He does very quickly find his rear view mirror once again full of Lamborghini. Gesundheit, young man. And it is Emmanuel who is looking to make the overtake this time, and you can see just every single corner exit, those headlights getting a bit closer. But no, Mike, we've got Brian Faluna side by side on the main screen.
This is been at it for a while, let's just say. I don't know, Ryan Yee is an absolute trooper. Finally getting the move onto Brian Faluna around the arena section through the outside. It's taking a long way around.
Has he got it done?
Not yet, but he will have the inside back onto the next corner. But Brian Faluna is fully ahead.
Unless the force is in front.
Oh, they stick side by side, and no, Ryan Yee just cannot get an overtake done for the life of him. Ryan, I really feel for you, brother. The Canadian driver just struggling with, I don't know what. He's driving so extremely well. He just can't quite get the job done on a pass. Also, Zap, who would you like a full onboard lap with, by the way? I saw you redeem that, and welcome, Zap. But, yes, carrying on with this battle. Ryan Yee, an absolute trooper. We'll see when he hands that car over. We are getting closer to the pit phase. Let's take a look. We are currently 39 minutes into this stint, so we'll see in about 20 minutes, maybe, a little bit longer. Another 30 minutes, basically, till other ones start to come out. An onboard lap from Brian Canapan. You got it. The Box 3 Esport currently in his own little window. We see a 15-second penalty. So I think the first round of penalties are going to be going through now from the stewards. Of course, we have live stewarding here at Trackalicious. We've got the 35th position of Bierman, picking up 15 seconds. Going on board, though, with Brian Canapan, the Yit Cow Racing extraordinaire, currently behind the wheel of the Box 3 Esports car, heading now down to T1. He started in pole position this race, unfortunately got a little bit swamped up in the first corner. Coming out into the first corner, rounding it very nicely. Flips the apex, gets on the throttle nice and early, heading into the arena sector. It's a very careful and patient one. It's extremely easy to invalidate or get track limits through here. Riding that curb nicely. You just want to tuck your wheel onto the inside and let basically the momentum do the work. Heading now towards the Valvoline curve. Got some lap traffic coming up in front of us. That's going to be Bartlett. I think that was a bit of lag. Everything's looking all right so far, minus the lag. I think that's just on our end, though. So we push now down towards the Dunlop hairpin. This is the lowest part of the elevation on the track. It's a nice banked corner, getting it stopped in time. Could have potentially carried a bit more speed through there, Brian Canapan, though, saving some tires. He does have the fastest lap as it stands, a 1:54.6. Last lap, a 1:55.3, though. Currently this lap, 0.3 off of his fastest. Now coming up the hill into the twisty back and forth corner here. Oh, big moment of oversteer mid-corner. Just to correct, losing the rear end a little bit. The Evo 2, a very, very slippy, slidey car. Coming out into the NGK chicane, flat out down to the 50-meter board, hitting the brakes hard, getting the car turned in. Lovely, lovely corner there for him. Heading into the Coca-Cola curve. On the throttle, maybe a bit late. Needs to keep an eye out for that lap traffic. Gonna get a nice little slipstream even down the start-finish straight is Brian Canapan. That lap, a 1:55.3. To conclude the full onboard lap there. Brought to you by Zap.
On mute. I was on board myself there, apologies, with Maximilian Bashir still watching the battle between Yi and Faluna. O'Brien and Reyes, though, they two still very close indeed, the Lamborghini and the BMW. Fairly inseparable. It's safe to say at the minute O'Brien is the quicker of the two cars. Not by much, though. Reyes has set a quicker lap, but lap on lap, sector on sector, O'Brien does appear to be slightly quicker. Just again, can't quite find that overtaking move. Drivers, I did say there's plenty of overtaking opportunities at the Nürburgring. It's easier said than done. Just because there's opportunities doesn't mean it's always the easiest to craft them out, especially when cars are so evenly matched for pace, or drivers, sorry, are so evenly matched for pace. The differences in the cars certainly playing out. The BMW getting it done through the twisty stuff, although just as I say that, he's dropped it a bit deep into the Schumacher, into the hairpin. No, Brian not quite getting the run, so yeah, still very close. We are 45 minutes in, as Mike said. Probably going to be about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. We'll start seeing the pit stops. We have seen four cars come in so far. Gianluca Biermann and Marcus Kropelin have swapped drivers. They are back in the pits, though. They've been in there for quite some time down at the back of the grid, but we're likely to see more of the teams from the front coming in. Again, they're going to stretch out, I think, and I think Mike agrees, they're likely to stretch out these first stints again, if for nothing more, Mike, than to keep an eye on the track temperature, the all-important PSI. They may have increased the operating bandwidth, but over a 70-minute stint, you really do want to make sure they're absolutely on point, and the track temperature already down.
Oh my goodness, sorry to interrupt there, but we have a bit of context. This battle was absolutely heated up and has been for a while now between Lucas Lichten, Jakob Schaber, and Mike Burkov. Mike Burkov flashing his headlights. I don't think he did that intentionally whatsoever. You can see a flash of the headlights. I think it's an apology there for Mike Burkov as he went just slightly too deep into the final corner there, making a bit of contact. And luckily, both drivers getting off with very, very minor paint damage. Just, you know, basically making it not showroom ready. That was all that contact did. Also, Jeremy giving some energy to all the drivers. I'm not sure what 500 divided by 35 is, but he's not giving that many points to each driver, that's for sure. We'll call him cheap, but that's all right. Jeremy, have a great day at work. And thank you very much for tuning into the stream and showing your support. Appreciate it. I am obviously only kidding. Not about the thank you, about the... Yeah, you got it.
It is the thought that counts.
Yes.
And the energy spread. Yeah, so there you go. I'll help you dig yourself out there, but absolutely fine. Digging myself out a massive lead. Aha. Smooth segue. Gabriel Felipe, he is stretching that lead out ever so slightly. Nunez certainly very close to matching him for pace, but he is well without that slipstream yet. And at the moment, in Canapan, pretty much the same distance back actually. He's about 5 seconds down. Ryan Yee is still very close there, but Felipe, he's got himself a bit of a breakaway. He's taken the lead of the race early doors. He didn't qualify on pole, of course. It was Nunez that took that honour. The top 5 all even numbered cars as well, so potential suggestions that the track got a bit quicker as the qualifying session progressed. But yeah, no odd number car inside the top 5. That has of course been changed by Borcher. Started in 6th, now up to 4th place, but it is still the top 3 out there with the even numbers. And even behind Borcher, it's even number cars right down to 12th position there, Mike. So a fascinating little anomaly, but yeah, a fascinating and an anomaly nonetheless. So the even cars seemingly doing better around Germany.
Yeah, that is actually quite fascinating. I do think that is due to the fact that they came out on the track a little bit later and the track was slightly more rubbered in. I know some drivers get, a little upset about that, but hey, it's just the way it goes, and I think, that is racing. Of course, we do see the advantage transferring over into the race a little bit, but over the course of 6 hours, I think that little bit of an advantage is going to become completely
Brian Faluna. Brian Faluna is car number 5.
Yes. No,
there we go.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. So there is 2 odd number cars inside the top 10. I was getting myself a bit excited. Someone suggested I don't wear the glasses because they reflected a lot of screen the last time out. But now that I'm not on camera, I think I will pop my glasses on. Just to make sure.
Also, some support there for Nause. And an onboard for Nause without the points. I tell you what, we'll, considering you're a first-time chatter, I can understand. It'll be a little bit till you get to 1,000 points, but nonetheless.
Okay, well, let me do that. Full onboard lap, redeem. Boom. There we go.
Wait, where is it? Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
I was just about to say, he's in 18th position, closing in on Konrad Kula. So I was actually just about to bring him to everyone's attention because these two making their way back through the field for the Race IT, Race Esports and for SPQR respectively. The Ferrari driver, 18th position at the minute, and he is lapping they're trading laps. 17th and 18th position at the minute. So Manuel Nause, certainly capable of catching up there with Konrad Kula. Mike with the onboard lap.
Yeah, as we now come across the line, the Ferrari can hear the amazing sound of that 296 roaring down the straight. Coming out into the first corner, the exhaust crackling as we round the apex. A little bit deep through the first corner. Coming now onto the arena sector. Once again, definitely saving tires, as you can see. Not quite using all the track, not quite pushing to the limit. You can hear that traction control kicking in, which is really interesting, because it seems like he has it on almost nothing. Traction, I haven't driven the Ferrari too much. I'm not sure what traction control's like on it. Rocco is also taking a stop. I'll take a look at that momentarily. But yeah, Manuel here, coming around through, down the hill now to the Dunlop hairpin. Taking a look at his sector times. Where is he? A little off the pace on this sector. About even with his delta, though. Heading back up the hill now, beginning the ascent at the Nürburgring. You can see the green hill off to the side there, the advertising for it. Once again, the largest stationary, or largest permanent racetrack in the world. Of course, where we're next to here. Bit of a short shift. Down into first gear to get the rotation. A little bit too hot into the corner. Gonna cost him a couple tenths. Small correction on steering, but pushing on now down the not so straight bit of the track. Heading up the hill to the NGK chicane. Very, very conservative through there. I think you saw that puff of dust, maybe startled him a little bit. But just carrying the speed now on through the final corner. As we're looking at lap times, there's a 155.5 from Conrad and a 155.6 from Emmanuel this time around. Needs to get the pace on just a little bit as it stands. But carrying on, he's sitting strong in 18th position, 9.8 seconds ahead of the McLaren who just came across the line of Chromix here. Also, how's it going, Sparrow? Welcome, welcome. Ah, yes, and Dom doing whatever he can to correct us because he isn't in the booth to make the mistakes and be corrected. You love to see it.
Indeed, it was a Lamborghini. It was a different Lamborghini that took pole position. So, yeah, my apologies to Brian Canapan and the team because it was indeed Hepburn with a 53.0. How do you forget a time like that as well, actually, to be fair? So close to a 52. Absolute alien level driving. So thank you to whatever planet it is that's lent us the drivers for the event. We'll absolutely love to see it. As we can see Rui Nunez just making his way past some traffic. That is Kevin Rivera. In fact, who's had, yeah, every minute on track is a learning experience. This one might be a bit of a tough one for Kevin, but yeah, as long as you learn from these things and help you improve your overall race and certainly try not to make the mistakes again. He's doing really well. Lizzie Sonoda has redeemed an on-board lap for Casey. Alexio in the chat. Hello, Sparrow. That is, it's Alexio, by the way, Mike, says Sparrow 6.
Oh, okay, it's Alexio. Okay, not Alessio.
Ah, there we go.
Because I asked him in Discord how he pronounced his name, if it was Alessio or Alexio. So it's Alexio, not Alessio. Thank you, appreciate that. Because, yeah, I was curious on that. I only thought it was Alessio because of the MotoGP rider, Alessio Spargaro. But, you know, yep, Mike and his mispronunciations, you know it. That is, in fact, my specialty.
Indeed, although it's very easy to do. I once mispronounced certified forklift driver. Fortified certlift driver.
Wow!
Yep.
Also, gotta get that full onboard lap with Casey. The Noobs R Us driver, I tell you what, why don't we take a look at his livery while he's rounding the final few corners, and then we can get onto the full onboard. A lovely, lovely livery made by Jeremy Cubbage, of course. Noobs R Us team principal. Casey Swanseeger, one of the newer drivers. I shouldn't actually, at this point, one of the older drivers at Noobs R Us, as they've been taking on lots of new members over at Noobs R Us. Been amazing to see. Of course, a little branch-off community from our Trackalicious Rookie Series. As we hop on board now with Casey Swanseeger. Just came through the first corner, now into the arena sector. A little bit deep, early on the throttle. Coming now into second gear, down to first in the BMW. Very nice, back and forth, tricky corner through there. Heading onto the accelerator now as we get ready to round the Valvoline curve. Oh, it's very, very deep into the Valvoline curve. Okay, lots of understeer there for the BMW. Managing to hold on to it, kept it on track. I did expect to see a little dip in actually, he did manage to invalidate the lap at some point. I'm not sure when he did that. Invalid laps, of course, don't matter in the race as long as you don't gain an advantage where you will get a mark on your driving record for the race, of course, not for out the entire thing. But if you get 4 warnings during a race, you will, of course, pick up a drive-through penalty, which has to be served within the next 3 laps. Nürburgring is definitely a track where we're going to see a couple drive-through penalties by the end of the 6 hours. Casey Swanseeger, though, carrying on. So far, definitely back off the limit a little bit. We have Brian Canapan approaching from behind. Blue flags now being waved, as you can see, as we approach the NGK chicane. Gonna be looking for that 50-meter board. Braking at it very nicely. Clips the apex, clips the apex. Casey Swanseeger looking very strong through Sector 3. A little early onto the brakes in the final corner, which caught off Brian Canapan a little bit, but luckily Brian Canapan gets by without issue. Comes across the line, 159.4 for Casey Swanseeger. His best lap, a 158.1. So definitely a bit more pace to be had there for Casey, as he is more than likely tire saving. We have a battle commencing up ahead. It's Mike Burkov and Lucas Lichten. They've been at it for a while now. As Mike Burkov looking for the moment. A fellow Mike, the 42 car out on track. AF Corsa real life livery. Whoa, and that's way too off the track for Lucas Lichten. He is taking his Joker lap this time around, and that allows Mike Burkov to slip through with ease. Lucas Lichten gonna be kicking himself for that. We also see, is that David Hill coming into the pits? No, David Hill under pressure from Veriko Stitsev. Not sure who that is going into the pits. Actually, I have no idea who that was going into the pits. We'll find out momentarily. But David Hill in the...
David Zobiagala.
Okay. As we are approaching that pit window, so probably one of the first scheduled stops, if I had to guess. But Veriko Stitsev carrying on right now on the charge. David Hill under some massive pressure.
Has he got a stop go?
Who?
Zobiagala. Did I just see that on your screen there? Stop go penalty.
I don't know.
It's a stop go 30-second penalty he's serving.
Oh, that sucks. That
Indeed.
Could be speeding. I wonder what that was caused by. I have no idea.
Yeah,
what
you
that
would
would have been
think
caused by.
speeding in the pit lane.
Has he? I'm not sure. That's unfortunate. Veriko Stitsev.
Yeah, he got it for speeding in the pit lane.
Huh? Very wow.
And his previous lap. So yeah, he took over from Patrick Hilmert 51 minutes in. So yeah, as we were saying, yeah, a more than likely scheduled stop that was previously. But certainly that one there, massively unscheduled, you would say, definitely. Yeah, the Nürburgring pit lane is not as unforgiving as some. I've lost my little stat sheet because I keep moving it to make sure it's safe, and then obviously you can't find the safe place. If anybody does find the safe place, by the way, please let me know. I've got quite a few valuables there.
Did you also hit blank HUD?
Oh, of course, yep.
I just caught that.
There we go.
The guys in the truck, of course, they were on it today.
Indeed. But yeah, so the Nürburgring, in fact, it is one of the kindest pit lanes out there. Silverstone, one of the few tracks that is actually less damaging to your lap. Nürburgring, 55% of your lap is lost, given the length of the lap. The pit lane quite short. Spa, 69%, whereas Zolder is 77%. Laguna Seca, 72%. Bathurst, unbelievably, 47% of your lap is lost, with it being such a short pit lane and such a short lap. But yeah, so the Nürburgring, not the worst place in the world. Why is that not gone to blank? My apologies. Not the worst place in the world to get yourself a drive-through penalty, but certainly no drive-through penalty is ever welcome in any event. But the Nürburgring, it's not going to be as detrimental to your lap time as it is certainly quite a few others. Zolder, 77%. It's almost double.
That's a very short lap, to be fair. Zolder has a very short lap.
Very short lap.
That's a bit of a... I mean, sure. But still. Yeah, and just wanted to take a quick little moment while we have a little bit of a Dell in the action as it stands. We do have this battle, of course, between Dimitri Ethwal and Umar Kromix. But I want to take a little moment to plug our upcoming leagues, of course. Trackalicious here. We have our Road to the Grand Final series, which you're watching right now. Of course, next one will be at Zandvoort on August 12th coming up. That'll be in 2 weeks from today, starting at the same time. That's going to be at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 Pacific Time. We, of course, have our GT3 Championship. That's going to be starting August 6th. It's our basically just GT3s out on track. Of course, anyone interested, let me type this in chat, !SimGrid. This is where you can find any of our leagues. So our GT3 Championship coming up, all GT3s all the time, starting over at Silverstone. It's going to be a 30-45 doubleheader. And after that, of course, we have our Thursdays starting on August 10th at Zandvoort. That's going to be the mixed class GT3 and GT4s out. So very, very fun. One of my personal favorites. I think a lot of people absolutely love the mixed GT3, GT4. And yes, of course, Sundays I will be commentating with Dominic Smedra. And Thursdays, I will be commentating with Lizzie Alisea. And obviously, the road to the grand finals, commentated by none other than Mike Nause and John Wright.
Hello.
Yes, a bit of a given on that one.
Good afternoon. Or good morning or good evening again. Whichever part of, or whichever hemisphere even, is it living. That could, help narrow it down ever so slightly. But yeah, absolute pleasure to be here. Some phenomenal racing. Make sure you guys get signed up, like Mike was saying, onto SimGrid. Give them a follow there. Keep up to date with all the championship action. This one, of course, the teams battling it out for places in the SimGrid VCO finals that take place in November and December. The top three will get themselves a place in the GT3 car. Fourth and fifth will get a GT4 car. And sixth, seventh and eighth will get to go into a drive-off in October, and the top three cars from that competition will get themselves a place in the finals in a GT4 car as well. And given some of the drivers that we've seen, I can definitely see over the competition some teams have definitely put some GT4 specialists in their teams to make sure to maximise the potential outcomes at the finals themselves. But this is a round number for the teams here at the Trackalicious Road to the Grand Finals. Nürburgring, Zandvoort, Spa, Kyalami, Misano and Bathurst. 36 hours over 6 tracks, Mike. An absolute worldie of a calendar.
Absolutely. And also a great question in chat from Sparrow as well. When will the Rookie Series start up again? Of course, we have our Rookie Series, one of our probably most popular series on Twitch and on SimGrid, by quite a bit, actually. The Rookie League, everybody's favorite. We don't have a starting time just yet on the next league. Of course, it's going to be finishing up relatively soon. Little look here from Christian Tenerio onto Daniel Versosa as well as this is happening. Nothing of it, though. But the Rookie League will be starting up soon, and we will have dates on that soon enough. I'm sure by the next Monday, or by Monday, we will have information for the next one. And a full onboard lap for Kevin Rivera. Rookies will take a 1-week break and start back up. Word from the man himself, Eric the Boss Kakassian. With confirmation of that, it will be 1 week after the current final, which we are going to be doing the... Oh, my goodness, Tenerio slips through when I was looking at my other monitor. Daniel Versosa relinquished down to P23. The A, of course, of Ferrari pushes on up the road. But back to the Rookie League. Of course, we have next race is going to be our penultimate race at, wow, you guys guessed it, the Nürburgring. It's going to be here, of course, starting on Monday, 8:30 Eastern Time, 5:30 Pacific. And the week after that, August 7th, will be the finale at Imola, which then there'll be a 1 week break, and then we will be starting up again. So 1 week, what is that? That's going to be August 14th will be the start of the Rookie League. And why 1 week? So we can get people to sign up and stuff. And let's do that full onboard lap with Kevin Rivera before I forget. Taking a look, where's Kevin? He's down in 24th position as it stands. Rounding the penultimate corner now into the final. Coming now through the Coca-Cola curve, the Noobs R Us driver, the Puerto Rican driver. Accelerating down the start-finish straight. Number 313. As we are going to be getting ready for that pit phase soon enough. We've been out on track as it stands for... Wait, it was
66 minutes.
I did my math wrong for a second. I was like, wait a second, why am I seeing people out for 75 minutes? No, 65 minutes they've been out on track. Thank you. And so another 10 minutes, we'll see Kevin Rivera potentially dive back into the pits to hand it over to his teammate, David Collins. David Collins has a lot of work to do. The British driver, of course, taking the wheel potentially. Kevin Rivera might double stint. It's not a guarantee. But we will see. As we come now through Valvoline into Vorsteiner. Excuse me. Wait. I was on the wrong part. Never mind. That was Ford. Valvoline into Ford. My bad. Through Dunlop. Very nice. Very conservative routes from these guys so far. Like I say, 4 sets of tires throughout the entire race. I would imagine this first set of tires, they probably started on their qualifying sets, so a bit older. Of course, some drivers will be starting on new tires at the start, but if I had to predict, most would be starting on their used. And Lizzie with some Puerto Rican support as well. Of course, Lizzie Alicea as well as David Alicea, both Puerto Ricans themselves and proud of it. Kevin here got a bit to do, as we saw him have a pit lane start after an outlap that, well, just a very technically poor outlap, I would say, as he ended up hitting the barrier a couple times. He hit the barrier in qualifying, and he hit the barrier on the outlap, which is very, very odd of Kevin, no doubt there. But he comes across the line this time around with a 1:57 dead. It's a great lap time. And Lizzie is very proud, yes. Showing the Puerto Rican love. You love to see it. Ooh, Lucas Lichten. What has happened here? The Team Iris. Go back 30 seconds, I guess, because I can't find my other button. As we're side by side here, that's going to be one of the Jensen Button Team Rocket BMWs. Was there contact? That's the question here. As we come now, I'm not sure where we are on the track. It's hard to tell. I also spit on my monitor when I said Lucas Lichten. Big send from the BMW onto the grass, and there is contact. The 77 car is round, and I think that was David Hill. Was it David Hill?
Yes.
Yes, okay. David Hill with a bit of an ambitious send, if you ask me. Making contact, very heavy contact with Lucas Lichten. Unfortunately, plummeting him down the field by quite a bit. I think we...
yeah, that is a painful one. Thanks to the 1.9 physics update, he wasn't completely shadow realmed. Oh, he really tried to get on the inside there. Definitely not enough room on the inside. He was not close enough there, I would say. But never make an initial judgment from one look. The stewards, I'm sure, will have a look at that. But yeah, Lichten fallen by the wayside. Again, the 1.9 physics update, a lot more forgiving, but certainly not so much on the tyres, although with the track temperature falling, that extra bit of PSI from the tyres heating up there might not be so bad. But what that has done, Mike, is that's given Konrad Kula and Emmanuel Nause another position each. They're now up to 16th and 17th, and Christopher Tones is going to be hearing the tones of Konrad Kula's Lamborghini behind them very, very soon indeed, given the difference in the lap time. At the minute, Kula over half a second a lap quicker than Tones, and at the minute he is within a second and a half, and they've got more traffic just ahead. Lamborghinis of Vik Ostiev. How do I...
You're getting closer.
Give one more time for me.
Odstitsev.
Odstitsev.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we got
Odstitsev.
it. You know, once you put speed on it, it's a bit off, but that's all right. You'll get it.
There we go.
Just wanted to say a big thank you to SPQR Daniele Jaya Camili. Apologies on that mispronunciation, Daniele. But thank you for the follow, as well as Zampieri Alessandro. Thank you very much for the follow as well.
Alessandro racing today, of course. Lightning quick. So yeah, welcome in Zampiero and Danielle Giacomelli as well. So yeah, welcome in. Of course, they'll be cheering on the SPQR Ferrari that we've just mentioned there.
Oh, Eric, you're not wrong. Eric, never did I think the day that I would be teaching someone how to say names. That's a very valid point.
every day is a learning experience. So you just need to embrace that. So yeah, it's always, yeah. So there we go. The student has indeed become the teacher.
What did I just hit? Oh, I hit a button. And great question. Who was that asked the question? Alessandro, if you would like to see the full standings, you can go ahead and pop over to our pitwall.live, which I have pinned in the stream chat, or you can type !pitwall in chat to find the link to that, and that will bring you a list of the full standings with everything that has happened in this race up to date. Thank you, Raven, for doing that.
Here we go, yeah, pop that in the chat. Oh, and big moves here, actually. I was busy watching the chat there, but Conrad Cooley's very quickly got caught up and got that move done, and in fact, he is catching up to Odds No, goodness me, no, he's done. Vadik, he's caught by, he's catching up to Vadik as well, so actually, let's watch the last minute of that to see what happens. I think, yeah, he's already... so the Mercedes, or the BMW of Tones, did get past one of the back markers and then got slowed up ever so slightly. Apologies for the shuddering of the stream there. A lot going on the PC at the moment, as you can imagine. What I will do, actually.
And Vadik is, he's Slovenian. I don't know if that helps you or anything, but when I know where the drivers are from, it tends to help me with accents, but... I don't know.
With pronunciations, yeah, no, sometimes that can just throw an even bigger spanner in the works.
He is
Zampiero.
Also, yes, Alessandro next. So, unfortunately, the 101 car, as well, has retired from the race, but is here to support us on Twitch. So, thank you very much, MRKSFS_FS, for the information, as well as very unfortunate to you guys for the disqualification, and I really wish you best luck in the next ones.
Indeed, and we're seeing the drivers now. The pit window, as we suspected, drivers running it close. That's 72. In fact, 73 of the 75 minutes done. David Hill in the pits, Christopher Tones in the pits, Emmanuel Nause in the pits, Zampiero, Alessandro in the chat. Forza SPQR, let's go. Next time I'll be driving with him too. Also not involved in this race, Zampiero, but he will be out with SPQR in the next race. We've got Tenerello in the pits, Kevin Rivera in the pits, Luca Berg out of the race, Tanner Masters on his way out, Gianluca Bierman and Regan Mitchell both out of the race. Up at the front, Rui Nunes, Brian Canopin, Brian Faluna, Maximilian Bacher, Wilson Fernandez, Peter O'Brien, all into the pits. Jakob Schaber into the pits as well. Gabriel Felipe, race leader, staying out.
Interesting.
That is going to test the stint timer massively.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Currently at 1 hour and 14 minutes. That's going to be very, very close. Gabriel needs to definitely keep it between the mayonnaise and mustard.
There we go. And he's actually followed in by Conrad Kula as well. So both of those have 1 minute 14:07.
What's the mustard? Where's the mustard?
The mayo and the mustard.
Yeah, where's the mustard?
So when you're driving on traditional roads, one side is a white line and the other side is a yellow line.
But not on a racetrack, though.
Not on a racetrack. Well, yeah, there is certain parts of things. There's not yellow lines, but yeah, that's where it traditionally
okay, I like it.
Has come from.
I like it.
But yeah, whoever's putting mayonnaise and mustard on a sandwich, I think, yeah.
What, mayonnaise? What's wrong with mayonnaise and mustard? Gabriel Felipe in the pits.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice for me, I would say. But yeah, Felipe...
You're just not American. I think that's your problem.
Yeah, if it's not haggis, I'm not really interested. That's that's what we're saying at the minute then. Rui Nunes is to Uber Alien number 2 for the team. It is Grant Wilmot. Expect to see 1 minute 53 lap times very soon indeed. Gabriel Felipe still in the pits. Brian Canapan back out on track by the look of it. In fact, he is indeed, if that box will open.
Brian
Yes, it is.
Canapan, I also just looked over at my monitor. Stop go 30 for Brian Canapan in the not the Yitcow race, in the Box 3 esports car. That is massive. That is going to shake this up tremendously. Brian Canapan also stayed behind the wheel of the Lamborghini, deciding to double stint. We have now Grant Wilmot behind the wheel of... Wait a second. No, they haven't pit yet, have they?
Yeah, Grant Wilmot's taken over for Rui Nunes.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
In second place, yep.
Yeah, and then Gabriel Felipe did manage to stay behind. Oh, no, handed over to Renato Dornales. Excuse me, hasn't updated on my timing screen yet. Ryan Yee staying behind the wheel of the McLaren. Brian Faluna as well staying behind the wheel. And Ollie Raza taking the wheel of the number 97 away from Andy Borchers. Die Machina hands it over to Mr. Consistent. We'll see what Ollie Raza can do.
Indeed, yeah, Jan Duffner making an appearance for the mission spin now. Team Wilson Fernandez back out on track. David Cesar back out. Javier Marquez out in the Lamborghini. 11th position at the moment, taking over for Peter O'Brien. Quinn Smith back out for another stint. Emmanuel Nause back out for another stint. And in 14th position in the Lamborghini, Gilles Aleman has entered the chat. 40th place at the minute for the 212 car. I can see definite improvements on that position so far. Of course, taking over for Jakob Schaber. So a strong lineup they've got. Emmanuel Nozen is going to find his rear view mirror full pretty soon. Christopher Tones has handed over Casey Schutt, the driver that set the qualifying time, and Conrad Kula has handed over to Christian Sherrard as well. Lucas Lichten has handed over to Jeff Closa, and Dimitri Athwal has handed over to Rob Kizar.
As well,
so
we have Vadik Odstitsev in chat now, asking how everyone is. He handed the car over to Jace Wright, the controller king. Jace Wright, of course, driving with a controller, will pop on board, and I'm sure you'll be able to see that very, very quickly, as making some extremely inhuman and painful hand movements with his controller joystick inputs. But Jace Wright, the controller king, managing to keep it on the track, no doubt. As I was waiting for him to outbrake himself through that corner too, but that's why he didn't, so no commentator curse there. David Hill up the road, making the charge onto Jason Provolone, the Stinky Cheese Man, taking the wheel of the number 42 Ferrari. David Hill trying to dispatch him. He's on his second stint. David Hill, so far driving very well for the SRE team, but not quite where he'd want to be. Started in P20, up 4 positions from where they started, in P16 now. A bit of work to do in terms of catching up to his fellow teammates, that's for sure. You see,
yeah,
carrying on for now, Jason Provolone, though, with a good amount of pace, actually, in that Ferrari. Jason Provolone, no slouch behind the wheel. I haven't seen him drive the Ferrari too much. Mike Burkov, of course, handed that car over. Professor Kronotis will be eventually taking the wheel of that as well. For now, pop on board here with David Hill and get the best view possible as this attack happens. Closest battle on track as it stands. There's a few more battles heating up currently. As the pit phase has come to an end, everybody should have made, well, has made their pit stop. And we are now on to the second stint.
Yeah, David Cesar will be coming in quite soon, of course. He is an hour into his stint. He came in after 17 minutes. So, could that be the 5 minute? We'll see. It'll be interesting to see if he runs. Obviously, the drivers that are running, as we guessed, 74 minutes for some of those opening stints. Has Cesar taken that into account and got his short stint done at the start? Of course, he's going to drop positions now when he comes into the pits in 15 minutes or less. But is that his short stint now out of the way? Because, of course, an hour and 15 minutes times 4 is 5 hours, bang on. So there is definitely time to play with that extra 5 minutes that's been added to the stint timer. So yeah, that is, of course, Cesar. What did I say? He's currently in 10th position.
Yep.
Yes,
Now he's in
currently in
ninth
10th
as
for the...
he has now overtaken Brian Canapan, who has made their stop go 30 pit stop. Let's hope they don't pick up another one for speeding in the pits. Clean in and clean out is what we're hoping here for Brian Canapan in terms of the pit entry. David Hill, 1/10 to Jason Provolone, right on the rear diffuser. Coming down the start-finish straight, it's going to be BMW power versus Ferrari. That Ferrari is a rocket ship. The BMW, though, with the slipstream, trying to make a move down the inside, gets squeezed a little bit, but late on the brakes, heading now into T1. Is it going to be enough? The Ferrari is forced a tiny bit wide, but stays on the track. Both of them very fair racing. The 555 stays on the outside, trying to go for a long... what is that? I'm trying to... Not on the grass pad. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Anyways, trying to get an overtake on the outside. Thank you. But doesn't quite get it just yet. Side by side, though, on the exit, it's going to be an inside corner for Provolone. David Hill, though, going to have to go late on the brakes, and he does. Sticks with it on the outside, but there's contact. David Hill is drifting around. Jason Provolone is collected with him, too, unfortunately. And he's rejoining the track in a very, very terrible location. And oh, my goodness! Kevin Rivera. Oh, tags. And oh, it's carnage. No, what are you... No. David Hill. Oh my goodness, Casey Schutte, Jace Wright, as well as, I think that was Casey, so I have no idea who that was. Kevin Rivera, Casey Swanseeger, I think it was Swanseeger getting involved. We'll take a look at this again, and oh no, this is the start of the disaster. Oh, the stewards are going to be having a field day with that one, and unfortunately, whoever that was, I think that was Wilson Fernandez, maybe? I have no idea who that Ferrari was that slipped by, but making just a tiny bit of contact on that end as well. Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, and Rivera's out the race there. I was watching a replay, but I believe Rivera has left the race, so I couldn't quite catch the full replay of what happened.
Oh, that was Rivera.
But it was Rivera, yes. 100% yet again, just the wrong place at the wrong time. He came round the corner and saw a car sideways that by rights should have been holding its brakes. It moved. He had zero time to react. Zero time to react, and that is not a slow part of the corner. There is a lot of forward momentum on the car as you're exiting that corner, so yeah, full frontal impact, and yeah, it does look like oh no, Kevin Rivera is still in the race. Why did that replay?
25th, yeah.
My apologies. My apologies. The replay cut out very short on the bottom, as you saw there. So it went under the map, so it looked like he disconnected. But no, he is still running.
Yeah, and that, everybody, is why you hold your brakes. Oh, and some bumping and banging for I think that's Jeff Klaus and Rob Kieser. Just no love lost between the two of them, but carrying on through the first sector. Rob definitely elbows out there on that overtake. Ahead of them will be Christian Sherrard, about 8 seconds up the road. Andrew Versosa in the QV Motorsports by Orahack. Currently chasing down the likes of Berthold. Limpmar Berthold on his second stint as well. Some serious words will be said. Yes. Some serious words probably already have been said. I just hope that they were in the right... yeah. Let's try to keep it civil, everybody, basically. Let's... mistakes happen, okay? Mistakes happen, and most of the time they are accidents. We don't need to... yeah. No need to get all fiery. Welcome.
Yeah, it is.
Non-Fat Jam 119. Hope you're having a great
Luke
evening.
Sherlock.
Oh, okay.
He drives for QRT Esports, and in fact, in his debut race for the team, won his race in GT4s. So welcome, Luke. I know Luke very well indeed. Phenomenal. Yeah, really, just, yeah, a really good person. And, yeah, a good dedicated racer as well. So welcome in, Luke. You're right, it is Double O Raven. I am every place. I'm just wondering if it's you stalking me or me stalking you. We'll have our solicitors talk afterwards. Yeah, welcome in to the Trackalicious VCO Simgrid Road to the finals. Mike Nause leading the way, I'm guessing, of course, at this phenomenal institution of ACC racing. Mike giving me the privilege of jumping on board in the passenger seat on the co-coms.
Look at
to take
this
us through all the action.
battle.
6-hour races. Oh, what we're watching now.
Sorry to interrupt, but we've had this battle going on for a while now. Wilson Fernandez got overtaken by Paul Rees, but Paul Rees just goes off into the grass, loses the position. These two have been scrapping for about 2 or 3 laps now. That's going to be Afonso behind. Is that Andre Alex Afonso? Hold on. That is Andre Alex Afonso down in P29. The, excuse me, anyways. But yeah, driving the Ferrari. Portuguese driver. That's the word I'm looking for. That's what someone from Portugal is called. I definitely didn't draw a blank there.
Definitely not, and you absolutely covered it up beautifully as well.
Well, you know, I had to at least say why I couldn't say the word Portuguese.
Of course, the home of Cristiano Ronaldo, probably one of the most... Although Figo, if we're being serious, he was a player. He was an absolute player.
Football, yeah. We do have Ollie Raza chasing down Ryan Yee for the podium positions, though. Ollie Raza, Mr. Consistent, behind the wheel of the McLaren, chasing down Ryan Yee in the McLaren. We've seen Ryan Yee really do an amazing job of holding off positions, but he's just struggled on overtaking. So let's hope he can hold this position in front of Ollie Raza, because I don't know if he'll be able to get it back. Ryan Yee, though, has shown that he is no slouch, so we'll definitely have a good fight here, I would imagine, from these two McLarens. Ollie Raza, though, definitely not someone to go for an overly exuberant move. He's one to wait and basically just go for the guaranteed 100%. Probably not going to see him make too many fake moves, as I say that he makes a fake move, but he's going to be trying to take advantage of this lap traffic up ahead. We'll see what can happen. Blue flags being waved. We're riding on board with Ollie Raza in the Trackalicious Enduro A car. Number 97 here, the Canadian driver, having a look on the inside, but that would be very ambitious. Way too deep goes Ryan Yee, though, and that's going to give the opportunity right away to Ollie Raza. Ollie Raza going to have to try to take the long way around of the arena sector. Sticks with him. It's going to be McLaren on McLaren action, side by side as we go. Forced a bit wide was Ollie Raza, but it had enough racing room nonetheless. Ollie Raza tucks behind Ryan Yee once again and is going to bide his time and wait. I think that's action. Oh, that is not. Where are they? Anyways. Oh, Ismail Kobus. Here we go. The battle in front of them, of course, is an actual battle. Ismail Kobus. Whoa, did Ryan... Oh, that was not Ryan Yee that ran off. Excuse me. As we follow along with the Pigeon Racing car here in front of the battle we were just watching. Sparrow going to lurk mode. And Doc Milwee as well, welcome. Hope you're having a lovely evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you guys are in this fine world. We got 4 hours, 31 minutes of racing left to go here. And as you can see, there's plenty of action to go. Ollie Raza behind Ryan Yee. That is the battle to keep an eye on at the moment. Pop on with Ryan Yee here, can see the defense, but also need to keep an eye on the Pigeon Racing car, of course, of Ismail Kobus, as well as Berthold. But it's hard to tell. Who do you keep an eye on here, as there's so much action? We'll keep an eye on the podium position.
Yeah, at the minute the podium position's a lot overtaking going on, but it is making their way through blue flag traffic. Dornelles.
What was that? That was somebody, one of the blue flags, yanking their wheel out of the way to get in, or to get let Ryan Yee through, basically. Regardless, Ollie Raza took the position around the final corner, using those blue flags to his advantage. Ryan Yee now needs to get the overtake back onto Ollie Raza. That's going to be quite the ask. Ollie Raza, once again, Mr. Consistent, no slouch when it comes to being, or to defending. But we'll see what he can manage here. Ryan Yee already falling off, actually, about a second behind. I think Ollie Raza will just pull away. A bit further back, Giles Alleman and Emmanuel Nause. Battle for P11 here, 10 seconds to Giles Alleman. I'm assuming that's for causing a collision, or potentially impeding. Jason Provolone as well with a 5-second penalty. 30 seconds, stop go 30, given to David Hill. I almost said Damon Hill. That'd be pretty cool, though.
Yeah, it would indeed. Yeah, Damon Hill and Jensen Button both involved in the race.
Ooh, and David Hill returns to
it's just RTG.
garage. Did he go? He went off there. Did he? What happened here? Go back and take a look. And we're following along here. Looks like all on our loans from the 555 car. I wonder if that was out of frustration in response to the penalty. Maybe thought the penalty was undeserved. I'm not sure, because that definitely looked intentional. And that was as soon as he got the penalty as well. And David Hill has left the session. Quinn Smith carrying the charge on, though. Quinn Smith, of course, going to be teamed up tonight with Jake Wells. Jake Wells we saw in chat earlier. Be really excited to see when he takes the wheel. Of course, Jake Wells, I'm sure he'll be live during his stint over at twitch.tv/ISuckAtThis. One of the greatest ACC North American streamers out there. Currently, though, his teammate making quite easy work of Jelson Cruz in the the Rockefeller racing car.
David Cesar in the pits, 1 hour 13 minutes. He had another time for another lap. So he's coming. This is going to be a second stop of the race. Of course, very short, 17-minute, 46-second stint to open the race. So he is going to drop positions there. And a massive differing in fortunes for two of the teams we were closely watching before the pit stop. Of course, Emmanuel Nause finds SPQR. He's up in 12th place. Cesar in the pit, so he's going to take 11th. And he's got Gilles Alleman very close. Of course, we saw him battling closely with Conrad Kula. Conrad Kula's handed over the car to Christian Scherard, who's still in 16th position. So Scherard is staying very much stationary in the running order, but Emmanuel Nause back out for a second stint, and he is making moves, and it is definitely going to all be aided by the fact that Javier Marquez is completely outpaced by Gilles Alleman at the minute. Gilles just looking for a clean overtake, but at the minute Alleman over a second a lap quicker on average than Marquez ahead. So I think we're likely to see an overtake here. For every corner we don't see Alleman get past, we're going to see the headlights of Nause get ever closer through the Schumacher S's. He knows he's going to be quicker through here. Can he position the car up the inside? He's already carrying a bit of damage on the front there. Doesn't seem to be affecting the aerodynamics too much. As they head down towards Ad Van Bogen, is it going to be Emmanuel Nause in third placed car in these battles as always, primely poised for the overtake? And we can see there Alleman back of Marquez, and Nause right on the back of Alleman through Ad Van Bogen once again. And in fact the gap stays pretty much set. Oh, and he's so much later on the brakes, tries to send up the inside.
Way too late on the brakes for Gilles Alleman. That was a massive scare, I think, for Javier Marquez, who probably is going to need a new change of pants after that one. Now has Emmanuel right behind him. That was extremely close. One thing I do want to take a look at here is the livery. Is that I'm assuming, I think that's, oh, well, great view of this battle as well, I should say. Wasn't expecting a move there from Emmanuel. That was very late on the brakes, but he makes it stick with it. He is unfortunately going to have to relinquish that position. It looks like maybe not. Okay. We'll hold off on that livery inspection as Javier Marquez drifts wide and allows Emmanuel Nause through. The Colombian driver, unfortunately there, dispatched by the Italian. Now we'll take a look at this amazing livery. Not sure who the credit belongs to on this livery, but absolutely amazing work put into it. There's no doubt there. Even has the Trackalicious representation on the side. You'll love to see it. Amazing livery brought to you by Javier Marquez, at least currently behind the wheel of it. Chasing down Emmanuel Nause, who just dispatched him and looks like is pulling away a good bit. We have a nice and tight battle behind from Tim Schafer. Rob Kieser, or excuse me, that was Tim Schafer and Christian Sherrard. Christian Sherrard in the Simply Race Esports team. Of course, Christian Sherrard as well, a Twitch streamer, North American Twitch streamer. We'll see what Tim Schafer can manage to get done here. The German driver in the RNL Roarcar. Can pop on board here. You can see those glowing tailpipes of the Lamborghini as we get awfully close to them. Heading now up the hill. Through Schumacher. Very tidy. P16 as it stands for Tim Schafer. Tim Schafer started in P5. Dropped all the way down 11 positions. Of course, his teammate David Caesar was behind the wheel for the first stint. Looking to make up some time, though. We've completed 49 laps so far, moving on to the 50th. And Andy Borscher's in chat, welcome, as well as Laylee in chat, welcome. A look on the final corner
the Coca-Cola
here.
curve.
What a move! Tim Schafer with an extremely decisive overtake. Gets it done in the final corner without even hesitating. Also, Andy Borscher's dropping a tier 1 subscription. They've subscribed for 8 months total. Thank you, Andy, for your continuous support, as well as your amazing driving and entertainment that you put on here at Trackalicious. Tim Schafer, bit deep into T1, but he carries the speed through. Holds the position. Another very incredible livery here. Take a quick little look at it again. Some Kia representation. Interesting. That is the Kia logo, right? They changed it. That's the new Kia logo, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Right, could well be, yeah, but certainly be an improvement on their logo. That was a beautiful transition, by the way.
Thank you.
I was also just watching Grant Wilmot there. He's actually in second place, and he's actually just got himself right in the middle of that battle you were just watching there in 15. So that's what separated those two out at the moment, is Grant Wilmot. And what it's actually done is put Schafer just ahead. It now means that Sherrard is fighting off Rob Kieser. So Kieser has been brought right back into this battle himself then. So Sherrard was looking to get the overtake done on Schafer, or fend off Schafer, and as soon as he's tried to fend off Schafer, lost the position. Second place has blue flagged his way past, and he's now got a rear view mirror full of Porsche headlights down into Advan Bogan. So he's still being chased in that Lambo, so still very close between a lot of the field. Renato Dornales, last lap, 1 minute 54.6. Grant Wilmot's last lap, 1 minute 54.6. Ali Raz's last lap. Can you tell me what that was, Mike? That's right, a 1 minute 54.6.
Yes.
Incredible pace. Oh, and in fact, Dornales 55.1, Wilmot with a 54.7. So Dornales losing. But yeah, to say that they're lapping equilibriously up at the top of the field, very little separates these alien drivers up at the front a lot of the time, and it has certainly proven to be the case here. It's all going to come down to pit stop strategy. The track temperature actually holding at 15 degrees, so not much more change since the race started. But I think you and I both know, Mike, that ACC, as we get past, we are now almost at 11 p.m. In the race, that track temperature really is going to start to tumble.
Yeah, absolutely. And just want to say a big thank you to Alexa. Sorry, I'm trying to still work this name out, but I do apologize for the mispronunciation in advance. Alexa Live Racing? Alexa Lives Racing? I think it's Alexa Loves Racing, if I had to guess. Thank you for the follow. And Scuderia Fentosi as well. Thank you for the follow. Glad you guys are enjoying here today as we see this battle between Wilson Fernandez and Jeff Dunner extremely tight. We will get to that onboard lap. Don't worry, Lizzie. I do see that. We just have a little bit of action right now going on. But now should be actually a pretty decent time. Kevin Rivera, all in his lonesome as it stands, coming through the Dunlop hairpin. He has Ali Raza about 2 seconds behind and a lap ahead, of course. We've completed 50 laps here as it stands. Kevin Rivera moving on to this is our 51st lap. Renato Dornales on to the 51st lap, moving to the 52nd now. And Kevin Rivera, very conservative apexes as we've seen from him so far. Very nice. Also, love to see the amount of love for Kevin Rivera in chat so far. People absolutely showing their, taking their hats off here to Kevin Rivera, as he does deserve it. Very talented driver, out of position for sure. And yet Lizzie, Puerto Rican love as well. She is slightly biased, fair enough. Kevin Rivera, though, we'll stick with him for the rest of this, down to the Dunlop. Actually, hold on. No, we won't, because we have Jeff Dunner and Wilson Fernandez. Actually, that battle has resolved. Wilson Fernandez gets by Jeff Dunner. We'll see if Jan, my bad.
Jan Duffner.
Jan Duffner. Oh my goodness.
Aye.
I'm not dyslexic, I promise. Rob Kieser in P17 here, the number 41 Porsche. Chasing down Christian Sherrard. But back with Kevin for now. So we pop on through the arena sector. Little corrections on the wheel as we go. He needs our energy. Yeah, he does. He does need some energy. Very quick through the left into right-hander there. That's going to be, of course, Valvoline into Ford. And heading back down the hill to Dunlop. Of course, last lap was a 156.1 from Kevin Rivera. A bit off of the lead's pace. But doing a great job as it stands. Rob Kieser back with him, chasing down Christian Sherrard. Christian a bit wide through that corner. We'll see if Rob can find any opportunities. Of course, the Box 3 esports driver here, chasing down Christian Sherrard, who is no slouch himself, the LFM expert? I don't know. Maybe not. He drives a lot of LFM. I'm not sure what Christian would describe himself as.
LFM veteran.
Veteran, thank you, yes. You're also,
yeah, let's go with that.
You're okay, no, you're back, okay. But yes, Christian doing a great job holding on to the action for now. Closest battle on track, of course, is here. Lizzie gifting a tier 1 sub to Laylee as well. Thank you very much, Lizzie. Laylee, of course, enjoy your emotes. We offer some pretty great racing emotes here at Trackalicious. Rob Kieser doing what he can to get the job done. Doesn't quite get it done just yet. Mac Rooney, thank you very much for the follow.
Yeah, they're getting spread out over the top, but Dornales and Wilmot, full credit to them. They're dealing pretty expertly, as you would expect, with the blue flag traffic that they're fairly constantly encountering at the moment. Not slowing up the lap times. I did say I thought we would see a 53 in the race pretty soon. Dornales' previous lap, 54.5. Wilmot with a 54.4. So they're both heading in that direction. Of course, Wilmot at the minute with the fastest lap in that car. It's 54.207. So they're certainly threatening the 53s, but at the minute, as we can see, Raz has just got past Kevin Rivera once again. The three up at the top, not only getting these very quick laps in, dealing beautifully with the traffic that they're dealing with, as I say, a couple of times a lap at the minute. A few drivers coming into the pits. Leon Roper back in the pits, and Paul Reyes back in the pits as well. He's only been out for 16 laps, so again, is this a driver and team that's looking for one short stint in the race to then do a whole lot of full stints later on? We're certainly going to find out. He's been in there, and it's actually Reyes is coming back out again, so it is going to be a third stint. But that is a short one there for the 98 car. Very quickly after that, the first stint there. So strategy or a mistake, maybe? Do we think, Mike?
Honestly, I am leaning more towards the side of what you were saying with strategy. I think that makes sense. Having one short stint at the end is it's 75-minute stints. That's a bit awkward for a 6-hour race, which leaves you with, like you said, one short stint timer at the end, which it might just be better to get it done early. But I don't know. I feel like getting it done early, the track is going to be warmer, so you're going to put quicker laps in earlier on, so I feel like you want to maximize that. I don't know how to feel about these early pit stops. Honestly, the undercut, especially with the limited tire strategy, is very interesting. We'll see if it works out for them. I'm very curious. Also, just wanted to touch on Brian Canapan here, who deserved that stop-go 30 penalty a bit earlier on. He's now chasing behind the likes of Javier Marquez, some Lamborghini on Lamborghini action as it stands, Evo 2 versus Evo 2. And the drag race down the start
SPQR are back in the pits.
Huh.
SPQR are back in the pits. They've done a 17-lap stint, 1 lap more than Reyes did. The pro teams know something that we do not.
Yeah, you're right. And interesting, we got Whelp Cakes in chat. Whelp Cakes, the one of the deep minds, of course, of ACC. He is saying that leave the shorty for the end. You know, Whelp, I got to agree with you, but we're seeing very much otherwise strategies. Like John was just saying, our pro teams, or some of our highest level drivers out there on track, are coming in with a very short stint. So, do they know something that we don't? I don't know.
Yeah, we're certainly going to find out, but it is going to be 1 hour and 30 minutes before we find out just how that strategy plays out. Nause on his way back out, or certainly the car back out on the pit. Let me just pop that up a second. And it is Simone Bisoglio that has taken the wheel then. Alaman with a 10-second penalty as well. I did not see that. So it is Bisoglio that's come out. So Nause, that is 1 hour 44 minutes. Now, that is actually something interesting that I was about to talk to you about as well. The fact that we've got 4 tyre sets. Now, including qualifying, that means you're looking to get at least 1 hour and 45 minutes out of one set of tyres. And that includes bringing your qualification tyres back out for one of the stints. And if you look at Nause's complete time on track, 1 hour 45 minutes.
Yeah, so potentially gone through one full set of tires. I do still predict that most drivers started on their quali tires. If I had to
I would have thought so.
That would be... I don't see why you wouldn't do that, personally. I'd be interested to hear otherwise in chat if anyone has other ideas, but I think they would have started on their used tires.
Yeah, there is the potential to keep them to the end in the hope that maybe it rains, so you don't have to use used tires and you can just throw on a set of wets.
Yeah, if it does start to rain, the limited tire set does go out the window, actually.
Go the window. Yes, exactly. Yes, so they might not need to use the pre-scrub tyres, because it's all fine and well using pre-scrub tyres, but 10 minutes of qualification, that's a lot of scrubbing.
Yes.
The drivers are, they really are going for it. As you know, quali setups can be entirely different to the setup of the race. The cars are, designed for one lap. Whatever detriment that has to the tyres, so be it. We don't care. They're going to come off soon enough. But if you take 10 minutes of qualifying off a set of tyres, that's already going to struggle to do. Because, I mean, 1 hour 45 minutes, that is still a decent amount of time to spend on one set of tyres, Mike.
Yeah,
I would say if you're any closer to 2 hours, you're really going to start struggling. Of course, 1.9, the Ferraris originally were struggling to do 40 minutes on a set of tyres. That was, a real issue to start with. So, we'll certainly see how the tyres play out in this one. But yeah, certainly that is Bisoglio back out at 19th position. He's come back out the pits in.
So
the team throwing back down, but yeah, we'll see how that strategy plays out for them.
Also, big shout out, Washed Up Squid in chat. Welcome. Haven't seen you around in a while. Love to see you back. Got the squid emote, of course, for you. Waiting. We also have Quinn Smith in the Maka. Yes. So I predict the reason for that is due to the teammate of Quinn Smith. Quinn Smith, of course, is going to be teamed up with Jake Wells today. I suck at this on Twitch. He is a McLaren driver at heart. A man of my own heart, of course. Not just because he's a fairly attractive man, but also because, you know, he drives a McLaren. But Quinn Smith teamed up with him today. As he stands, he's been out on track for about 26 minutes, so he's got a good bit of his stint left to go. He's on his second stint. I predict after that he'll be handing the wheel over to Jake Wells so Jake can get his turn in that McLaren. Of course, we have Umar Kromix behind. He's on his double stint as well, battling with Christian Sherrard, another Twitch streamer. Now that's the question. Are we going to see Twitch versus Twitch? Christian Sherrard versus Jake Wells at some point, as it's currently 2.3 seconds separating Quinn Smith and Christian Sherrard. It's all about the pit phase after that. Some energy given to Casey Swanseeger. Casey Swanseeger currently down in P32, and of course I switch off as we're side by side. I meant to do that, definitely. Umar still doing what he can to get the job done. Christian on the defense. Coming through the sweeping left-hander of Valvoline now into the Ford corner. And Umar very much on top of it so far. Handling that McLaren quite well, but just can't quite get by the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I'm just on board with Brian Canapan at the minute. As we saw, he served that stop go 30-second penalty for pit lane speeding violations, and he's fairly been getting the foot down. Not as fast as the car has been so far, certainly, but definitely quicker than the cars around him at the moment, although just as I've said that, he's going to tend slower than Marquez ahead, but over the previous few laps he's definitely been quicker, and he is closing in on Marquez, who is recently, just as we saw, involved in those battles. He's now about to have some more. Tim Schaefer and Jason Provolone looking to catch up as well, but they have got Grant Wilmot in second place.
Rob Kieser is off. What has happened here? Go back and take a look. Rob Kieser was battling very heavily with Quinn Smith as well. Let's see if there was contact potentially. Looks like there's a good bit of spread though. McLaren closing in really quickly. Oh, and he does tap him round. Gets the brake stopped. No damage picked up, it looks like, from this collision at least. Okay. Wasn't the end of the world there for Rob Kieser, but unfortunately not what he wanted, definitely. As well, how much time till the next driver, at least, I can't guarantee when the next driver swap will happen, but I can guarantee when the next pit will happen, as it's going to happen very, very soon. In fact, it looks like it's going to happen this lap. Gelson Cruz in the Rockefeller Racing car, he is at 1 hour and 4 minutes. So he will be coming in. Oh, it's not 65, it's 75. I keep forgetting that it changed to 75. So he will not be coming in this lap. Maybe. He might be, but probably not. He'll be pitting within the next 10 minutes. I forgot it's 75-minute stint timers this time around. Gelson at 65.
He is indeed, yes. So he does look like he will be strategically the next driver. And Limpard Berthold has come back into the pits. That's a 51-minute stint there. So going even shorter on the stint time than his first trip out in the BMW. We'll see if he hands over. David Bartlett has just been in. Another driver, another team with a short first stint, only 11 laps. There was a bit of damage on the car, of course. Bartlett came back out and did a full 1 hour, 14 minutes, 36 seconds. 24 seconds short of violating the time, and he is handed over to Taylor Johnson, who at the minute is lapping in the 1 minute 56s. So certainly could get some positions back over the piece. And of course Tenerelio handed over to Andre Alex Afonso, another driver putting in some decent laps at the minute, but could find themselves swamped by the drivers behind. But yes, certainly Gelson Cruz looking likely to be the next driver to come in.
Yeah, an interesting note from Whelp Cakes, by the way. 75-minute stint times is the amount of time that a Porsche can be out on track at the Nürburgring. Now that is some big brain knowledge right there, and very interesting, and that means that these Porsches are going to be a bit compromised in their strategies. They're going to have to potentially box, well, one, they're going to have to run full fuel, which is a lot of weight, but they're also
a lot of tire wear.
hit a bit earlier. Taylor Johnston, he's out on track. Johnson, excuse me. God dang it, I'm doing it again. Not Turner Johnston. Casey Schutte, though, battling with Rob Kieser, and Umar Kromax a bit up the field, battling with Christian Sherrard. And the 992 is interesting. 991. Oh, okay. So yes, the 992 with a different, potentially different fuel. I don't know the burning of fuel. That's a bit past my knowledge. Umar Kromax, though, in that McLaren, he has the pace, it seems, to get by Christian Sherrard. He's been with him for the past 6 or 7 laps at this point, and he's been right on the bumper the entire time, but he just can't quite get by. Maybe fairly content with the pace there of Christian, but it seems like he has a bit more. Oh, yes, redeem on board. Thank you. Appreciate. Yes, we forgot. We did forget. Yes, 3-time champ Brian. Yes, Brian Canapan, hot on the charge of Javier Marquez still. Coming now down the hill into the Dunlop hairpin. Brian Canapan, like I say, 3-time champion of Box 3, if I'm not mistaken. Coming through. Trying to see some good action. There's plenty of good action. Did he get stop-go for... Yes, he did, Huff. He did pick up a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pits, unfortunately. But now, coming through onto, or getting ready to come onto the not-so-straight bit of the Nürburgring. This is where we're going to see the slipstream come into play. As we gain just a little bit coming down the straight. We're going to be looking for that braking. Oh my goodness, it's a shadow. Oh, I thought we were going to see the Phantom send. Oh, I got so excited momentarily. That would have been hilarious if he did that. But he's going to make the send nonetheless into the final corner. Brian Canapan putting on an absolute thriller of a show. Going through side by side onto the start-finish straight. It looks like he does have the job done. He's going to have a car really close in his rearview mirror, though, coming into T1. He's not going defensive. Car on the inside, that's going to help Brian massively, actually. That'll basically make so Javier cannot make a move into T1 with that car there. This lap traffic getting out of the way very quickly. That's going to be Lundberg. As he's out of the way for both drivers. Okay, neither driver held up. Brian Canapan carrying on, though. After that lovely overtake. I love him turning off those headlights, though. That was just a bit of a, you know, it's a little bit of fun. As we get ready now.
Goes into stealth mode.
Yeah, it's what we've dubbed the Phantom Send. Of course, dubbed by Niall Schleter in the Phantom Sim Racing Porsche, who did on this track, actually. It was on Nürburgring into T1. Turns off his headlights and goes full send on a person. I don't think it's allowed anymore now that I think about it, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, as soon as he turned those headlights off, the in-game marshals would have started waving a flag at him and told him that he would be facing a drive-through penalty if he doesn't switch the light. You've actually got 3 laps to switch your lights back on, so they are very, very, very lenient. To be fair, you'd think it would be a few corners, but no, you can switch your laps off for up to 3 laps at a time. I'm not sure if it's cumulative over the race, actually. I've never left the lights off long enough. So I'm not sure if it is cumulative or if it is 3 laps in one sitting. But yeah, certainly turning the lights off won't get you an instant penalty, but it will eventually accrue to send you back into the pits for a quick stop-go. Or for a drive-through, I think it is initially. Pending potential qualification. Up in the front while all this has been going on, the top 2, Renato Dornales and Grant Wilmot, they have dispatched of the vast majority of the traffic that they've had to deal with on this stint, and the gap between the two is certainly on the decrease as they're both on the start-finish straight. We can see Wilmot once again 3/10 quicker than Dornales. We can actually see Schaefer there in 11th. only a tenth slower than Dornales on that lap. So very, very, very close times up at the top. At the minute, is Wilmot who is putting in the quicker times of the two. And as we can see there, certainly closing in, and they've still got plenty of their stint left. They're only 44 and 46 minutes into these stints respectively. So they've still got close to 30 minutes out on track. Wilmot is looking to make these the most uncomfortable 30 minutes that Dornales has had as they make their way past some more blue flag traffic. So it was getting spread out the top. Phenomenal action in the opening stages, Mike, between the top three. They did get themselves a bit spread out a bit, but Grant Wilmot, as I mentioned when he came out the pits, I do believe he'll be one of the first drivers to hit the 53s given the current lineup, but he's wasting no time whatsoever catching up. Does need to get past this BMW. Yeah, but very quick in these two, with 30 minutes before their stint times end. We can see a great battle develop between the two of them before the pit stops.
Yeah, losing about a half a second there to Renato Dornales due to that blue flag. I think Renato lost about the same, though. One trying to get by Tanner Masters there. But we're through. Also, Huff, be back in a little bit. And Huff correcting me earlier when I said that Brian Canapan won at Box 3. The man's a 3-time SRO podium, or champion. So, my bad. I significantly undersold Brian Canapan's past. So thank you for correcting me there, Huff.
That is a significant underselling.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Yeah, no, I definitely, yeah, Brian Canapan, very, very talented driver. I didn't realize he was that talented back in the day. My goodness. I say that like
yes.
He's washed up now. I don't mean that. He's still extremely talented. And also some energy given to absolutely everybody in chat. Put some respect on Brian. I was trying, it made me sound disrespectful. Put some respect on Brian. Okay, you're not wrong. Now I'm talking bad about Box 3. I'll just shut up. How about that? That sounds better.
Sometimes you need to just stop digging and give up, don't you?
I'm digging myself a 10-foot grave.
You've reached the depth and you think, I'm not getting myself out of this hole.
I'm
just going to
bedrock.
throw the shovel to the side, put my feet up, and that is going to be that. Varek, oh, go and give me a pronunciation. How is Wright doing? Jace, 13th at the minute. Apologies for butchering your surname so many times. Atomic... Oh, shots fired.
Let's see you up in the booth, Atomic. Why don't we see you up here? See how you fare under the pressure of the lights.
Actually, yeah, Rob Barker's got a point. Hole so deep, may as well keep digging. I've heard Australia is lovely this time of year.
Yeah, actually, it's China for me.
Of course it is, yes. It would be Australia for me and China.
Yeah.
Both parts of the world lovely at this time of year. They are really, really warm. Although Australia, of course, in its winter. That's why I would enjoy it being there. Do you need a shovel for the hole? We're currently just waiting on the rented JCB with the pneumatic shovel just to make sure we can shift enough earth at a time for Mike to make sure that the hole is dug at a reasonable pace.
Look, I'm all about efficiency. I'm all about efficiency. When I dig my holes, I dig them extremely quickly. I make sure of it. Also, AV6 Scott, welcome.
Oh, Atomic, aiming that at both the commentators. At least I know who'd qualified on pole.
Ooh, now you're talking bad about both commentators.
That's it. Shots absolutely fired.
I see Atomic wants a chance up in here. Even though she is pregnant, doesn't matter. You're commentating. It'll be an extra 2 in the booth. You can say you got 3 people in the booth. Well, I guess you're kicking both of us out. It's just going to be you now that I think about it.
Yeah, I'm going to need a pneumatic digger myself here, Sean.
I tell you what, why don't we get the paver and pave over this hole real quick and transition on back to the race. We have Grant Wilmot, who's chasing down Renato Dornales, the number 22 chasing down the number 66. Ali Raza, of course, 30 seconds behind. How the heck did that happen? Ali Raza lapping a 155.2 compared to a 154.5 from Grant Wilmot. I guess that's how that happens.
And a 55.2 for Dornales. So again, 7 tenths there. So Wilmot Definitely held up by that BMW. Dornales, I'm sure, will be more than grateful because, again, with the stint timer, they've still got plenty of time to do better. There's still at least 26 minutes that Dornales has got out on track. Wilmot has still got 24 minutes left to get the laps in. And if he's closing that gap at 5 to 7/10 a lap, it's going to be game on before they get in to that next pit stop. If I was commentating, I'd definitely be talking about Hepburn and Jake Wells. Okay, Atomic Beauty, ready to lay the smack down entirely. The hormones are running wild. Congratulations on the pregnancy, by the way. I am a parent myself, so I know of the joys of which you are about to enjoy. I mean, am I sounding convincing here?
I've lost.
Honestly, it's wonderful. It's incredible. It's great. No,
right.
it's wonderful. I wouldn't change my daughter for the world. But we've still got... oh, Hepburn is my husband, so I'm allowed to talk smack about him. So there we go.
Oh my
There we go.
goodness.
Absolutely grab yourself a microphone, get into Discord, and give us the scoop.
And everybody else, grab yourself a nice thing of popcorn because we got some drama
Here we
rolling.
go. Indeed.
We do see Jace right here in the Fuchsia Competition Esports Lamborghini chasing down Jason Provolone. Jason Provolone with a 5-second penalty as it stands. That'll be served when he makes his next pit stop. He will have to remain stationary in the pits for 5 seconds before the mechanics can start work on his car. And Jake is just Jake. Yes, I kind of got that one, Atomic. Don't worry. We have yet to see Jake Wells out on track. I'm sure we will see him relatively soon, probably within the next stint if I had to guess. I would hope so at least. Currently Quinn Smith doing a great job behind the wheel though. 15th position respectively in front of the likes of Simone Basaglio. Definitely I think not quite where Quinn Smith would want to be. Quinn Smith a very competitive guy, also very fast. He's lapping 156 zeros, so pretty much on pace with the people around him. We did see Carlos Herrero lapping 157 last lap. So we might see Quinn Smith catching Carlos very soon. The Spanish driver, is that? Yeah, the Spanish driver of Carlos. We don't have many Spanish drivers that I know of. How far for the next stint? Let's take a look.
Average 20 minutes, I would say.
Yep. That's a good, yeah, everybody pretty much around the 55-minute mark as it stands. Some people a little bit less than that. Our most recent stint is going to be Devin Anthony. Devin Anthony, 6 minutes out of the pits. He's completed 2 laps. No, he's not. That's 2 pits. Never mind. I don't see how many laps he's completed since. My bad.
Yeah, I was just on board there with Anthony, the Rockefeller Racing car. He is trying to make up time to Taylor Johnson ahead while the blue flags are waving, but he is the most recent car. Oh, just as I say that, Umar Kromix comes in to the pits. Now that is a short stint, 54 minutes, only 28 laps compared to 37 in his opening stint. So that is a bit of a short one. Of course, Emmanuel Nause and the SBQR team, 32-minute stint they've just had, which has put Basaglio out on the track, so he's going to be out there for a while. And Carlos Hierro has taken over for Paul Reyes. Paul, another one of the cars with an opening 2 stints amounting to 1 hour 45 minutes. How significant is that going to be come the end of the race? The rest of the teams, as we're saying, roughly 52 to 57 minutes they've been out on track, so roughly 15 to 20 minutes we're going to start to see an avalanche into the pits again, and I think those pit stops can't come quick enough for Dornelles up at the front. Wilmot, even Dornelles just on a 54.6, and Wilmot still went quicker with a 54.5.
We just caught this on the main feed there as that happened. Jason Provolone succumbs to the pressure from Jace Wright, the controller king. And Jason Provolone slips up, makes an error off into the chicane. Jace Wright takes 12th position respectively, the 4.63. Moving up.
Yeah, good overtake there. And on board with Wilmot in the Lamborghini, you can very clearly see the back of the Porsche leading the race. But what you can also see... Oh no, there isn't another set. Oh, there is another set of tail lights. Just down the road, just going through the hairpin. So yes, so they are catching up to more traffic at the minute. Can he get closed in before they do? Another good sector time there for the Lamborghini driver. He really is piling the pressure onto Dornelles. Ooh, a little bit of a lift there through the Schumacher S just to steady the car. The Porsche really using that exit curb there. The Lamborghini not quite so much. Down towards Advan Bogan. Can he get that distance closed enough to get a move done into turn number 1? Turn 1 certainly been a hot spot so far. Both of them get a good forward exit towards Advan Bogan. Not quite in the slipstream. What we're saying is the distance between them still at 1.1 seconds. So yeah, he's not quite getting the slipstream at the minute. Through the NGK chicane. Past the pit entrance. We'll see what the gap is as they cross the line. Canapan as well on the main screen there, up into 9th place, closing in on the driver's head. So he's going to be getting some slipstream from the blue flags as he tries to sail past there into turn number 1. Not close enough on this lap again, but still Wilmot quicker on that last lap, 4/10 quicker. In fact, almost a full half second quicker. The gap down to a second. So finally poised there, and the same too with Quinn Smith, who's been up and down the order. He's now catching up to Carlos Hierro there in 14th position again. Into turn 1, we're seeing cars getting very close. Not quite close enough to get the move done on the BMW. But up at the front, I'm going to keep an eye on Wilmot and Dornelles, because that gap again, that is definitely closing in, much like Canapan is on Alaman there, Mike.
Hey John, this is Jeremy here. I'm filling in for Mike while it takes a short break. It does look like kind of this far into their stints, the Lamborghinis seem to be catching their groove.
Indeed, sorry, yes. Is it Jet or Jeff?
Yeah, you can call me Jet. Yeah, my name is
Jet,
Jeremy.
cool. Yeah, I was just reading Mike's message there. But yeah, welcome into the commentary. Have you been driving today? Are you taking part in the race, or are you just in to cover for some commentary?
Came for some commentary. I've been watching the race, working
okay.
today, but it's been a lot of really good, exciting racing.
Oh, it really has. There's been a phenomenal turnout. 36 cars, even after a couple of server issues, have all made it back in, and we can see still a little bit of a love tap there from the car in 5th position. That is, of course, Wilson Fernandez. He's been long entrenched with battles with Ryan Yee. Yee now ahead, trying to make his way past some of the back markers there. Samuel Leonard, who's out in 32nd position at the minute. Ooh, the McLaren just having a big old look up the inside. The Mercedes very quickly gets out of the way. That's the Tracklicious BMW in the rear. David Hill not in the race, but he does say still in the pits. Coming around the last corner, that is Ali Raza. Big gap he's got to make up to Grant Wilmot and Dornelles. That is Jeff Close, just being overtaken by Afonso then through the hairpin. Good move by Afonso. Popped the elbows out and very quickly got that move done there. Close losing another position. The two cars on slightly different strategies. Jet, what is your take on the strategies at the minute? Obviously, we've got the 6-hour race. We've got a 75-minute stint timer, and we've seen a couple of the teams take a 30-minute stint right after stint number 1. What are you thinking? Would you leave the 30-minute stint to the end of the race, or do you think get it done nice and early, and potentially maybe even get some better track position, although the track's certainly a full place at the minute with all the cars out there?
Yeah, there could be a lot of different things that are playing into the strategy. Your driver lineup, people's schedules over the 6 hours, honestly. But yeah,
Good point, well made.
I would get the the 30-minute done early personally. Get out there, see where the 30 minutes done early. Get out there, see what my position is, and just kind of use hopefully a little bit of clean air being off of the main strategy to my advantage, and then just watching tires and fuel to get the most out of my 75-minute stints and be able to kind of claw my way back from there. It does put you into a little bit of danger once you do come across traffic that you might be faster than, but saving that 30-minute for the end, it could be a little tempting to try to shift your strategy too late and run out of fuel or kill your tires, depending on when your tire changes have happened.
Yeah, because that is another interesting dynamic as well. Over the 6 hours, only 4 sets of tyres, which means if there's no rain, the quali tyres will see a stint out on track. So again, that could be another thing. But yeah, as you say, with driver schedules over 6 hours, that could definitely be a very real game changer, depending on who stops when and when they take that shorter stint. On the main screen, we've got Carlos Hierro. Down at the bottom there, we've got Basoglio, one of the teams that just took that short stint, and he's trying to get his way past Quinn Smith at the moment. In fact, successfully getting that done, also getting the move done on Hierro. So that's on both screens at the minute. Perfect. The auto camera working beautifully then. But yeah, Hierro losing out on position, so not wasting any time at all. Simone Basoglio for the SPQR team making his way back up the field. Of course, was down in 22nd position, and when they pitted for that after that short stint, they were comfortably inside the top 10. Gilles Alleman was one of the drivers that they were battling with. Gilles with a 10-second penalty himself to serve in the pit stops, which are going to be coming pretty close. All the top 10 indeed, apart from Canapan, sorry. He is only 56 minutes into his stint. Everyone else around him about an hour and 2 minutes in, so 12 is about 6 laps before we start to see some of them come in. Tim Schaefer will be hoping to make up some places as well. He is only 44 minutes into his stint, so he's still got plenty of time out on track. A track that the temperature has dropped again, but again only by a degree. 14-degree track temperature after midnight yet. That's actually the track temperature holding up pretty well, considering, because it's easy for the track after midnight in game to get it down easily down to 12-11 degrees, and that really can start making a difference on the tires.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a field that's this full, that you've basically got cars going around the track, anywhere on the track, it can kind of help keep it warm. But yeah, we're looking at possibly some overcut strategies starting to pay off for some of these faster cars like Canapan, who have a little bit of stint time left and can use that clean air, get a good position, and if they get their pit stop right, come back out and have earned a couple spots on merit.
Yeah, absolutely, and a couple of the teams look like they're going to be trying that, as you see. Oh, Wilmot and Dornelles.
Yeah, the battle
I did
here.
think those two would get close. There is Mike there. How are we doing, bud?
My AC is now on and I'm rejuvenated. Grant Wilmot,
excellent.
Though, as you were saying, auto cam is still on. That needs to not be on. There we go. Grant Wilmot has closed that gap tremendously now to Renato Dornelles within a 5/10 gap here. Coming through the Sector 1, start of lap 73 here, as we have plenty of time to go. The Rocket Sim Sport car directly behind and putting on massive pressure. We'll see if it gets to Renato. Renato, though, definitely no slouch. The Brazilian driver, he is a veteran of the Trackalicious Leagues, so I definitely love seeing him leading this race right now. Grant Wilmot, though, going to be sticking it to him very quickly. Ollie Raza behind has actually not closed the gap, but the gap has spread apart. 36 seconds separating Ollie Raza now to the second position. It was about 30 a few laps ago. So the pace for Ollie Raza just not quite there. Although Raza, I know, is not a McLaren driver. Or what are they in? Are they in the McLaren? I don't remember. Yeah, they are. Ollie Raza is not a McLaren driver at heart. Actually, have the two teams there next to each other. Both Ollie Raza and Quinn Smith going side by side, the Trackalicious McLarens.
Yeah, that's not going to help Ollie with his situation trying to manage that gap, being in traffic, even if it's your own teammate, and you can talk strategy over the radio. It still creates just a little bit of a time loss as you're losing air and having to take an offline racing line.
Yeah, but you gotta love it for the fans, though. Seeing the side by side of the teams.
It is exciting.
And Sage there supporting the Noobs R Us drivers, of course. Noobs R Us out on track. Let's take a look. Where do we see our Noobs drivers? We have Casey Swanseeger down in 31st position with about 1 second separating him and Samuel Lechner. I think that's Lechner, the German driver here in the AMG. As well, we have, who else is it? Taylor Johnston? Nope, excuse me. It's Kevin Rivera, obviously. Behind the wheel.
That was a good save there. Oh, it might have some contact into the hairpin.
Tanner Masters is spun around as we switch to that. Call that a commentator's curse. Very unfortunate there for Tanner. He'll make his recovery. Not too much damage done, at least. Just a bit of time loss. We also have Casey Schutte coming out of the pits. He lost position there to Taylor Johnston as it stands. 25th position gained there. Thank you, Eric. Up to 41 commentator curses as it stands in the stream. We are great at what we do. What can I say?
I love the fact that they keep account of that.
You might as well.
I wish I would. Yeah, the curse of the commentator. I should probably keep account of that as well, although I'm not sure I've got enough fingers and toes to keep track of how many times I do it per race. Hopefully no curse of the commentator up at the front of the field. Ryan Yee still putting in some very, very times as well. So too is Ali Raza, but Wilmot and Dornales are absolutely stealing the show. And at the minute, Mike, it looks very much like Wilmot is actually being held up by Dornales. Given the lap times that they're putting in, as we see some big action on the main screen there.
Whoa! Massive lunge. These back markers are, these aren't back markers. Wait a sec. Oh, yes, they are. That's Ollie Raza side by side. Now, this is some extreme action. This isn't fully for position, but three of these people are battling for position. We see the Ferrari off, and the Ferrari's still on. There's two Ferraris there. Doesn't really help. Jason Provolone goes off the track and loses a few positions as a result. Carlos Herrero gets by. Simone Basaglio gets by. And Quinn Smith as well. As the scrapping between Quinn and Simone carry on, though, for now.
Yeah, it looked like Provolone got just a little unsettled by the McLaren behind.
As Simone here continues the charge on. Quinn Smith up ahead, doing what he can to keep the pace as it stands. He is on an invalid lap. Needs to keep an eye on the track limits. I'd be very interested to see what drivers are up to. We haven't seen a drive-through penalty just yet, knock on wood. So far, though. Actually, it's quite interesting. The Nürburgring, especially over the course of 74 laps, is a very easy track to get track limits on. These drivers staying well within the limits, which is very good to see. Take a look at...
Yeah, this is really respectable race. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, places like the Hairpin, the Schumacher S, and the NGK Chicane, and the Mercedes Arena. I mean, just endless places that you can easily pick up track limit violations, because the drivers, they do like to use every millimetre of the track to get as much time and grip as they can a lot of the time. So yeah, there is multiple places at this track where you can pick up limits, and I do unfortunately expect to see probably close to about a dozen or so drive-throughs for track limits before we get to the end of the race. Or am I being overly pessimistic, do we think?
I think that might be a little overly pessimistic. Just over half, or just under half the field getting drive-throughs seems a bit much, but you never know. Anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. As we see here, Tim Schaefer and Javier Marquez going side by side just about. That amazing livery from Javier Marquez. In fact, Jet, what do you think of this livery? This is a livery. Did Jet, is he still here?
Oh, I am still
okay,
here.
there we go.
I'm taking a look. Yes.
Of course, Jet, a livery expert himself. I don't think we have any Jet specials out there tonight, but
I don't believe so. I've been out of the game a little bit, sadly.
I know.
I
we've
want to get back into it.
We've seen the Flying Private too many times at this point. It's a lovely livery, but we need something fresh, Jet. Of course, Javier Marquez here, bringing an absolute smasher of a livery to the show.
Yeah, he looks like he's putting in a really solid lap, staying on the line. Especially this far into the race with only 4 sets of tires, you're really going to have to manage your tires. So it really comes down to how long are you willing to battle with the person ahead of you and lose that aero, warming your tires up. It's going to be interesting to see how some of these fights that we're seeing now translate into race strategy towards the end of the race.
Yeah, for sure. And Tim Schaefer here, putting on the pressure massively on Javier Marquez. Also, excuse me, my bad, livery legend. My bad. I downgraded you to expert. My apologies.
Yeah, Schaefer looks like he's got the faster car here. I can appreciate him not getting too close to the Lambo ahead, staying in the clean air, managing tires, and waiting to see if he can win that spot on maybe a pit stop difference.
Ooh, Tim Schaefer getting extremely out of shape through the NGK chicane. Puts him out onto the grass. He's going to be taking his Joker lap as well now. And invalidating there. Hopefully doesn't pick up a track limits penalty for that. Normally you don't, but you never know. Some tracks especially are relatively brutal. Up at the front, though, this is getting quite intense between Grant Wilmot and Renato Dornales. Is this action, the British driver and the Brazilian driver, the Vacuum Racing? What can they manage here?
Yeah, this is the fight I'm a little concerned about. It's a great fight, obviously super entertaining, but as much as Wilmot has been pushing on the back of Dornales, you're probably going to notice a little bit of loss in tire quality pretty quickly, especially with cooler track temps and a little bit less grip. You're going to have a lot more wheel spin. So it'll be interesting to see how long he can keep this up, and if he wants to change his strategy and put the brakes on the fight and see if he can pick up a difference in pace when Dornales comes in.
Yeah, he's keeping.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think. Yeah, I was going to say, because his strategy. Sorry, Grant Wilmot's actually been out for 1 hour 13 minutes and 45 seconds.
Oh wow!
So so he is going to be coming in. He has got 1 minute 7 seconds to get himself into the pit. Dornales is only just cleared an hour and 12, so he's actually got about another lap in him. So Wilmot is going to come into the pits from 2nd place. So I did predict it would get close. Could Wilmot get the overtake done? Apparently not. Dornales the fender off. Dornales might even come into this one. Oh, and that
all right.
surely is going to be a penalty.
I don't know if we enforce penalties for crossing pit line here in Trackalicious.
Right.
Don't quote with Jet. Are you? Is Jet here still?
I don't believe so. As long as they get down to the pit limit before they hit the pit line. That did seem like a late dive and a little bit scary, but I think they're going to be just fine. They could go for the undercut here, depending on if they change tires and what the tire's feeling like right now. It could be a really good situation if they get a nice quick lap in or a quick pit stop in and get out and make up a little bit of that time until Dornales comes in, and then they're fighting with warmer tires against colder tires on this cold track. It could really pay off for Wilmot.
Yeah, absolutely. As Renato Dornales is going to be absolutely relieved from that. The pressure slightly alleviated for now. Needs to keep the pace up, though. The undercut, definitely a real strategy here. Could potentially get him on track. 1 hour, 13 minutes. Actually, 1 hour and 14 minutes for Renato Dornales. So he has to pit this lap. So we will see if Grant Wilmot, who's now coming out of the pits, manages to get in front of him here with that undercut. He's going to need to push extremely hard on this lap if he wants to. Brand new tires, I presume, as well. It's going to be Ryan Nunez taking the wheel as well. Grant Wilmot handing the car over. We've completed now 77 laps of the Nürburgring with 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. Almost halfway through the session. Still have 33 cars on track. Go ahead.
And a lot of cars in the pits as well as we approach that. There's Jace right in. Wes Hepburn is out on track now.
Now we're
talks about having the headphones turned up loud.
Now we're looking at that pit lane traffic possibly causing a little bit of a slowdown for Dornelis. Could play well into Wilmot's strategy. And Nunez. Excuse me.
Yeah, as Nunez is taken over. Ali Raza is back out for another stint, so Andreas Borcher's staying in the pits. Wilson Fernandez, 3 straight stints he's done so far, and Ryan Yee has the steering wheel is Jeff Spangler that's taken over there. Jan Duffner's handed over to Nicholas Kambach, who, again, another driver I've got some experience with, very quick indeed. And Brian Faluna has handed over the wheel of the car to Eric DeBon. So more drivers making their debut in the race. And that's all just frozen me. Wes Hepburn, we already knew he was out. What was the other one I was looking for?
We also have David Collins here. He's fresh out on track. The British driver taking the wheel of the Noobs R Us car. Of course, getting handed over to by Kevin Rivera. After a mediocre stint, I would say, from Kevin. I think he would probably agree. I know Kevin's got a bit more in him. We'll see. David Collins, a very quick driver, a very dedicated driver. I say that in the nicest way possible. I love David, don't get me wrong, but he can be, he's very emotional. He puts his emotions
The lead's changed hands.
The lead has changed hands. The undercut.
I'm watching a replay here. Yep, it looks like it's worked. Yeah, Dornella is stationary in the pits. Wow, so it was an overtake after.
Wow.
Oh, it must have been very close. And coming through the final chicane, Dornella is right. Okay, so Nunez was coming around the last corner, and Dornella's the car was moving, but Nunez, of course, as Jet pointed out, on the warmer tyres on the colder track and out of the pit exit. They were nose to tail when the Lamborghini came into the pits, and they're nose to tail when the Porsche comes out. Only it's the other way around. It is front, and Gabriel Felipe now finds himself in second place then. Who said endurance racing gets born in the middle? We've just had a lead change, Mike, and it's just going to get even better from here.
Absolutely. Gabriel Felipe is going to have to get his head down and push on now. Ryan Nunez going to be showing some new pace as a new driver out. I don't think Gabriel has battled with him just yet. Potentially in other races, but you never know. Ali Raza, as you're saying, slipped down 40 seconds now. That is just so unlike Ali Raza. We'll see when he gets, or when he hands the car back over.
An off track there for him.
Yeah, Ali Raza just maybe not quite getting to grips with the McLaren. Like I say, he's not a McLaren driver at heart, I'm pretty sure. Ali Raza, of course, can drive absolutely anything, but I think he's more of a BMW driver along with Andy Borchers, which is kind of weird because, I mean, maybe they're just picking it due to the fact that it is the best car. That very well could be, but I just haven't seen either of them really drive this car. And some massive, massive love for David Collins in chat as well. Of course, Lizzie Alicea's coach, David Collins, behind the wheel and in front of a massive pack of cars. Holy smokes. David Collins is, well, I don't know if you guys have seen that guy in the left lane. You know, when you're driving on the freeway and he's got absolutely nobody in front of him, but going under that's David Collins right now. And Quinn Smith is probably feeling that, saying, get out of the fast lane. Blue flag's being waved. And he is going to get overtaken. But David Collins there, just for a moment, looked like he had a big battle on his hand, and he still does. Taylor Johnston right on the diffuser. They need to be aware of those blue flags, though. Christopher Tones as well behind. See flash of the headlights from Bisaglio. Bisaglio looking to get his way by, but it's going to be pretty tricky when you have these guys going too wide as they make contacts and bumping and banging into the chicane. And wow, Bisaglio backs out of that just trying to avoid the contact. potential disaster there momentarily. Crisis averted, though, as we have Taylor Johnston now under threat from Christopher Tones. Christian Sherrard up ahead them as well, but David Collins manages to slip through without too much of an incident at all.
Yeah, some good side-by-side action right the way through the field. As we can see, Tomes just going side by side, not quite giving up the position either driver at the minute. Taylor Johnson, sorry, I've got Tyler as well. Taylor Johnson hanging on to the spot for the moment. I got myself confused. For some reason I thought Tomes was in a BMW. Was Tomes not in a BMW earlier? Is he driving in two teams today, or have I just completely imagined that whole thing? Has he been in a Porsche the whole race?
I honestly don't know what you just said, because Vadik just dropped a miracle on my brain. It's not Basaglio, it's Basalio. Wait, hold on. How do you say it? It's like lasagna. The G is silent. Hold on. We need to figure this out.
Basolio.
Basolio, yes, that's how you... There we go. Yeah, thank you, Odstitsev. Appreciate it. Ignoring the onboards? I missed an onboard? Oh, I missed an onboard. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Hepburn, my bad. I might have been away when that happened. Actually, I wasn't. No, I definitely wasn't. I just missed that, yeah. Take a look. Where is Hepburn at as it stands?
He's just making
right
his way
behind...
past Patrick Hilmer in 30th position there.
Yep, right behind Basolio. He is in 11th position. He has... Oh, he needs to be very cautious as he's getting by some blue flags right now, but he has the likes of Carlos Herrero right behind him. Jakob Schaber as well. Jakob is going to be keeping Carlos occupied for right now. But we're heading on with Wes Hepburn into the NGK chicane, now into the Coca-Cola curve. As we head on to what's going to be Wes Hepburn's 80th lap, or 81st lap. Heading down the straight now, looking at the top speed. I'm curious, what is the McLaren going to be looking at here? So we kick that turbo in down the straight, about 245 I think I was seeing there. Or 345? 245? I don't remember. Probably would have been I don't know. Anyways, Wes Hepburn.
Yeah, outlaps. I was keeping an eye on some of the outlaps times, but yeah, even with... Yeah, that is a long outlap. Up in the what did you say there? Sorry, the 240s?
No, I was saying his speed limit.
Nope.
I was saying his KPH, or his KPH, excuse me. How fast he was going. That was what I was saying. My bad. Car kicking up some gravel. I think that was David Collins up ahead, showing Lizzie Alisea how not to drive. But now, as he is going to be contending with some battling up ahead. Actually, he did lose that position to Taylor Johnston at some point. Wilson Fernandez up ahead is also battling with Ollie Raza. Why don't we check in with that? Wes Hepburn here. Not the most eventful lap this time around, as he is just looking to catch up. In that Box 3 eSports car, doing an excellent job, might we add. 1:55.2 last lap, so driving quicker, about a second faster than the people around him. Wilson Fernandez, though, catching up with Ollie Raza. The number 888 car was right on the gearbox, or diffuser. But now, a bit further back, we can hop on board here with him, see how he's driving. Wilson Fernandez, very, very talented driver. Brazilian madman, as I'll call him. This guy, when he wants to go for an overtake and he gets his head down, he will make that overtake happen, and extremely cleanly, as he almost rear-ends a car. Let's not commentator curse this. Wilson Fernandez.
Yeah, let's not. It's been a good battle. It's a good battle for the podium. Raza coming out the pits, and the two of them as well, interestingly, are on almost identical strategies. 37 laps and 38 laps for stint 1 for them, both going 38 laps for stint 2. So we could see a 1 lap difference between the two of them, and that lap at the moment in the favour of Raza if the undercut is working the way it seems to be at the moment.
Ooh, nice overtake there for Wes Hepburn. Wes Hepburn getting the job done on Carlos. I think Carlos overtook him after Wes Hepburn went off the track, losing the position to Carlos, and he managed to take that position back now. Full onboard lap for David Alessia. as he is sitting down in P30 as it stands, about 6 seconds ahead. Oh, as actually Patrick, I think, is just in the pits. But why don't we pop on board here with David Alicea. Rounding the arena sector now, down in the second gear. Very conservative line through there. Down into first now for the very tight, twisty back and forth. Taylor Johnston with a yellow flag. Not sure what happened there. Potentially made a bit of a mistake there. In fact, it's now David Collins as well as still. I'm not sure what that was about.
Fernandez, big move into turn 1. Got a replay running of that now. He has got the job done on Ali Raza. Up the inside into turn number 1. Raza opening up the corner, looking to try and get a cut back, but Fernandez absolutely on the edge of the grip, carried the pace through beautifully into the Mercedes arena, and it is Fernandez back on to the podium. Ali Raza down in 4th place, Mike.
Wow, incredible changes there. Just been, whoa, David Alicea. A little bit of a error coming through the Schumacher S's. We'll stick with David for the rest of this lap. Of course, David, newer driver to sim racing. Definitely, he is looking to join the rookie league, but unfortunately, work schedule doesn't allow that. He's a Thursday multi-class driver, but not newer to sim racing, I should say. Just, I mean, he's been at it for a while. He's pretty good. I'm not trying to unsell him. It's just that the people around him are really good. That's, it's tough. I don't know how to explain that. But David struggling a little bit as it stands, coming through. Last lap was a 1:58.7. As he comes across the line, it's going to be much slower, 2:01.5. Not where he wants to be this time around. Couple errors, unfortunately. Checking back in up front now with Ali Raza after that overtake from Wilson Fernandez. He still has his teammate right behind him. That is Jake Wells. Jake Wells out on track, the American. He has taken the wheel of that McLaren, and he's right behind Ali Raza. I wonder if we're going to see some team orders come into play here. As we also have, of course, that is just for lapped position, not position overall. We do have an actual position battle between Christian Sherrard and Jace Wright, these two Lamborghini drivers making the best work of it. What happened to Hepburn? He was in P10. He's in P11. I think he made a bit of a mistake at one point, I know that, but hasn't lost too much ground.
Yeah, but he's definitely lost ground there. Down to 11th. Jakob Schaber then is up to 10th place in his stead. There is a fair bit of traffic running through there, and I believe that is Rui Nunes as well. So I think he's just been lapped. So maybe overly observant of the blue flags there, but Hepburn certainly down to 11th. And we've seen the car so far, Mike, and it is a part of multi-class racing as well, but the blue flags, drivers, no slouches if they see an opportunity with some blue flags. If they can pop one up the inside and get themselves a position, not often shy to do so. So Schaber, potentially with a fortuitous overtake there as well, but Hepburn, I'm sure, won't be slow in catching up. As we're watching on the main screen, Christian Sherrard and Jace Wright still going at it. An incredible battle that these two have had so far, and it doesn't look like it's letting up anytime soon there.
No, it looks like they made a little bit of contact, in fact. When they were going side by side, a little bit of rubbing. Some bumping and banging as it happens, but no love lost just yet. We'll see. The controller, King Jace Wright, holding on. Christian Sherrard, though, with the pressure. 3/10 as it stands. The number 21 car on the chase. We'll hop on board with him. See what the pressure's like. This is where the opportunity is going to be as he has a look into the final corner. He's going to try to take advantage, as we were just saying. John was making that point, of the blue flags, and he's going to be trying to do exactly that into T1. We're going to see, though. Let's see, how does Jace Wright manage the blue flag? That's going to be the question. Can he get the lunge into T1? He's looking down the inside. Actually, he's covering the inside. It's a massive send, and there's big contact. Christian Sherrard gets sent off. Everybody is off, and oh my goodness. Large hit there. We're going to go back and check that out again. Christian Sherrard, too late onto the brakes.
Yeah, I think he was caught out ever so slightly there by Jace. Right, Jace.
The weaving as well.
Trying to use as much slipstream as he could. Oh, wow.
That was really unfortunate for that BMW. He didn't take too much damage, but just getting shoved off the track. I'm not sure who was that. I think that was Dominic Smedra. You're my boy Blue down there in the BMW. Oh, very unfortunate for Blue there. He just got kind of collected in that one.
Another BMW in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kevin Rivera, of course, we've seen collected a couple of times. There was another BMW as well. But yeah, the BMWs on home soil as well in Germany. Just finding themselves a couple of times wrong place, wrong time. And it was certainly a case there of escorted from the track. The back of the car just guiding them off almost like a bouncer in a nightclub. Your name's not down. You're not coming in, thank you very much. Easy road off to the left. Tim Schaefer comes in for his team's third pit stop. Of course, they were the team that took one of the earliest pit stops. They're up to 7th position, Mike, after that short 17-minute stint at the start. This really does bode quite well for Schaefer and the team. When you look at the pit stop, if they could keep this going to the end, already in the top 7, and they've got their short stint out of the way, that's a good solid start to the first half of the race, because we're almost at the halfway mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to also touch down here. We have David Collins going side by side. I think we just saw Daniel Versosa lose the position there. Daniel Versosa still on the charge, though, to get that back. But we also, yes, checking in on that. But big shout out here to Eric DeBon in the Trackalicious Porsche here, up into P7. Of course, that is not quite fully at merit, as we have pit stops happening now. We're going to see that shake up a little bit. And actually, I take that back, because Eric DeBon's on 18 minutes. He's already made his pit stop. That is official position. We also are going to see Simon Basolio. Basolio, thank you.
You are welcome.
Going through, and
I still can't say agora get the Slovenian
you're doing better
driver.
Than me. Fair enough. And David Collins there losing the position to Daniel Versosa. This is a scrap and a half down here. The Noobs Are Us and the QV Motorsports going at it. We also have Christopher Tone side by side, the 762 Racing. Gonna be speeding on by like a bullet. Not quite, though. Jace Wright with an absolute incredible defense tonight. He has not let anybody by. Takes a bit of curb there, which unsettles the car, but this Controller King is showing why he has that title. Competing with everybody. Who needs a Fanatec direct drive wheel? Who needs any of those Husingfeld pedals or anything of those natures when you can just have a good old Xbox 360 controller and your name is Jace Wright?
I've actually seen someone who is top 10 pace in this field play on a mouse and keyboard.
That's insanity.
Yeah, it is indeed. He's actually... So he is a race driver. He streams on Twitch. His name's Icy, if anybody doesn't know him, but he was involved in a car crash a few years ago. He's tetraplegic, so he nods his head to change gear. He uses the mouse to steer, the mouse button to accelerate, and the space bar is the brake. And he is one of the quickest drivers you've ever come up against. He beat me by 3 seconds a lap at Marzano.
That's incredible.
Incredible pace. Mouse and keyboard. He is the GOAT of mouse and keyboard. So yeah, but massive respect to anybody, whether it's keyboard and mouse or joypad, to keep these cars. I've got a direct drive wheel and I commentate because I can't keep the car on track, so
don't worry, John, I am in the same exact boat. I also have a lovely Fanatec setup, but yeah, don't need that because, well, I would, you stick to what you're good at, right?
Exactly, and I justify it by saying I need to film onboard laps for the opening broadcast, which I still don't do because my times are so embarrassingly slow they would just be absolutely picked apart on stream. Like, yeah, this is how we do a lap of this track. Really? 2 minute 21 at 2 minute 21 at Spa, you say? Okay.
You just gotta speed it up. Speed the footage up by like 1.5% and be like, this is how you take this corner extremely quickly.
There we go. Yeah, suddenly doing spa and Formula One times.
Exactly. Except you just don't show them the times.
That is the one. Wes Hepburn back up to 10th. With the pit stops that are being taken, so he's found his way back up to 10th. Jakob Schaber 9th. Basolio in 8th place. Again, he's going to be coming into the pits in the next 12 minutes. Schaber not long out for Aleman. Hepburn as well. Carlos Hierro, he's only got 10 minutes left of his stint as well. And Tim Schaefer has handed the car back over to David Cesar, the team that took that early short stint. So again, it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out for them at the end. Daniel Vercosa is back out for a stint, and Kevin Rivera has handed over to David Collins. Devin Anthony, of course, taking over for Gelson Cruz at the last stint, and Andre Alex Afonso is back out. So too Jeff Close. Samuel Lechner is going to be coming into the pits pretty soon as well. So yeah, these short little middle stints, not only keeping the rest of the teams on their toes, Mike, but certainly keeping us on our toes as well, guessing. And the track temperature not falling. 1 a.m. local time in Germany. Still got 14 degrees on that track temperature.
Whoa! Christopher Tones is off. We have Jace Wright off. Wes Hepburn's off. What the actual heck just happened? Go back and check that out. Let's see. So we're following along here with Christopher Tones. Coming into, what is the arena sector, I think, right? Oh, car, that's going to be Dominic Smedra. Oh, and he locks up. No contact. No contact made. There's just a chicane in the road. Oh, no, there's contact. Okay. Just minor contact after off the track. But Dominic Smedra ends up losing the back end, which causes the 762 car to lock up and then lose their rear end. And everybody else made it through without issue. So, crisis averted, I suppose. That was very close from Christopher Tones, no doubt. A bit further up, we have Christian Sherrard here, the number 21 car. He has been seen in quite a few battles. He's chasing down Rob Kieser. About 1.5 seconds to go on that. David Caesar, about 2 seconds to Carlos Herrera. Those are the closest battles as it stands on track, but I'd imagine they're going to change pretty quickly as we've seen some shuffling of positions so far. But anything can happen, and it happens quick, as we have just seen. Christian Sherrard.
Yeah, it does indeed. And Rui Nunez, he is quick up at the front. 1 minute 54.5 on his previous lap. Gabriel Felipe getting caught up in traffic. 1 minute 56.4. Fernandez as well with a 1 minute 56. And Ali Raza with a 1 minute 57. Behind him, Jeff Spangler, he's clocking 1 minute 55s along with Nicholas Kambach and Eric De Bon. So the cars sickened through fourth there, getting themselves caught up in a bit of traffic, and it really has been to their detriment and a massive help to the drivers behind them. Hepburn and Schaber, I believe, getting caught up in the same group of traffic, so Basolio and De Bon are going to have much emptier rear view mirrors as they continue on with their stint, although Basolio, he's only got 8 minutes left before he is coming in to take his next pit stop. So Schaber and Hepburn, looks like they'll be back up a couple of positions. Basolio, though, Mike, another one of these teams with a shorter stint, 30 minutes right after their first main stint, clocking 8th position so far. So again, that does bode quite well for them come the end of the race if they can just keep doing full stints, given that during the stint they're rocking in the top 8, top 10.
Yeah, for sure. So far, our longest stint timer along is going to be Carlos Herrera, who is going to be just right in front of us, actually. And he's going to be needing to come in relatively soon at 1 hour and 10 minutes. Of course, 75-minute stint timers, so at 1 hour and 15 minutes, he will need to be across that pit line, or else he will face disqualification. Other than that, in terms of stint timers, we have Samuel Lechner, in P29. He is going to be needing to come into the pits very soon as well. So the battle between Herrero here and David Caesar is extremely hot as we're side by side into the final corner, and we're going to see David Caesar manage to get by the German driver in the RNL Roar Car. I keep wanting to say NML. NLM, excuse me. Nate Lamlin Racing, of course, not in this race, but I want to say that. The switchback attempt from Carlos Herrero down the outside, or at least the inside of the T1, moving on to the outside of the arena sector now, as it's going to be a back and forth corner section. Carlos is going to tuck behind and settle for that position for now. We have the battle as well between Devin Anthony. Oh, actually, that's just maybe Devin Anthony making a bit of a mistake right there. Closing, though, back up to David Collins, the Noobs R Us driver in that BMW. Pushing along for now. Did see at some point David Alicea made a bit of a mistake, dropping him down to last position for now. I think he'll be managing to make that ground up at some point. Dominic Smedra as well, caught up in a couple incidents. Dom teammates with Tanner Masters. Okay, interesting. So Tanner Masters actually.
I'm going to jump on a quick pit stop, Mike. I will be back very shortly. I'll leave the camera on auto, okay?
Yep, you got it.
Enjoy the racing, but peeps, back soon.
As, of course, the little Schumacher's room going to be needed for even us humans, or, you know, people up in the commentating booth. But we continue the action. You guys are with me now. David Alicea, some energy given there. Love to see that. But massive shout out to Ryan Nunez. Ryan Nunez, who has been navigating this traffic like an absolute legend. 154, both laps actually. Fastest lap of a 154, won the fastest lap overall. Gabriel Felipe not too far behind in terms of lap pace. But Ryan Nunez really setting it with another level in terms of consistency. Ali Raza down in 4th position with an invalid lap. I will say this is very unlike Ali Raza. I'd imagine we're going to see Andy Borchers come back into the car come the next stint. But that is anyone's call. Jeff Spangler, also big shout out there in the Mattis Racing. These guys have been doing an excellent job, of course, driven by his teammate as well. Teammate of Ryan Yee. Ryan Yee with a just incredible drive, doing everything he can in that first stint to make up as much ground as he could. He was struggling for overtakes, but Jeff Spangler now managing to strap in and get his head down and remain in 5th position as it stands as we are on lap 90. Approaching that halfway mark. 3 hours, 2 minutes and 39 seconds to go. We do have a battle here between Devin Anthony and David Collins. David Collins almost getting overtaken there on the outside, but the corner does switch back to the inside there. Now heading towards the Valvoline curve. It's going to be pressure from Devin Anthony. We can stick on board with him for now. You can hear that Ferrari popping as the fuel drops into the exhaust. Bit deep goes the Noobs R Us driver. That's going to give the opportunity now to Devin Anthony. Devin Anthony keeping it flat. When in doubt, flat out. Gonna have the inside line for the Dunlop hairpin. Backs out early, though. The Rockefeller racing car not wanting to get caught up in any incidents. We push on now. That's gonna be Duhanos. Or, I'm mispronouncing that. I do apologize, Danielle. Duhanios? Duhanios? I'm not sure on that one. I do genuinely apologize. Devin Anthony struggling for traction more than he is for pace. The pace is definitely there, but getting caught up in that dirty air behind the BMW, it's costing him quite a bit of time. 2.2 seconds slower this lap than last. David Collins, though, holding on. The Noobs R Us driver with a 158.6 last lap compared to a 157.6 from Devin Anthony. And plenty of energy for David Collins there in chat. You love to see it. As well as some energy given to David Alicea. David, he's going to need it. Got a bit of ground to make up. And Devin Anthony comes into the pits. That puts an end to that battle pretty much right away. Christian Sherrard here has caught back up with Rob Kieser. Christian Sherrard with great pace, 157.4. Compared to Rob Kieser's 158.6 especially. Should have the pace to get the overtake done. It's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake, though. Christian Sherrard has put on a great defense so far, but the table has now turned in the point where he needs to make the attack. Jeremy Cubbage redeeming a hydrate. That's a great idea. Thank you, Jeremy. Also a reminder to chat, Make sure you guys are all hydrated as well. Of course. Oh no! Christian, what? No, we're fine! Oh, Christian Sherrard with just a little server-side lag spike there momentarily. We're fine, though. That's typically what happens when you disconnect, though. Everything is fine. Nothing happened. Please do not pay any attention to the man driving inside of the hill. It was irrelevant. Christian Sherrard has now caught up with Rob Kieser. We see some people driving into the pits. That's going to be Simone Basolio. He's going to be into the pits along with Umar Kromix. We also have Samuel Lechner into the pits. Mario Kart shortcut. Yeah, not quite. Just a potential almost catastrophe. We see these back markers getting in, or front markers, I should say, getting in the way now. Dang, front markers always causing traffic. No, obviously. Also, Jeff Spangler, about 4/10 off the pace of Ollie Raza. Ollie Raza is really struggling, I will say. We'll see if he can manage to hold on for now. Daniel Duhanios, Hungarian driver. I'm not sure. Does anyone... Vadik, are you still in chat? I feel like you would know how to pronounce this. As he is going for the move onto David Collins as well. David Collins falling down the field a little bit. You can see that Italian flag, I think that is on the top of the car. Or maybe it's sideways and it's the Hungarian. Or no, it wouldn't be Italian because it's... No, it's the Hungarian flag. Yeah, it's the Hungarian flag sideways. Okay, my bad. That is the Hungarian flag, right? Or I apologize. We're going to just stop talking now. But he does get by. Daniel is through on David. David, we'll see if he has a response. But as it stands, I think he's going to be just going to be content to hold on to that P23 for right now. Get his head down. Maybe use the pace there. A bit further up, Wes Hepburn. Also, Devin Anthony with a stop-go 30. Potentially speeding in the pits there. Caused that one. We see back markers trying to unlap themselves. It's going to be Rob Kieser. But needs to be careful. Wes Hepburn here on the charge to Jakob Schaber. We also have Jeff Spangler chasing down Ollie Raza. This battle has now become extremely close. Ollie Raza, how long has he been on those tires? I'm not sure how old the tires are, I guess, but the stint, Ollie Raza has been out on track for 36 minutes. Well, we'll see. Potential fatigue? I would say fatigue, but Ollie Raza is definitely not one to get fatigued. Just lacking pace today, I would say. Very unfortunate. Jeff Spangler looking to take advantage of it, too. Coming down the straight now. McLaren on McLaren action. It's going to be a straight-up drag race down to the first corner. And hop on board. It's a little bright, that's for sure. No move attempt there, unfortunately, yet. He's going to have to stick behind him for a few more laps. Christian Sherrard, a bit further back, has kept that very close with Rob Kieser. After those front markers got by, the gap has managed to slam back in terms of Christian's favor. Rob Kieser keeping him honest, though. Keep an eye on the Wes Hepburn as well as Jeff Spangler battle, though. Jeff Spangler right on the gearbox, and he's actually going to be making a massive lunge. That was a mistake, I think, actually. I'm not sure what that was. Getting potentially just distracted by back markers. As we come through now, Jeff Spangler going to have to catch back up. Ollie Raza got a bit of breathing room. Ryan Nunez. Why don't we hop on board with Ryan Nunez for a lap? Let's see how the leader is doing in terms of pace. Of course, last lap, a 154.5. Tilting that car in ever so slightly. You can see how early he starts his turn in. It's just incredible. Getting on that throttle now. Heading down towards the Dunlop hairpin. Keeping it tight on the outside of the track. Going to be looking to brakes just onto that curbing. Goes a bit deep. Actually picks up maybe a couple marbles, but slingshots himself back onto the straight. Ryan Nunez, 2/10 down on this lap. Full send through the Schumacher S's. Look at that. The confidence for Ryan Nunez behind the wheel of that Lamborghini Evo 2 is absolutely incredible. As he goes now through Valvoline into Ford. Wait, no, excuse me, I'm on the wrong side of the track. What are those corners called again? Michelin into Vorsteiner, excuse me. Now, onto the back, not so straight, through Bogdan into the NGK chicane. Late braking, the wheel shaking around. It looks like he's milking a cow as he drives. As he now comes through the Coca-Cola curve. Bit of a correction at the wheel. 4/10 loss on this lap compared to his final lap, or his fastest lap. It's a 1:54.6 still. So all of those corrections, and he's still absolutely rapid. Taking a look at Jeff Spangler, who is a bit further back in 5th position, trying to dispatch Ollie Raza. As I try to dispatch my air conditioner, as it has gotten too chilly in here now. Jeff Spangler, though, keeping the charge on. 5 seconds for Klaus. He's, of course, down in P28. That's a back marker. My bad. Whoa. Very aggressive through those corners from both drivers. Kicks up some gravel. Definitely picks up some marbles on the tires as well. Not going to help with traction. No way to tell at this point what sort of tires any drivers are on, but side by side we go, and an easy overtake it looked like there from Jeff. I have no idea how he made that happen so decisively. The Jeff Spangler just walking by Ollie Raza like he was in a GT4. But Jeff now up to P4. Got 10 seconds to Wilson Fernandez. Wilson Fernandez about 1 minute to Gabriel Felipe. Has Gabriel Felipe been behind the wheel of this car the entire time, by the way? Let me see. Who's his teammate? Oh, Renato Dornales. No, Renato did take the wheel at one point. My bad. Gabriel, though, with some incredible pace. In terms of stint timers, we're going to be looking at our next pit stop relatively soon, actually. We have Duhanios down in P21. He is at 1 hour and 13 minutes. He needs to come in within the next lap. Actually, probably this lap. I don't think he has time for another one. Other than that, we're at about 40 minutes, respectively, for everybody else on average. I would say about, 40 minutes. Of course, if you guys are interested in taking a look at all of this data as well, you can take a look over at Pitwall, !Pitwall in chat, or it's also pinned up in the stream up at the top of the chat. If you guys are interested in that as well. Pitwall.live, of course, has all of the live action where you can watch a race unfold with data in front of you. It's pretty incredible. I don't know why I said that like I said that either. That was pretty weird. Christian Sherrard carrying the charge on for now, with Rob Kieser behind. Ever closer, I will say. The Lamborghini Evo 2 has been looking extremely strong tonight, with it leading the race as it stands, a Porsche behind. And Gabriel Felipe doing a great job in that Porsche. Of course, Jakob Schaber down in 8th position. He looks like he's up at the front. Can't believe how just absolutely rapid we see from the front pack. Wes Hepburn, oh, I don't think there was contact, actually. I think that was just lag. Jakob Schaber going side by side with Wes Hepburn. Wes Hepburn getting the advantage there. Like I said, I don't think there was contact involved. Just visually on our end, I think there was. Jakob Schaber, though, not going to be happy with losing that position. We'll see if he continues on with the charge. .3 and gaining. We also have Emmanuel Nassen Emmanuel has been doing a great job in driving. He has been out there for a while as well. Let's see, who is his teammate? His teammate is Basolio. So Basolio actually just gave that car over to Emmanuel. A full onboard lap for David Collins. You got it. See,
hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Full refueling, fresh set of tyres. My pit stop is complete, and yeah, ready to go to the end of the race, much like some of the drivers will be gearing up for as well. Just about to do an on-board with Collins, I hear you say?
Absolutely, yep. As we are now coming down the back straight, David Collins heading towards the NGK chicane. Might as well start the onboard here. As actually, yeah, that's a little late now. Jake, actually, hold up. Before we start that onboard, I think we did just see Emmanuel get by Jake Wells. Well, we didn't see it, we missed it. But Jake Wells gets overtaken by Emmanuel Nause. Emmanuel Nause, I think fresh out of the pits, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 9 minutes out of the pits, so has completed a few laps, but much fresher than Jake Wells. Now, back to the on-board with David Collins. He's coming down the straight into the first corner. Needs to be careful behind, has Emmanuel Nause behind him, the Italian driver. Looking to get that lap done. Does get by. Also, David Collins going to be the Jake Wells going to be the next to do the same. Jake Wells with a 5-second penalty. I'm not sure what that was for. Potentially causing a collision, causing some sort of something. And this is not the greatest spot to get stuck behind. Wow, those Evo lights are bright on that McLaren. Big send down Valvoline. David Collins, of course, not going to fight that, and he gets on the brakes even earlier for the next corner. Allows the front marker of Jake Wells through. Wilson Fernandez will be next to lap him, but he is about 2 seconds behind. Will show up in the rearview mirror relatively soon. Down into Dunlop. Oh, very deep. Should be able to carry some speed onto the straight. Actually, now scrubbed off a lot of it through the corner. And Atomic Beauty, Hepburn up in P8. Let's go. Love to see it. David Collins, as it stands, in P22, the 313 driver. Coming through the Ford, no, wrong side of the track again. Coming through the Vorsteiner curve. And heading up through the not so straight. I guess that was where we started our last one, but we'll finish on with the lap. Too bad we just can't do an onboard with Hepburn all race. I mean, if he was streaming, you could. But also, he's got to hand the car over at some point. Atomic Beauty, though, maybe slightly biased towards Wes Hepburn.
There is potential there but there is definite potential there for bias, I would say. But you have to be careful, though. You never know.
Yeah,
you never know.
You do never know. You're not wrong. But I have a sneaking suspicion that there is some bias there.
Yes, I think the mini Hepburn, or the impending mini Hepburn, could certainly. It's funny too, because pregnant women often get heartburn as well. So yeah, there we go. Just slightly biased, it says Atomic Beauty.
Man,
but that's okay.
Atomic, you got to get behind the wheel before you have that kid. You got to get him sim racing before he pops out, or they pop out. Excuse me, I shouldn't assume it's a he. You got to get him sim racing early, you know?
Get them in the rig so they can feel the force feedback.
No, exactly. That's what I'm
As
saying.
Mum tries to hang on.
That sounds like the way to raise a racing driver, if you ask me.
That is dedication to racing right there.
Carrying on, though, Christian Sherrard. He is still managing to keep the pressure on to Kieser. Christian Sherrard has managed to be behind someone this entire race, I will say. Keeping the action up. It's a girl, and Wes already has a plan for a mini rig, and oh my goodness.
Excellent. Obviously, it'll be a pedal-driven go-kart the first time out. None of this electric or pedal power. No, no, no.
Hey, I started on gas.
Let's get some two-stroke in there.
I was 2 years old when I got my first gas device, so hey, you're never too early to start.
Nice.
You're never too early to start. Well, maybe
this is
not
true.
never.
Just look at Lewis Hamilton.
True. No, absolutely.
If you want to be Formula 1 champion,
Yeah.
start young. Definitely the way to do it.
And live in a van and travel to different tracks. Yeah, that is a way to do it. Christopher Tones here, currently chasing down Jace Wright. Also,
Yeah, Wes Hepburn still in 8th position. He still does have Jakob Schaber, very much keeping him company there. The two not separated by much at all. Nunez up at the front has done some good running while I was for my little pit stop. He's now got a 4-second gap to see over Gabriel Felipe. 15, 20 laps ago, that gap was the exact opposite, with the cars completely switched in position. Same with Fernandez up onto the podium, and I see Jeff Spangler making his way up to 4th as Ali Raza came in the pits, but he's dropped down a position there. Another position to see is Jeff Spangler has got past him as well, Mike.
He's actually about to potentially drop another position and maybe even another, as we've been seeing Nicholas Kalmbach, been working on getting this overtake done for the past lap. He's been feeling Ali Raza out and been looking for weaknesses in Raza. Needs to be careful though, as Eric DeBon has managed to find the diffuser of him as well. And there's a move attempt. Ali Raza off onto the gravel. That's going to compromise the run onto the back part. And it looks like Ali Raza immediately, as I said, double dispatched. Loses 2 positions for 1. Eric DeBon manages to get by as well. Eric DeBon pressuring heavily on Kalmbach. As we keep on this battle, this is absolutely incredible. As we have also crossed the 100 lap marker, I wanted to say. Ryan Nunez on their 101st lap. Eric DeBon currently on their 100th lap. Also, since they're going to be on, or since you're, I can't speak. Since you guys are Canadian, she's going to be on skates before she's 2. That's awesome. That is something I do not know how to do.
I am terrible at it. I look like Bambi on ice, but I do have a set of ice skates. I do like to.
Oh no.
I do, although I haven't been in a couple of years since my knees completely gave up. Too much basketball and indoor football when I was younger, so yeah, the knee's not standing up. But definitely, yeah, a Canadian got to be on skates 6 months old. Pretty sure it's the law.
Taylor Johnston, very unfortunate and a very long crash. That was, you could see him start to get, whoa! Interesting on the camera cutback. He didn't just rejoin, that was, but we're 3 wide in front of, holy smokes, who is this?
That is Eric DeBon, Nicholas Kalmbach, and Ali Raza, I believe.
Wes Hepburn.
They were just making their way past.
Okay, no. Wes Hepburn's on 30 seconds, my bad. Wes Hepburn might be catching up to this pack, though. Needs to get the hammer down. Last lap, a 154.9 compared to Ali Raza's 158.8. Ali Raza, what is going on? Like I say, this is very, very uncharacteristic of Ali Raza. Also, massive thanks to Bazooka_626 for the follow. And JL Motorsports, I'm not sure if I got that one about 40 minutes ago. Thank you very much for the follow as well. I think I got that one, but I don't remember.
Now, JL Motorsport, do they not have a VCO Simgrid race on right now as well?
Do they?
I think they do.
If they're still in chat, I know it was a little bit ago. Feel free to give us some information on that.
Yes, but hello JL Motorsport. Yes. So their race still has about an hour and a half to go. It started at 3 p.m. So an hour and a half before this race started. Or an hour and a half before the event started, their event started. So yeah, but the JL Motorsport, they have a VCO Simgrid final event as well, and it is on this precise moment in time as well. They've got about an hour left to go.
Uh-oh. What did Christian Sherrard do? He doesn't have any penalties, so he's not that naughty of a boy. Or at least no penalties yet, I should say. We will see. Plenty of time to go to collect one.
Oh, so there we go. Wes can not only dive, he can skate as well.
My goodness.
No wonder he's married with a kid on the way.
The man of absolute
All
talent.
the talents. I know. Can he drive a fork? Is he forklift certified though?
Or is he circlift fortified?
There we go.
Good callback on that one.
Yeah, certlift fortified. It definitely sounds like. Yes, he is actually.
That's
Full
hilarious.
package. He must take a really big stick to work with them to beat them away. But
Did
no,
you
the
just
West
say?
proven to be. Have you never heard that expression? Beating them
No.
up, beating them away with a big stick.
No, I don't.
Are you joking?
Not that I'm familiar. Not to my knowledge. I plead the fifth.
Okay. Anyone in Britain knows exactly what that phrase is. Yes, he's a man of many talents. So he'll have women falling at his feet, and he's got to beat them off with a big stick. You see?
Oh, okay.
So there we go. Yeah.
All right, my small American
So
mind
very much.
didn't quite get
Yeah,
that one.
yeah. That one lost translation over the pond.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna. Anyways, Eric DeVaughn carrying on.
But yeah, confirmation. Man of many talents. He is currently running in 8th, and he's getting a bit of a gap to Schaber. Schaber's still trying to keep in touch. But yeah, you can see that gap just opening up by another 10th or 2. Same up at the front. Jeff Spangler still closing in as well on Wilson Des. And Atomic Beauty did indeed get what I was meaning there. There we go. So at least they didn't offend the pregnant wife. That certainly could have been an interesting end to the broadcast.
No, it's just me. I'm just small brain. Don't mind me.
You're young. You're young, my man.
That is true.
Youthful exuberance, we shall call it. There we go. Carlos Hierro, he is currently running very well at the minute. I'm just trying to confirm. 14th position, and on a good pit stop strategy as well. Just out the pits, 11 laps. The same as the SPQR team. So they too have had, as we mentioned, that 30-minute stint in after stint number 1, much like the SPQR team, and they've stayed on the same pit strategy as that team. David Cesar, the other team to have done that as well. They're currently running inside, just outside the top 10 as well. So the teams that have taken that one short stint someplace in the race so far, and it's only in the opening half, are all tracking inside the top 10. So it definitely bodes well for that strategy. Can they make an impact on the top, the top 3? Certainly Fernandez potentially could find himself coming under pressure later on in the race, but I would say at this stage Nunez and Felipe, those two cars up at the front, absolutely annihilating the rest of the field at the minute. It's safe to say, Mike, they've got at least a lap up on 90% of the field so far.
Their pace is absolutely incredible. When you went on your little Schumacher's break, I went on an onboard with Ryan Nunez just to see what the true lead pace looks like. This guy is hardly driving, and he's putting in 154.9s. I don't know how he manages it. Man is just... talk about a man of talent. This guy knows how to drive a race car. Ryan Nunez, absolutely dominant in pace. Last lap, a 154.9, which is actually not the fastest lap. He's been lapping pretty much consistently the fastest lap. But Gabriel Felipe with a 154.5, actually, which was his fastest lap last lap.
Yeah, but the fastest lap has fallen, actually. It's down to 54.1, I see. So they have found another 10th over the stint, actually. It was set at 54.2. Nunez now down to 54.125, and Felipe 54.132.
You know, that is one thing I hate about ACC.
Thousandths.
That's incredible. I wish I could see that. ACC TV doesn't give... It gives me the best lap of the current stint, which is kind of useless, I'm going to be honest.
Alright, okay, yeah, no, well I can see, yeah, the best overall performed by each car. Yeah, and that has come down over this stint, definitely. And as I say, 7 thousandths of a second separating two completely different car manufacturers over 3.2 miles of track during a race while going past traffic.
And just for reference, everybody, the human eye blinks in blinks in 0.2 of a second. So when you blink, it is 0.2 every single time. So just to put that into perspective, 0.002 of a second is such an unfathomable and inconceptual margin, especially over the course of 3.1 miles. It's basically over the course of maybe a couple centimeters in terms of the finish line. Absolutely incredible pace.
It is, yeah. I think we'll need to check and see if Nunez has got a slightly longer front splitter.
Holy smokes.
On the front of the car.
Gosu Motorsports with a 16th month subscription. My goodness. Thank you for your continued support. Absolute legend.
Indeed, 16 months.
That's incredible. I haven't even been streaming for all 16 months of that.
Wow.
Been close, but not quite. Yeah, thank you. Much appreciated. Eric,
Yeah, well deserved. Clearly enjoying the content.
Understood. Eric is holding you hostage. He won't let you unsub. You know, that's funny that you mention it, because he also holds me hostage into the basement. It's really funny that you bring that up. What an interesting coincidence.
So when you asked me to send you a metal filing baked into a cake, were you being serious?
Eric DeBon
let's not mention this.
Eric
Let's
DeBon's
not
about to
mention
make
this
a
on
move.
there, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, he's in the attic. Oh, dude. The attic sounds so much nicer. You actually get heat. But Eric DeBon. Okay, we're going to move off of that dark topic. Eric DeBon catching up with Nicholas Kalmbach, as he has been for the past few laps. Hasn't quite had an opportunity just yet. Nicholas Kalmbach not really putting a foot wrong. Keeping it between the white lines, keeping it on track, and not making any mistakes, which is what he needs to do. The number 5 car hot on the tail. Eric DeBon, of course, his teammate, Brian Faluna, putting in an excellent stint. Managing, I think Brian Faluna double stinted the first time around, now leaving Eric DeBon potentially to double stint as well. How is David doing? How is the T-Sports guy? Okay, good. Let's check in. David is down in P last, unfortunately. John Smith coming into the pits. No, he's not. He's coming out of the pits. Just indecisive, John Smith, on what he wants to do this lap. Taking a look at his stint timer. He's at 1 hour and 3 minutes. Oh, it's not 65, it's 75. He's fine. Maybe I bet he thought the same thing. Jake Wells with a yellow flag, just momentarily. We also have, who was it? The T-Sports. Which team is the T-Sports?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, so sorry. Who are T-Sports? I don't know why I stuttered over that. There is Tyrer in here. The
track
there's no specific. Yeah, Titan Racing. Yeah, we've got Titan Racing. And we have Trinity Racing.
Oh, the one with Andy. Okay. Trackalicious Enduro A-Team is what you're looking for on that. Obviously, it rolls off the tongue very clearly. That's going to be the team of Ollie Raza here. Ollie Raza really having a lackluster stint. In fact, I would say in general, just not quite with the pace that we're used to seeing from Ollie. They started in P6 and are down to P7, but they were up into P4 at one point. That's the kind of... P2, yeah.
Oh, 3. Actually, yeah, okay. No, they were up in 3, sorry. They were in 3. Fernandez. As soon as Fernandez got that overtake done, it was a fairly steady decline for Raza. And like you say, lackluster certainly. His lap times, they're not even close to competitive at the minute. Fernandez getting slowed down by traffic was a 57.0. Raza is just on back-to-back 57.5s. That's 3 seconds slower than Rui Nunez leading the race, and 2.5 seconds slower than Felipe in second. In fact, it's 2 seconds slower than Jeff Spengler there in fourth. So Raza, whether he's out on used tyres, perhaps this is the stint he's using the tyres.
I think that has to be the only explanation. It's just not characteristic of Ollie Raza otherwise. I just think that, yeah, he would have had to go out there on used tires to start out with. and he's really just putting, well, the rubber is just not there for him, because I don't know what else it would be. I mean, we can hop on board with him and see what the grip looks like on board, as we'll see how much
because
he's
his
fighting.
first stint, his average lap time was 1 minute 55.3. In this stint so far, and he is an hour and 3 minutes in, he's only got 12 minutes left, 11 minutes left. His current average lap time is 1 minute 57.0. So he is 1.7 seconds a lap slower on average on this stint, which is a remarkable amount of time to lose. So yeah, I think really worn tyres are the ones in quali, but yeah, that is it's a lot of time to lose. A lot of time to lose.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. We see a car in front struggling a little bit. It's a blue flag. Managed to get by relatively quickly. So far, I'm not seeing any grip issues here from Olli Raza. He's just driving very conservatively. Fastest lap in this stint, 156.7 for Olli Raza. So yeah, nursing those used tires. Flash of the headlights there. Ooh. Not sure what the flash of the headlights was about. Potentially just a, hi, how are ya?
Yeah, just reminded him he's still there, but Raza does make that one through, and again, another fairly unconvincing lap, another 57 there, 57.5.
Ooh.
So he is dropping down. Not only that, Hepburn behind him, who would know to be quick, he's just clocked a near personal best of 54.6. Jakob Shaver, 54.9. David Cesar, 55.6. And Jeremy Mercer, 55.4. So the cars all round Raza are all at least 1.7 seconds a lap quicker than him. So whatever ails him, he's got less than 10 minutes left on the stint timer. If there's some way of getting this issue fixed by coming into the pits, surely now is better to do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, for sure. And we just saw there, while you were saying that, Andre Alex Afonso managing to get the overtake done on David Collins as Kevin Rivera, David Collins' teammate, pops into chat. And yes, thank you, Kevin. Some more support as well for Wes Hepburn. Wes Hepburn, a very loved man out there tonight and doing a great job. Currently sitting in 8th position as well. Viper GT3, Aaron Miller in chat. Welcome. Hope you're having a great day, Aaron. And we now...
Indeed, yeah. Hey, Kevin. Tough stint there, Kevin, as well. That was, a couple of times we saw you in the wrong place at the wrong time. But, yeah, kept it going, handed the car over in a decent state as well. So, yeah, great first stint. Great grit to make it through because, yeah, a couple of incidents there. Definitely not what you're doing. Viper as well. Hello. Hope you're... got to the stage, there's not actually much left. We're well over the halfway mark now. We've only got 2.5 hours left to go, and at the minute it is Felipe and Fernandez who are getting that job done up at the front, Mike.
Yeah, we also have Eric DeBon as well as Nicholas Kallenbach. They're fairly close as well in terms of a battle here. We might see that, but yeah, Ryan Nunez putting in an absolute show so far, managing to disperse lap traffic with ease, managing to put in the most consistent lap times out of anyone, and just absolutely incredible. Started in P4, up 3 positions from the start, and really not much more to be said about him. Gabriel Felipe just can't quite respond with the pace. He is 5 seconds behind, and he's been there for the past while now, the Brazilian driver. Sticking with him, still 2.5 hours to go. Plenty of time to make an overtake happen. Wilson Fernandez, though, about 80 seconds down to P2. I think it's going to be P3 for a while for him. He needs to really get his head down and get that pace up if he wants to catch that lead pack by the end of this race. Definitely possible. Definitely don't count Wilson Fernandez, Jonathan Oliveira, or Ronan Medina out, which also... I don't think we've seen any other driver besides Wilson Fernandez behind the wheel of this vacuum racing car now that I think about it. But we are still waiting to see Jonathan Oliveira or Ronan Medina.
Indeed, yeah. I was just on board there with actually Devin Anthony. He's actually coming under pressure from one Lucas Lichten. The car certainly becoming a bit of a forgotten one, unfortunately. We saw them on the periphery of the top 10 in the opening stages of the race, but it's been quite the fall from Grace Lichten taking over the car at 28th position. They find themselves in, and given the pace that we saw for them in the opening encounters and the way the standings are, Lichten and the team, they really need to find some pace there in that Team Iris car, because we do have a lot of racing still to go, of course. 30 hours of racing still to go, but finishing outside the top 20 in round 1, it really could give you, it's going to give you a monster uphill struggle for the rest of the competition, Mike.
Yeah, no doubt. As of course, 30 hours for the rest of the season. To clarify, anyone confused
not today,
on that?
yeah.
Yeah, not 30 hours. We will not be live for 30 hours. That is going to be over the course of the next, what is it, 8 weeks?
12 weeks.
12 weeks, thank you. And yeah.
Wait, what? Are you saying we don't have you locked down for the next 30 hours, chained to your chairs, commentating for the next 2 days?
Not commentating. You just had me chained to my chair in the basement, that's all. We've already been over this on stream, so it's all good.
Hello, boys. Hello, chat.
48 hours
Hello,
of
Eric, how are you?
Nürburgring. This is our 48 hours of Nürburgring, yeah.
Wow, what a ride this has been, huh? I've been watching from the sidelines. Man, some of these battles have been absolutely insane.
Yeah, incredible stuff. The control, especially with the reduced visibility, the reduced track temperature sitting just down there at 14 degrees. And even with it being a monster long track, 3.1 miles long, is a decent length of racetrack. There's been plenty of action, plenty of blue flags to deal with. And we've seen, Eric, a few cars using those blue flags to their advantage. The wily campaigners, the ones that know how to get it done, they really know how to get it done. And it's worked to quite a few cars' advantages as well.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that particular one in a particular example, but definitely a couple of challenges of competing positions being affected by lapping or lapped cars. It's just exciting. I mean, it's cool to see. For example, I'm on Kallenbach and De Bon right now, and we're 2.5 hours in, and these guys are within a second of each other. Ridiculous. And talking about pace, my God, Nunez and Felipe, those guys are unfreaking believable. I don't know where they find so much pace, and jokingly we'll say what hacks they have on, but unreal pace.
Yeah, incredible. Consistently in the 1 minute 54s, the rest of the field are high 55s, low 56s on a good lap. Fernandez is being closed in on, as you mentioned there, Kallenbach to Bon. Great battle there, having. We've also seen a driver swap then. Anthony Anderson is out in the Lamborghini, and that, for some reason, is shown as Wes Hepburn's car. Why is that incorrect?
That's the same team. Anderson and Hepburn and Knappen are in the same team.
Yeah.
As we are jumping on board here.
Pitwall has updated.
We also have a driver's swap from Ali Raza, handing the wheel over to Andy Borchers. We also have a full onboard lap redeem from Borzi for Andy Borchers. As we're coming now through the arena sector, need to be careful with Taylor Johnston behind. He managed to get pretty close a couple times. Of course, Andy Borchers now on potentially cold tires. I would imagine they're on fresh tires as well, because for what we saw from Ali Raza's stint, Ali Raza was most certainly on used tires. Andy Borchers now with all of the grip you can see and all of the confidence. This is a man who exudes confidence on a great day for sure. Coming through now into the Dunlop hairpin. We'll be accelerating down to it, looking for that braking marker. The slip road off to the side, or curb change. Or never mind, not the slip road. That's GT4 braking.
I don't know if you know, but the actual real official reason why we broke the server last 2 weeks and had to wait another 2 weeks was to rip Andy's grip off of that BMW and try to move him over to a McLaren. It took us 4 weeks to do so.
Wow. Well, he has moved over to it. It doesn't look like it's really been fitting Ali Raza too well, I will say. In his stint, he couldn't quite come to grips with it, lapping. I think his average over the course of the stint when he had new tires was a 55, which is definitely nothing to shake a stick at, might we add. But we are seeing a bit more out of the leading pack, that's for sure. Coming now through the NGK chicane, clipping that inside curbing very hard, getting the car a bit unsettled, losing maybe a couple tenths. But what is it going to be? The first flying lap here for Andy Borchers on his stint. 111 laps complete, moving on to lap 112 now. Or 112 laps complete, excuse me. A 155.4 immediately from Andreas Borchers.
Yeah, just, I mean, sorry, going back to just the qualifying, I'm sure you guys have already talked about it. I mean, I'm, again, sitting on the sideline, just looking at, I think we had top 13 people in the 53s, just unbelievable pace, and that's continued through this race. I did want to pop in here real quick just to remind everybody that our regular GT3 season is about to start next weekend. So if you are North American based, we will be running our GT3 series at Sundays at 8:30 Eastern PM. It's been a really competitive championship, a really fun championship, and we'll look forward to seeing people out there. I think we already have 30 registered and looking to fill the grid up. So if you haven't already done so, !SimGrid. Sunday championship on GT3s, Thursday mixed class coming up as well, and then the Mondays will be restarting here shortly.
Side-by-side action here. Unfortunately, just missed that over. The calendar kind of covered that up. David Caesar manages to get the overtake done on Jonathan Oliveira. Jonathan Oliveira now behind the wheel of the Vacuum Racing car, handed over to by Wilson Fernandez. And Vadiko Stitsev saying that he wants max people for the Sunday GT3 Championship. So you heard that, guys. !SimGrid. I'm a slow typer sometimes. Make sure you guys get signed up for that if you aren't already. It's going to be an absolute thriller out there. Of course, first track was Silverstone, my personal favorite track. Absolutely love Silverstone. I know some people aren't of that opinion.
No, I think it is a really good track. It's easy to make mistakes, but there's lots of fun places to overtake through the village complex, along the Wellington Straight, on the way out of Luffield, Casterby fun, of course, into what is turn 1 for the GT3 drivers, or as Verstappen Bend, as we like to call it. That's so yeah, some
definitely an unofficial name, might we add?
Very unofficial name. But yeah, no. Silverstone is good, especially in the GT3 cars. Lots of slipstream, lots of side-by-side, lots of opportunities to make those overtakes stick. And a lot of the teams now, just as we're talking about overtaking, they're all reaching and breaching 1 minute 13 of this stint. Kambach in, De Bon in, Schaber will be in potentially on this lap. He could stay out for another one if he wants. He's there behind him. Still has 20 minutes left of his stint, and Schaber does indeed come in. So where is that going to put Jonathan Oliveira? He was handed the car from Fernandez. Wilson Fernandez in third place. Now finds himself in 7th, coming through the final chicane. Kambach, De Bon still stationary. Schaber only just peeling into his pit box. David Cesar, 55 minutes into his stint, and he is making moves. That that short 17-minute stint at the start of the race has put Cesar in a phenomenal position then. He's just gone past Kambach, De Bon and Schaber. He's going to have to come into the pits again in, say, 20 minutes. But still, that's some great running by David Cesar and the team. That opening 17-minute stint, they now find themselves on the verge of sitting on the podium. Granted, they've still got pit stops, but that's some great running and a great strategy call so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just following along here on board with Jake Wells for an onboard request. Jake Wells dispatching both of those lap traffic with fairly relative ease. We are seeing the pit stop shuffle happen right now. Lots of drivers coming into the pits and lots of drivers going to be coming out. Jake Wells now heading down into T1. Last lap, of course, a 1:56.1. It's going to be about 1 second slower than his fastest lap. He's got about 10 minutes left to go in his stint timer. Just around in the arena section now. Getting through a bit squirrely on the throttle. Definite oversteer for that McLaren. Of course, that car screams oversteer. But yeah, very nice lap there from him. Why don't we jump on board with Andy Borchers, his teammate? Well, teammate of a different team. yeah, Andy Borsch is the other Trackalicious Enduro team. Looking to get by Jakob Schaber here. Of course, we just saw Andy Borsch just come out of the pits. Jakob Schaber still needs to come in. He has about 20 minutes left, or about 15 minutes left to go before he needs to come in. Holy smokes, we got a lot of onboard laps. Okay, another onboard. Kyle, who would you like? Andreas, easy enough. That one we can do. As we are now jumping on board with Andy Borsch's. Hot on the chase, Jakob Schaber. This is for position. May be out of position in a way, but in terms of position on track, this is a battle. Number 97 car. Going to be looking to make a move into the NGK chicane. That would be very ambitious if he did. He is looking like he wants to. Big send on the inside. Can he get it done? Backs out. That looks like it's a little deep for the Lambo, but he keeps it on track. Pushing through. This will be the first real opportunity for an overtake. Doesn't quite do it, though. Not in a position. Now going to be trying to get it done into T1. The easiest spot on the track for an overtake. Can Andy do it? Jakob Schaber here putting on a real defense, which may be hurting his time, but it's at least having a little bit of fun for us. Looking at the braking zone, not gonna happen. Switchback attempt potentially. Not gonna happen either. Andy Borschers maybe a bit frustrated, although I don't know. Andy doesn't really get frustrated. Once again, Die Maschine. A robotic machine out there just putting in the same lap time over same lap time as he gets really close to the bumper of that Lamborghini. Gonna maybe make a move into Valvoline? We'll see. This is gonna be a big send if he does. That's a very ambitious corner to get it done. Maybe into Dunlop. That's gonna be our next real overtaking chance. Andy Borsch, as you can see him weaving every which way to try to get any advantage he can. It's just not happening. What has happened to Gabriel? Please, he's in the pits. That's what. Okay, never mind. It's fine. Just a yellow flag popped up. That's all. Oh, bit of moment of oversteer. The rear end getting a bit loose for Andy as that downforce minor when you're that close to the car in front. Picking up some of that aero wash. But he just isn't going to be able to get it done, it seems.
Yeah, a lot of drivers sort of coming out the pits there. Just Conrad Kula coming back out. Of course, he was the main pace in that car. We saw Christian Scherard drop down the order. Kula coming back out in the number 21 Lambo, back out 17th position. But if I'm not mistaken, that is the SPQR Lambo, and I am mistaken. So it's not the SPQR Lambo. I thought they two were going to reignite their battle there, but yeah, Conrad Kula, he is back out for the Simply Race Esports team, and he has got a fair bit of work ahead of him. But Nause, sorry, was the other car I was looking for there. 10th place. The other team mixing up. And who else was I was looking for? Yes, Jason Provolone's team, sorry. Yeah, extra updates from the pits. Jason Provolone's team had to come back into the pit after one lap. Professor Chronotis then came out. Devin Anthony also did another pit. So did Samuel Leichner. Came in after only 2 laps. And then handed the car over to Michael Freegang. So a couple of the cars just down the order there having to take back-to-back pit stops. So that's really going to cost them positions. But at the minute, oh, let me make that blank again, it is Townsend that I was on board with there. But yeah, so changes right through the field. Bruno Pio out in the Mercedes as well. And it is up at the front though. It is Felipe, and back out in second place. The driver that brought us that battle up at the front, Mike, it is Grant Wilmot back out on track and back out in second place.
Yeah, we've just been keeping up here with this battle between Drew Burkowski and Conrad Kula. This is absolutely heated. These two, no love lost, that's for sure. This is currently Caesar making an overtake on a lapped car, but we're going to see that battle resume momentarily as Kula closes that gap up again. We saw some side-by-side action, a bit of a mistake, though, from the Simply Race Esports team. And now, back at it. Oh, they make massive contact, actually. That was a big hit there from Conrad onto Drew Burakovsky. A little misjudged in the braking, but nonetheless gets the move done. Some definite bumping and banging Probably not worthy of a penalty, but... Oh, that might be! Ay, ay, ay! Oh, goodness. That was not good. Drew Burakovsky absolutely sends Konrad Kula off into the stratosphere. Resumes side-by-side action with Daniel Versosa.
Yeah, I've just got a replay running there. There was a bit of contact through the Mercedes arena. Kula had definitely got the move done. He got himself in front. Oh, just way late on the brake. Did try and at the last minute move over to the right, and I think that was Agstor to the left, which I think has actually made the contact just that little bit worse for Kula, rather than it being a straight-on contact. It was diagonal, so it's given his car some serious lateral motion at the back. And a car that already had themselves an uphill battle then, Mike, now find themselves back down to 21st position, and that might actually drop down another position or two when we get through the next delta. But yeah, Konrad Kula in the gang. The uphill battle begins once again.
Yeah, that was definitely, I think the stewards are going to be having a look at that one. You don't like to see racing like that, you know, but...
No.
Nonetheless, I don't think that was intentional by any stretch. We saw the correction attempt being made, but you know, as you said, it was just too late and honestly made the contact a bit worse. Also, big thanks I just wanted to say to New to Gaming, missing the beginning. How could you miss the beginning of the stream? Well, don't worry. You can also unmiss the beginning by always going back and watching the VOD when we are done here. So, the
And
beginning of
100% guarantee is time well spent.
I was about to say that you took the words right out of my mouth. It was an absolute thriller of a start, so I would highly recommend going back and checking it out if you guys did miss that. And New to Gaming as well. Thank you, New to Games Gaming. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. We see Konrad Kula. He's gonna be fired up after that. I think that's gonna be a bit of an understatement. After getting punted off the road just a bit, I think we're going to see him get his head down and make these overtakes very decisively. Okay, maybe not yet. We'll see him make decisive moves momentarily. Let's buy a front marker first.
Yeah, that's Ryan Yee actually making his way through. He's out in the Fernandez car, of course. Oliveira is just ahead of them as well, and up the road there, David Cesar in the Mercedes. RNL Roar are going to be absolutely roaring this team on. This is an incredible strategy. He's got 10 minutes left before they have to come into pit, so is going to instantly lose the positions to Fernandez and to Oliveira and Yee. But if you do the maths going forward, David Cesar and the gang really have given themselves an absolutely outstanding chance at getting themselves, if not fourth, I genuinely think they're on for third place here.
Yeah, no,
if you look at the amount of stints left, like, yeah, you fast forward this 2 hours, they're going to be in third place.
I couldn't agree with you more. We're going to see some awesome action from them coming up. Currently, we're seeing some awesome action from Andy Borchers and Anthony Anderson. This is, of course, Wes Hepburn's teammate, Anthony behind the wheel of the number 40 Lamborghini, and Ollie Roz's teammate, Andy Borchers. Andreas Borchers here on the charge. Hasn't quite closed the gap up to where he would like yet. Let's take a look at Ryan Yee, who's also in a position to maybe get the job done onto Jonathan Oliveira. It's McLaren on McLaren action throughout the field, it seems. Lots of McLarens here tonight. Ryan Yee continuing his charge on. I think these guys definitely not wanting to make anything too bold happen just yet. Plenty of time to go. I think we're on new tires as well at this point. So, wanting to conserve those to the end as much as you can. Might need them later, you never know. And a hydrate? That's a good call. Yes, we will hydrate up. Thank you, Vadik. As well as a reminder to chat. Not just a reminder to us, but a reminder to chat to stay hydrated. Water is the fluid of life. That's why I'm going to take a sip of Monster right now.
I know, I was thinking that as well. I've moved from the coffee to the Coca-Cola. Other fizzy drink brands are available. I'm not sponsored, but Coke, if you fancy that, I wouldn't say no.
That'd be nice.
That would be nice, yeah.
Jonathan Oliveira
Yeah.
and Ryan Yee have gotten... Oh, no!
Oh!
There's both guys taking it off the track, though. Okay. Side by side, that's going to be cool as a back marker. Doesn't have to worry about too much behind, but needs to keep an eye in front as he sees the pack walking away from him. Ryan Yee pulling away. Andreas Borschu's still 4/10 behind. Oh, not quite gaining. What?
Just watching that on a replay at the bottom there. What just happened between Yee trying to get past the and Oliveira past the back markers. He actually, Oliveira, I'm not sure what. Okay, yeah, I do know what happened. He spent that much time off track. His tyres were covered in dirt. He had no grip whatsoever going at the final chicane. So he's had to cut a massive chunk of that final chicane. But certainly it was some blue flag action down the field. I think it was Haleman in the BMW. But I can't actually find that at the minute.
We also have Charlie Booth here. This is a nice
Charlie
battle.
Booth, just
heating
noticed
up
that, yeah.
For P18, and yes, Charlie Booth, and someone you know very well, I think, right? You know Charlie?
I've seen him race in a few places, yes. Okay. He is very quick, very quick. Where did he race recently?
I know he does some
It was
box
another
3
VCO
stuff.
Simgrid event.
He obviously does box 3 as he's in box 3. But yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, it was another team. It was it was an all-Australian team. I'm sure it was QRT, and I'm sure he made up 21 places in his opening 2 stints.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. So, yeah, Booth can... that was at Barcelona. There we go. Yeah, Barcelona. So, Booth can definitely put in some very quick laps, especially in that Porsche. He's one of these drivers that is very good, as you and I both know. It's one thing to catch up to a car ahead. It doesn't automatically mean you're going to instantly be able to make the overtake. Booth is one of these drivers that once he latches onto your slipstream, he will inevitably quickly find a very clean overtake. The only issue he's got at the minute, he does have Felipe ahead of him, but he is such a wily campaigner and he's got such serious pace. I reckon this could be a prime example, Mike, of a driver expertly using the blue flags to get himself a few overtakes, because you can see he is easily keeping pace at the minute with the race leader.
A prime example indeed. That's another prime example here. Once again, going back to Andy Borscher's trying to make the move again, but he just can't get it done on Anthony Anderson, I will say. I want to see this move happen, but not just yet. Emmanuel Nause is trying to get a job done onto Jakob Schaber. Some Ferrari on Lamborghini action. I will say there's a lot of new cars on the grid here, isn't there? In terms of being released recently, we see a lot of 992s, a lot of Lamborghinis, and a lot of McLarens. In terms of old cars, there's not too much, is there? That's kind of unfortunate. No Bentleys.
Indeed.
No Nissan GTRs. You know,
I actually saw Bentley win a race the other day at Bathurst.
Eric
I
DeBon,
commentated the race that Bentley won.
Eric DeBon is a Bentley driver himself. That man knows how to drive a Bentley down to the victory. I think he won the Trackalicious 12, or yeah, the 6 hour, 12 hour. He won something in it. Eric DeBon is definitely an avid Bentley driver. And M4 Power, that's another thing. We don't see any M6s. You know, it's where's the fun, guys? Everybody just wants to win. Oh wait, that's what racing is.
I'll tell you what though, one car that has stood the test of time, unfortunately we can't really see it in this race because it doesn't appear, but the Aston Martin, a lot of races I've seen recently, the Aston Martin's still doing really well in series. So yeah, I think that is definitely one of the cars that has stood the test of time. But you're right, there isn't many. The way the ACC community is taken to the new Lambo and the new Porsche, certainly the old Porsche drivers have come flocking back in their droves now that they've got a car that's competitive in a straight line, because the Porsche is very much a it's an outlier in its handling, I would say, Mike, with the rear engine setup that it's got. Everything else, of course, front engine or middle engine. with the Porsche. It's certainly an acquired taste, I think it's safe to say. Now it's got a bit of top-end speed. That's definitely proven to be a bit popular amongst these new cars, as you say.
Yeah, of course, as well as the Porsche being, like you say, rear-engined with the new 992 versus the new 991. The new the old 991 versus the new 992. Of course, the engine is pitched forward about 5 degrees, and as well as pitched up 5 degrees and moved forward slightly, more towards the wheel arches. Oh goodness, that's a disconnect. No, it's not, from Charlie Booth.
Net code.
Second one today.
That does happen with Charlie sometimes.
It's good. We've seen it happen as well from someone else. Luckily, it doesn't happen on their end. That's all that matters.
Yes. But I got a fright there as well.
What the heck was I even talking about?
I honestly can't remember now.
I don't know. Charlie Booth, with a bit of a fright on our end. We're going to need a new change of pants after that. He continues on, holding on to that P19, looking to make up to P18, getting by Daniel in front. Bit of work to do, though, to do that. We also have David Caesar coming into the pits. Or Cesar, not sure.
Yeah, so third position they're coming in from. So this is the team I'm really interested in. Given the way they've run their stints, again, this could be an absolutely just worldy of a strategy if they pull this off for the NLR Roar team. SPQR might have cottoned onto it, because we'll have seen them come in with a 30-minute stint, and another team as well. But that is David Cesar back out, and he is, let me just pop this up, back out in 11th position. And there's going to be some very quick places to make up. Emmanuel Nause is going to be coming out in the pits soon. Yeah, I tell you what, I stand by this. I reckon RNL Roar. That really isn't easy to say. Purple burglar alarm is easier to say for a Scotsman. But there we go. If anybody doesn't know, Google that famous Twitch clip, Purple burglar alarm. A famous Scottish streamer trying to say that phrase. It's really difficult for Scottish people to say that for some reason.
Can you say the word squirrel?
Squirrel.
No, you can't. Okay. I was just curious. Daniel Versosa with an off. What happened here?
Absolutely thrown under the bus. Oh, very good, young man. Very good.
Daniel Versosa with a bit of an offing there. Looks like a self-inflicted error. Goes pirouetting around, putting on a bit of a spin show. And yes, Charlie Booth as well on the charge here, trying to get the overtake done onto Daniel. He has been working on that for a while now. The Australian driver.
Sorry, too much fizz in my Coca-Cola there, and it made me laugh too hard. That was. Oh, that was very nearly the end of an old man there. Oh, there we go. Jake Hubage. Purple burglar alarm. He knows. Kyle Hampson, he said squirrel.
That's because no, that's because he. That's unfair. He's on the wrong side of the pond here. Kyle Hamster Square is a madman from Manchester, so he doesn't count.
Got ya. Of course he does. 100% he counts. Manchester is the home of all things great in music.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Indeed. Love about the Stone Roses and the stuff. We had something in the chat I was going to... Is everyone on Ethernet, or is it a mix? Well, it's certainly recommended that drivers use Ethernet, but obviously that's not always possible, so you will get the odd driver on Wi-Fi. Wait, is he North UK or South? I'm Scotland, so I'm way up at the north of the UK.
Wow, he said it was in the UK. That's progress, guys. We're getting somewhere.
Scotland is in the United Kingdom. Whether that's a good thing or not, that is an entirely different politically charged debate.
Burakovsky is on Wi-Fi, apparently. That could have explained that incident that we saw earlier where he maybe... But also, it could have just been that he forgot that the middle pedal exists momentarily. It happens to the best of us. Christopher Tones, though, still on the charge against Jan Stam. That's a name. The Dutch driver here. In the AF Corsa Ferrari. There's a lot of AF Corsa Ferraris out there tonight, which is really interesting. Ooh, battling happening down here with Yorma Boy Blue as well as Michael Freegang. Freegang?
Yep. Correct.
Dom trying to make a send back down the inside. Doesn't quite get it done. That might be the position conceded there for Yorma Boy Blue. 10-second penalty, though, for Michael. Should help him back on the charge come pit stop phases as we are getting ever closer to it, but we're a bit off of it for right now. Couple drivers getting relatively close. Emmanuel Nause is going to be the next one potentially into the pits. Everybody else sitting around the 20 to 30 minute mark, we'll call it, for everybody else. So plenty of time till we see the next round of pit stops. And we see some actual...
Well, actually, Nause, sorry, did you just say it?
Yes,
Nause.
yeah, I did mention that.
Yeah, 11 minutes, he will be in. Carlos Hierro, 10 minutes, and Bruno Pio, 10 minutes as well. Daniel De Genios is out as well.
Nemesis,
and Jan Stam. Well, I wonder if he's any relation to the Manchester United defender Jaap Stam.
Potentially, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know who Jaap Stam is either, to be fair.
Jaap Stam.
Jaap,
he was a Dutch defender. So yeah, certainly a very prevalent Dutch surname.
Jan. Okay, it's Jan, not Jan. All right, got it. Man, languages are tough.
Correct.
Jan Duffner as well. We have multiple Jans actually in here. Right? Or is it multiple Jans on the same team? Hold on.
They could be, yeah.
No, it's not. They're not on the same team. Jan Stam is in P23 and Jan Duffner is in P6.
Oh, Charlie Booth has been possessed.
And Mike Burkhoff is on Wi-Fi. Is that no good? If you have good enough Wi-Fi, it's no problem. It's just a matter of sometimes Wi-Fi can be inconsistent. Is that the word I'm looking for, I guess?
It is indeed the word you're looking for, yes. Where has he got? Is Charlie Booth still in here? Because he's just gone hovering through the air. He seemed to right himself. Now I can't see him.
Eric de Bon getting overtaken there by Jan Duffner. Yeah, wait, hold on. Hold on. Most languages. Wait, it's Jan or Jan? Wait. Now I'm confused on what I was even saying. Yeah, LAN connection is better, way better in general, yes. We'll have reports back eventually, I'm sure. We still have 32 drivers in here. So I don't think anyone disconnected. Oh, never mind. Dimitri Athwell's in the pit.
Charlie Booth.
Did Charlie Booth did disconnect?
Charlie Booth did disconnect. Yeah, he went full exorcist.
Okay, I am saying it correctly.
And sort of hovered 6 inches off the ground for quite a few yards, and then he has unfortunately disconnected.
You hate to see it. Hopefully they pop back in to manage to get to the green or to the checkered flag. It's really unfortunate when that happens over halfway through the race. Really happened. It sucks if it happens in general.
Yeah, I saw a friend of mine. We were racing at Mazzano. I was on console on ACC back in the day. It was a 2.4-hour race. There was 2 minutes of the race left, and my Australian friend had got up at 3:30 a.m. to take part in the race. He disconnected with just over 2 minutes to go.
Wow. Yeah, you hate to say. I mean, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. I mean, you could have a technical failure in real life. Also, flashing of the headlights from Cesar behind. Cesar definitely wanting to get the hurry up for these back markers. Dom moving to the inside, interestingly, to cover off the back marker. Not sure I agree with that fully. Probably should just be letting him by at this point and maybe using him to get the overtake.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it does seem hyper-focused on the battle for 28th ahead. It could be detrimental to all three
Oh my-
drivers as it is on the exit. Cesar finding two wheels of the Mercedes on the grass there. Freegang watching this all unfold in his rear view mirror. BMW firmly sticking to the racing line then, and Cesar, given the work that they've done with their strategy, I can fully understand why he's flashing his lights right now, if we're being honest, Mike. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not great to take things at face value when you're a commentator. You don't know what's going on behind the wheel, but that certainly it does look like Cesar's been held up. And given the work that they've, as I say, the work they've done on their strategy, this really could be podium position slipping away.
No, absolutely. I will admit that was very uncharacteristic of Dom. I'm not sure why he stuck with that battle for so long. Just very unnecessary. Not only did that cost Dom, or not only did that cost David, I should say, on his time, it cost Dom as well, as he's now about a second behind of Freegang in front of him. When that battle was, well, right behind, he just had to let him by. Once again, though, you know, just decisions, getting a little tunnel visioned. I think you used that word perfectly. You know, just hyper-focused on trying to get that overtake done, maybe. Nonetheless, David Cesar is through and can now look ahead in his battle. And the battle between your boy Blue and Freegang can resume. Dom trying to make a move down.
I don't think it's going to be
inside,
much of a battle, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Look at the slipstream that he's got out of the last corner. The Coca-Cola curve has been particularly kind to the BMW driver. He's got his nose in front in the braking zone. Into turn one, he's got the inside line. He's going off the outside through the Mercedes arena. Can he hold it as far as the egg? Doesn't
like
even
he
need
can.
to get to the middle phase. The BMW, beautiful grip then. So we can maybe see why you're my boy Blue was hanging on in there. He take was imminent. Still maybe did hang on a bit long, but yeah, as soon as he got a look at the back end of that Mercedes, instantly job done. Very nice work through the opening couple of corners.
Freegang. That makes sense.
Ah, okay.
That makes sense. Once again, languages. EI is I. IE is E. Oh, that's really easy to remember, you know. I'll throw that one into my memory bank, and probably I'll do my best.
Indeed,
Right.
yeah, you pick up these little tips, yeah.
Okay. EI is I, and I. Oh my god. Okay. That one's gonna be tough for me to remember. I'll do what I can on that one. Just that one's.
So basically, whichever of the vowels comes second, that is the sound you make.
Oh, that's a good way of remembering it.
So if the I is second, it's
Yeah.
pronounced I, and if the E is second, it's pronounced E.
Okay. No, I can remember that. That's not a bad mnemonic. I like that. It's not really a mnemonic.
Thank you.
It gets the job
Anyway,
done.
you think I used to be an English tutor?
Fair enough. I believe you.
Absolutely. It does seem ironic considering some of my enunciations, but hey, there we go. Take the words out of my mouth, Raven, says Vadik. I wish I could pronounce your surname though, Vadik.
Yeah, I don't know
Give it
why
to-
you cannot do that. I have an audio. Vadik actually, because I struggled with it for a very long time, he actually sent me an audio telling of him saying his last name so I could pronounce it correctly.
Go and give me it one more time, please.
Odstitsev. And I don't think
Odstitsev.
I don't think I'm saying
Odst-
that fully correctly either, to be honest, but I think I'm closer than not.
I feel like there might be an extra Odstitsev.
You might be right.
I think the Yev might be slightly more pronounced.
Oh shoot, I think you're right. Now that you mention it. Now you're correcting me on me
Odstitsev.
correcting you.
Potentially. It's not. This is a learning experience.
Also, Toga
This is,
Motorsports, welcome.
Hello, Toga. How are you? Welcome to enunciation classes. Brought to you from both sides of the Atlantic.
Of course, Toga offering some awesome racing over and awesome commentary as well. Of course, I've commentated with. I apologize. I forgot your name. I'm so sorry. It's been a while. We commentated the Big Brain 24-hour. Wait, was it 24 or was it 12? See, now I don't even remember what the race was. Anyways, we're gonna pretend like I didn't say that and dig myself a deeper hole.
It's okay. He doesn't know what my name is. He told me before the broadcast he's got my name written above the wall. But above his screen on the wall, just so he remembers it during the broadcast.
David Bartlett, massive, massive contact. What is... Oh, in fact, I didn't go back far enough, but it looks like he has had some large contact with the barrier, resulting in massive, massive damage. That is not a showroom ready McLaren. And Hayden, of course, Hayden.
That is some aerodynamic suffering. There is serious separation between the bonnet and the front bumper.
Yeah, it wouldn't pass in a
hood.
wind tunnel. You can say bonnet here. It's okay. We're cultured. I say bonnet. So.
You can say bonnet, we're cultured. Excellent. Paul Reyes back out into another one of the teams that took a shorter stint early doors. Currently running in 15th position. A lot of teams around him just taking their pit stops. Cesar, of course, the lead protagonist in the short stint team. Back up to 10th position. Anderson ahead. And Bourchiers both going to be coming into the pits in the next 30 minutes. So positions are going to be made there. And I think Cesar is actually catching up on track as well, because at the minute Anthony Anderson, another driver, being slightly held up by some of the blue flags. Bourchiers, no such troubles at the minute. Schaber still in 7th with the Bon in 6th. At the minute though, it is Ryan back up to 3rd place. 3rd place, Mike, has been the most hotly contested.
What happened here? Oh my goodness. Andy Borchers, Die Machina, has made a mistake? This is possible? Okay, everybody, get your notebooks out and get ready to clip this, because Andy doesn't make mistakes often, everyone. As there's a big moment of oversteer mid-corner, there it is, off into the gravel. And it was an extremely minor mistake, but it was a mistake nonetheless from Andy Borchers. He is human, everybody. Die Machina,
I mean, with
no
that
longer.
save, I don't know. I mean, it's one thing to make a mistake, but that save, did you see how many times the back of that car tried to kick against him there? That was some absolute deft touch. To keep that McLaren going, and I mean, he kept that going in the right direction. At no point in time did it go beyond 15 degrees to the left or the right. That is an incredible save. As someone that's driven that car temporarily and drives middle engine, I say drives, I'm using air quotation marks for myself, obviously, when I use the word drives to describe what I do behind the wheel. That was a save. Yeah, that was a save right there.
Absolutely.
Bourchier's doing incredibly well to keep that thing on.
And it is Die Machina. Of course, we did just, in fact, go over the fact that I before E makes an E, and E before I... Wait, hold on, what? Wait. Okay. Anyways, this is why we're just going to continue the fact that Mike mispronounces things, because it's just a fact. I do apologize. I try my best. Yes, Lizzie, I'm aware. I'm well aware. It is not intentional, I promise. Despite what people may think, I don't do it intentionally.
There is a silver lining to this cloud though, Mike.
Is there?
I look like a linguistic genius.
I mean, I suppose.
It's not often I'm the one that's... it's usually me that's getting my enunciations corrected, so it's nice to be on the other side of the fence.
I mean, at
Vadik,
least I can say the word squirrel.
What, and I can't say squirrel. Can you say Irish wristwatch?
Irish wristwatch? That's a tricky one, I will admit, but yes, I can.
That's quite tricky, but yeah, you're just showing off now. And I love it. Mike, he's surely a cunning linguist with Moneypenny. Lizzie Sinead tongue twister. That's the worst Sean Connery impression ever. Who just did that? We should escort that man from the building
immediately. That was a Sean Connery impression? Oh my goodness. I didn't even recognize it.
I should go back to saying squirrel.
We should go back to commentary.
I should go back to commentary because we've got still got a fair bit of time on the track. 1 hour 40 minutes left, and we are starting, Mike, to get very close to the final pit stops. Of course, with 75 minutes left on the clock, the cars reach and breach that timer. That will be the cars good, or the drivers at least, good to go to the end time-wise.
Dom is facing the wrong way down a slip road. What has happened here? As we take a look, Dominic Smedger, you're my boy Blue, coming into the first corner. Nice and tight. What happened? What? everything was fine until it wasn't. What happened? And Dom
Yeah, the
trying to
BMW
drive
said
the
no.
wrong way down the slip road.
The BMWs are not enjoying the Mercedes arena today.
No, definitely not.
We saw Kevin Riviera go sideways through there. We saw Paul Reyes, his car go sideways through there. I don't think it was Reyes. It was at the happened.
You know what else
Jason
we're seeing
Provolone
here?
as well, maybe?
We're seeing a gap get closed ever so slightly every single lap. And that gap is to P1 here. Grant Wilmot, along with Gabriel Felipe, lapping 0.2 faster, 0.3 faster, in fact, last lap. Grant Wilmot slowly reeling him in. He's like an angler fisher out on the boat, just waiting for that catch. And when he gets him on the line, we'll see if he can reel Gabriel Felipe in rapidly. Gabriel Felipe has already put an invalid lap in this time around, and the gap is closing. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm sure that'll happen within a couple laps, but definitely not anytime soon unless barring any mistakes. It is the closest battle on track, though, as it stands. We also have Jan. We got there. Third time's a charm. Jan Duffner in P5 here with a great drive so far. Of course, their team, along with Maximilian Bachers and Nicholas Kallenbach, they started down in P7 as well. So up 2 positions from where they started. It's been a good drive from them as it stands. In terms of positions gained, our biggest winner is Levi Townsend, down in P16, started in P26, up 10 positions, as well as Daniel Versosa, started P30, up 10 positions, up into P20. So far, some big gains. That was very close. In fact, that was Professor Kanotis make that 11 positions for both Jonathan Oliveira, actually, as well. Jonathan Oliveira making up positions. His battles all around.
Yeah, and I'm still watching this battle. I'm on the roof of the lead car. It's Gabriel Felipe, and we can see Grant Wilmot is getting ever closer. They've got another BMW, just very quickly getting out the way, very quickly recognising this is the battle for the lead of the race that is passing them by. And again, these two almost right on cue, and this is why I think David Cesar's team has done an absolute blinder. Again, 35 minutes into their stint, Felipe and Wilmot right on top of one another again. It was Nunez and Wilmot, of course, first time out, but at least 30 minutes left of the stint, and Wilmot has once again closed that gap absolutely masterfully. Again, on that last lap, 1 minute 54.7 compared to a 55.3 for Felipe. But the big question is, Mike, the last time we saw this setup, Nunez managed to fend off Wilmot, and it wasn't till later on after the just after the pit stop they got the overtake done. Do we think Wilmot can get it done on track before the pit stop, or are they going to be relying again on getting that undercut done, do we think?
I don't know if they can rely on strategy at this point. Both drivers going to be going on to fresh tires, almost guaranteed, I would say. These drivers both have fresh tires for their final stint. The undercut's going to be a bit more tricky. You'll be able to gain some time on that outlap if you do manage it, but we'll see. I think it's going to come down to an on-track battle. I certainly hope it comes down to an on-track battle, at least, as Grant Wilmot. We haven't seen too much action in terms of overtaking from both of these guys, as they have just been up at the front this whole time. They've overtaken plenty of back markers as it stands, but I'd love to see some side-by-side action from these two. And I think we might not even make it to the pit stop phase by the time Grant has the overtaking opportunity. We've still got about 30 minutes to go before they're ideally going to come in the pits, although they can come in pretty much any time after, well, I guess 75 minutes, more or less. So, no,
yeah,
they
so
need
1
to
hour and
stay
15 minutes left of the race, so 21 minutes they need to stay out for. And here's the thing, they can stay out for at least 21 minutes. So what that means is the short stint is going to come into play very much so. They are going to be coming in 40 minutes time. There's going to be about 40 minutes left. So the question I'm now asking myself is, did Cesar do a long enough short stint?
Yeah, I don't know. That's actually going to be extremely close, isn't it? As we're at 32 minutes.
It really is.
23, excuse me, 23
Yep,
minutes. Down to putting on he should be okay. No, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. It'll be close, but he'll be fine. Should be. Barring any spins or anything, of course, we'll see. Grant Wilmot, he's going to need to be on his best behavior for the rest of this race, that's for sure. Grant Wilmot, though, about 8/10 is the gap as it stands. Fluctuating between 5/10 and 8/10 as he doesn't quite want to get into that dirty air. Too much, at least. They do have, of course, 100 seconds to Ryan Yee in third position. So the pace difference for these two drivers is really on a different planet. These two absolute aliens going to be going head to head with each other here. So we see Grant Wilmot closing in very, very rapidly. Gabriel Felipe, what does he have for a response? That's going to be the question. So I don't think Gabriel has had any pressure this entire race up from the start. Neither has Grant, though. Grant, of course, was leading this race. They changed positions in the pit stop phase. It's going to have to be an on-the-track pass.
And it was so close as well, coming out of the pits. It was literally, as Jet called it as well, will there be a warm versus cold tyres as soon as they come out of the pits? That's exactly what we saw, and it was the warm tyres, of course, that won out. But the track temperature, again, it's held up magnificently well, because if you said to any resident in Germany it was going to be 14-degree track temperature at 2:30 in the morning, they'd snap your hand off for those type of temperatures. So I think the drivers have definitely dodged a bit of a bullet with the temperature not dropping below 12, 11 degrees, because that really does start worrying the tyres and the amount of rubber they're potentially going to have left, the amount of scrubbing they're doing, how difficult it is to keep the pressure in the tyres for an extended period of time, especially with the ever-changing fuel load they're doing these massively long stints. Because again, the teams up at the top, they've the team leading the way at the minute, Gabriel Felipe and Renato Donales, all their stints so far have been 1 hour 14 minutes. And they're the only team to have run all their stints so far that close to the timer. No one else has come anywhere near that. Rui Nunes, his first stint was only 1 hour 12 minutes, a full 2 minutes short of the stints that Felipe and Dornelles have been running. So we've seen a massive difference in strategies, even just down to who runs the fullest of stints over the piece, and is going to bring us a crescendo style ending here as they all come together out of those final pit stops. Short pit stop strategy for the win, David Cesar? You never know. Certainly not for the win, I would say. Sorry, that's maybe a bit eager. No slight on Cesar and the team, but their best lap time so far, about half a second slower than the two cars leading the way at the minute.
A crescendo.
But certainly, I still reckon a podium is on the cards for this team.
I love the word crescendo. That's great. I've heard it before. You don't hear it often, though. That's a really good one. As this battle between David Cesar and Anthony Anderson have been heated up for a while, and yes, Professor Chronotis was sitting down in P20 as it stands, battling with Drew Burakovsky, who's also battling with Daniel Versosa. There are, in fact, battles absolutely everywhere on this track, and we are 4 hours and 28 minutes into this session. It's absolutely incredible to see how close these drivers have been. You can tell every single one of these drivers wants to maximize their points-paying positions in this league to try to secure that spot in the VCO Grand Finals, be it a GT4 car or a GT3, it doesn't matter. You got to get in there. Score the points, get the wins, and you'll get in. Currently.
Yeah, you got to be in it to win it. The top three, of course, getting the GT3 car. The fourth and fifth in this championship get a GT4 car. And 6th, 7th and 8th get a GT4 car in a playoff that takes place in October. and the 3 top cars from there get their way into the final in a GT4 car. So 5 slots in the final straight up for grabs, and 3 slots to get into a playoff. 36 cars in the competition. The competition is going to be fierce, and we're seeing that played out up at the top. These two, as Mike said, the pace absolutely otherworldly. The consistency is absolutely incredible, and even more incredible for me, maybe Felipe was just saving his tyres, saving a bit of fuel. But since Wilmot has caught up to the back of him, there hasn't really been a point where Wilmot has looked like he is going to get the overtake done. I've been on this the rear spoiler here of Felipe's car for quite a few laps now, and the headlights are getting close. They're definitely there. They will be visible in Felipe's, but at no point in time are they overly visible in his side mirrors, and that is where Wilmot needs to get that Lamborghini.
Oh man, and Professor Commentators here side by side with Daniel Versosa manages to get the overtake done. Daniel Versosa trying to get the move back onto Professor Commentators. Down the start-finish straight they go. It's going to be Ferrari on Ferrari action. Who's got the pace down the straight? You can see the little straw coming out the top. They both 296s with a McLaren behind. Professor Commentators late enough on the brakes to manage to get that position done, as well as Daniel Versosa here trying to actually let the back marker of Lucas Lichten by, interestingly. As Lucas Lichten showing some extreme pace, even though he is down in P24. The team Iris, not sure what happened to them. And why they're so
wrong
far
place,
back.
wrong time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, down 11 positions from where they started in P13. Yeah.
And they were showing good pace. They made it up inside the top 10. There was a couple of incidents they managed to avoid their way through, and those early avoidances seem to have caught up with them. Sorry. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I've just been completely distracted. Did I just see Charlie Booth back on the live timing board?
I did see Charlie Booth's name, yes, down at bottom P32. They did rejoin the session. Unfortunately, it looks like their laps got reset because driver 1 didn't join first, potentially on a round. Which caused them. Charlie Booth is now on 7 laps completed, unfortunately, which is not true. Their team has completed more than that, but this team, which has been refreshed.
Just to give Charlie Booth, just to lend a bit of credence, I was waxing lyrical about Booth's talents behind the wheel. He's only been in for 7 laps. His fastest lap so far, a 1 minute 54.9.
The pace is
which
there.
Is exactly the same pace that Grant Wilmot's just done on his last lap.
Yeah, the pace is definitely there. It's just very unfortunate with that disconnect, his people needing him mid-session, and him taking off into outer space. Grant Wilmot, though, he has caught up handedly to Gabriel Felipe. Kept this 4/10 gap very close for the past lap now, potentially trying to get something done. Hour and 27 minutes left to go, plenty of time to do it, and a pit stop to go as well.
And they've got Kevin Rivera just ahead of them.
Doesn't look like for actually Kevin Rivera. I was going to say, looked like he was going to let him through, but... Oh, he did. Never mind. Lets him through. Does not want to impede the battle for the lead. I do not blame him.
No. If it wasn't for bad luck, Kevin Rivera would have had no luck at all in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Kevin Rivera, very unfortunate.
I don't know if he had a black cat cross his path, if he broke a mirror while walking under a ladder. I've no idea. He potentially said Candyman 3 times into the mirror. I'm not sure what went on with Kevin Rivera, but his pre-race rituals definitely need to be re-looked at, I would say. Still putting in some good laps. Again, the car at 155.9, so more than competitive with the cars around about the edge of the top 10. Just been an unfortunate race, so definitely going forward in the season, Rivera and the gang can take heart that they are going to be there or thereabouts. And I've said it before, and I will say it again like a broken down record. Every second you spend on track is a learning experience. How you learn and evolve and can only make you a better driver if you find the positives. And Rivera and the gang definitely can look to do so. Still, another 30 hours. Not today, don't worry. Eric's not getting his wish. Mike will get allowed out for some fresh air today. It'll probably only be 30 minutes, as per usual, but no, there is still 30 hours of racing still to come. And I can, yeah, if I was a betting man, I would put folding money on Rivera and the gang, featuring very strongly in and around the sharp end of the grid going forward. Plenty of drivers to do that. We've got Schaber and Eric de Bon having themselves a battle for 6th position, giving Oliveira a bit of a gap now, and it's good to see the Oliveira car starting to find some pace now, Mike. Back up into 5th position since Oliveira has taken over for Fernandez, and of course Andreas Borchers, he's taken over for
Raza.
Ali Raza, and they now find themselves back up into 8th position, and right on the back of this battle between Schaber and de Bon.
Yeah, I still think Andy probably is going to be a bit frustrated with where they are in this current race. Andy is a winner. If he isn't, he's a very if you ain't first, you last sort of mentality. So
yeah.
We'll see. Andy Borsch is going to be pushing the wheels off this McLaren to make something happen. I've been trying to keep an eye on this delta between Grant Wilmot and Felipe. It hasn't moved. It's been 3/10 solid, but that just makes me think at any possible moment we're going to see the move here like we do there from Grant Wilmot. It's a very, very half-hearted move, but it's still a move. Eventually, something may come of it. I don't like those half-hearted moves, I will say. I'm a man that when I go for an overtake, I'm going for the overtake. It's a lick the stamp and send it sort of deal, you know? I don't want to let them know that I'm going in. Maybe they shouldn't have switched to the Maka. Wow. Atomic Beauty. So negative. I can see those hormones like they're running rampant.
Yeah, the lack of sleep and the constant heartburn will do that to you.
We also have Jakob Schaber, Andy Borchers, Eric de Bon. This battle is definitely the tightest one on track and the one to keep an eye on. Eric de Bon doing what he can to hold on for right now in the Trackalicious Enduro C team? I don't remember which one they're on. Yeah, C team. But holding on. Only just. They're only just holding on, but still. That's all they need. We also, like I say, the battle for P1, definitely one to keep an eye on. Anything can happen at any moment with that. In fact, it looks like it might be. It's just, I'm trying to keep an eye on that Delta. I will say, Grant, an extremely patient driver. Has not made any over-exuberant moves, hasn't gone for anything too rash, hasn't really done anything stupid, as you might say. He's just gone for a couple little tiny looks, maybe trying to force Felipe off the line, maybe not. So far, though, this is going to be it. He's going for the biggest move so far, and he's going down the inside of T1. Forces the Porsche off the track, actually, and does secure the position. We have a change in lead. Gabriel Felipe relinquished to P2. I don't know how happy he's going to be with that overtake. Grant Wilmot did manage to keep
out the last corner.
What?
The Porsche lost traction out the last corner. That's why the Lamborghini got the jump on him. Out of the Coca-Cola car, the Porsche, whole lot of lateral movement. He forced the Lamborghini up the inside line. The Lambo obligingly took, and yes, the Porsche was over the track limits there, so potentially might have picked up a warning, but as you say, an argument could be made for being forced off the track. But yeah, the demise of the Porsche there, yeah, certainly started out of the last corner. And just as I say that, we've seen the back right wheel of the Lambo touch the curves on the way out of the hairpin and up towards the Schumacher S, as the Porsche could well close back in. And Wilmot, he's timed that nicely as well. He's got 23 minutes left of this stint. If he can put in the type of lap times that he's been putting leading up to this overtake, he's going to give the team a very, very, very good lead going into the final stint, Mike.
Yeah, as I'm just trying to catch the replay by popular request here. So we'll take a quick little look at this replay as we come around the final corner now. Toggle the HUD. There we go. So there was that little wiggle that we saw from the Porsche, which gives the opportunity there with the slipstream, and as you say, closing that gap, forcing the 22 car onto the inside line for that overtake, really kind of planting it in the middle of the track, which is about what he should do. Down the inside of turn 1 goes Wilmot, and he keeps it fully on track. In fact, he keeps all 4 wheels on track. I would say that's a fair overtake there for Grant, but as I said, Gabriel may be viewing that slightly differently. You know, it's definitely up to interpretation. We are not the stewards, so we don't need to make that decision.
And for that, we are eternally grateful.
Absolutely.
Just call us Switzerland. Completely neutral.
Yep. We can take a side of something, but then immediately back out if we need. That's the beauty of commentary.
Oh, that's something entirely different. I'm looking. We are the Swiss Army knives of commentary.
Yes.
There we go.
Professor Cornotis here in the AF Corsa Ferrari, chasing down Burakovsky with a 10-second penalty. Christopher Tones also with a 10-second penalty, as well as Freigang. Freigang. We got. See? You didn't need to correct me, Vadik. I got there after I said it wrong. I've yet to do a race where it transitions to wet, and the wet line is the that I will say those are some of the most challenging races when you have transition phases, especially when it's like light rain and it's very, very sketchy. Do I go to the wet tires? Do I stay on dries? And you need to make that call very early and be very decisive about it. If not, you're going to get caught out into a bad situation. That is, that is a fun type of race. Unfortunately, clear skies for us tonight, it looks like. There will be no rain, I presume. You never know. But there probably will be no rain on the radar here to spice things up just that little bit before the end of this race. Eric DeBon here, gaining on David Cesar. Not quite having anything of it yet. And that battle for the lead as well, spread apart now. Gabriel Felipe, not quite with the pace. Grant Wilmot, 154.5.8 versus a 154.5.4. Yes, anyways. Gabriel Felipe is actually quicker, which is weird. We're losing the brain here, definitely. Cornotis and Drew Burakovsky, the ones to keep an eye on for now. Number 42, AF Corsa Ferrari. Hot on the charge, down through the NGK chicane, slipping and sliding like a go-kart, you can see. Drew Burakovsky, Vadik Odstitsev. What'd you say? It's a... Odstitsev? Yeah, Odstitsev, there we go. His teammate. Did I say it right this time, Vadik?
Odstitsev. Yeah, we're both sick and getting you. And the thing is, too, I now feel guilty because you had it absolutely spot on.
No, I didn't. I knew it was
sick
wrong.
and guessing yourself, so.
No, what I was saying was wrong, and I knew it. But it was close. But now that I've been corrected, I need to say it right. So.
Indeed, Wilmot's needing to keep it right up at the front. Felipe certainly keeping himself in the hunt. Ryan Yee, Jan Dunn, and Jonathan Oliveira. Top 5 as well. David Cesar, he is back up to 8th position, and it's Schaber and Borchers he's got ahead of them. Now he has got 35 minutes left of his stint. Schaber has got 15 minutes left of his stint.
Well,
Borchers has got 8 minutes left of his stint. Lots of positions are about to change.
I got very excited there momentarily for an on-track pass, but that was a back marker getting by a front marker.
Okay.
My bad. Yeah, the definite, we're back into a Dell here when it comes to the action on track. David Cesar as well as Anthony Anderson are closest battles so far. That battle for the lead spreading out. And,
Odstitsev. I will have to practice that one wholeheartedly because that is a lot of enunciate. That's a lot of syllables
Stitsiev.
to be squeezing together.
At Stitsiev. You know, it's a Slovenian name. It's easy, right? No, I'm very, yeah, languages are tough. But I do, the one thing is, like, I genuinely appreciate all of the pronunciation corrections. So, anyone helping out with that, thank you guys very much.
Yeah, 100%. It is a massive help, like Mike says, with the... one of the greatest things about sim racing is it is so multinational.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyone with an internet connection, and we've seen drivers on keyboards, drivers on joypads. Everyone can get involved. Charlie Booth in Australia. We've got Mike in America. We've got me in Scotland. We've got all you guys in the chat. So yeah, any help. It's a great learning experience as well.
No,
and it's always nice to be able to get people's names correct.
Yeah, just showing that little bit of respect, you know. As it's the least we can do here in the booth, I feel like. But yeah, carrying on with the action. Like I say, Anthony Anderson definitely going to be the closest one here, right on the tail of Eric DeBon. Actually, Eric DeBon, I think, just had a bit of a mistake. What can Anthony get done? Flash of the headlights. In fact, he has a massive overspeed here heading down into the NGK chicane. Doesn't make a move, though. As these time penalties are working their ways out, we see a couple more added. Andy Borscher's actually picking up a 10-second time penalty. And that battle relinquished very quickly. Eric DeBon into the pits at the 1 hour and 2 minute mark. Anthony Anderson at the 1 hour and 9 minute mark. That will be the final pit stop for Eric DeBon. He's going to have to... Wow, he's going to be really cutting it close with fuel, isn't he? We'll see how that ends up with him, actually. I'm very interested towards the end of this race. If that Porsche has enough fuel, he's going to have to probably take a full tank. You have a Polish friend named Shibor? Jibor? Am I even close? I don't think I'm even close. David Cesar, the German driver, though, behind the wheel of that RNL Roar. The awesome livery, as we checked out earlier. Chechibor. That's a... What?
Shishibor?
Shishibor? Oh, that would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Shishibor, maybe?
Shishibor. I added an extra vowel. I do that a lot, Vadik. I'm sure you know that. I'm really good at adding extra vowels to things that don't need them.
Shibor. Maybe, oh, is it just Chibor or is it Shishibor? I'm not sure. Yeah, because there is two. There's the CZ and then the CI. So I'd imagine they get their own enunciations.
It's got to be oh.
Chichibor.
Chishibor? It's alright, they're not driving in our league, so I don't... we don't need to bank that one, but yeah, that's a heck of a name. Two chishes. David
Felipe's
Cesar.
going for the monster undercut.
David Cesar is through, gets the overtake done onto Jakob Schaber. That's going to be for P8.
Wow.
P7, excuse me.
Wow, 7. So even though they got held up, already back to 7th position. And of course, Schaber, an hour and 4 minutes into his stint. Cesar, 46 minutes into his stint. So he's got 28 minutes effectively to increase that gap. Oliveira ahead of him an hour 8 minutes. As I say, Gabriel Felipe, 59-minute stint, the shortest one that they have had so far. He doesn't race, so luckily no commentator has to deal with it.
That's more than a tongue twister. That's like a brain twister. It's not that, like, it's hard to pronounce. It's that it's literally... Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Massive hit of the barrier of Jan Stam. remember we were corrected
Paul
on that
is
one.
back in the pits.
Oof, a big moment of oversteer mid-corner, clobbers the barrier and catches some air. That's going to be quite the bit of damage. And did Yan come into the pits yet? No, he hasn't, or they have not. So they'll be able to come in, make their final pit stop, and fix that damage and get back on the road. P23 as it stands might lose a couple positions as a result as that damage repair. So far, so good, though.
Paul Reyes back in the pits as well from 14th. They've already been in the pits 6 times, 5 times, 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's their 6th pit stop. That last stint, their previous two stints, 15 laps and 4 laps.
Yeah,
So something has ailed them huge. I mean, and to put that in perspective, let's just listen to what we're saying here. 6 times they've been in the pits, still managing to get themselves into 14th place at the minute. Just dropped down to 15th. They're going to lose another couple of positions because they come in the pits again. But that does seem... Oh, it was a stint timer thing.
Oh.
So yeah, there was an extra pit for some reason. And then they've just had to come in again to make sure that they weren't going to breach the stint timer. But yeah, definitely an extra trip into the pits for Reyes in the team. And that's going to see them lose position. So another team definitely going to be worth watching going forward in the competition. Their finishing position here could certainly belay the pace that they're going to carry forward in the championship. Oliveira, Borchers, Mercer all in pits. Oliveira's car back out. Felipe's handed over to Dornelles. And Oliveira, is it Oliveira behind the wheel? It's not, it's Wilson Fernandez. So Fernandez has taken back over in his team's charge for the top spot. This is, of course, the final pit stops a lot of these cars are going to make, or certainly they'll be hoping this is the last pit stop that they make. Ryan Yee is going to be coming in to the pits on this lap. There's Jakob Scheber coming in a bit early on that pit stop, but maybe just optimising the tyres. But that is Scheber on his way in, and third place at the minute, 1 hour 13 minutes and 54 seconds into his stint he is at the moment. So he will be coming into the pits, and he's got 50 less than a minute. He's he timed this. This could be the longest stint we've seen so far. Ryan Yee cut this one close. So far, Gabriel Felipe with the longest stint, 1 hour 14 minutes 45 seconds. Ryan Yee into the pits. Oh, it's going to be almost identical actually. 1 hour 14. Oh no, 1 hour 14:35. He's got 25 seconds left of his stint. Bags of time there, Mike. As I think Mike, oh yeah, he's just grabbed himself a quick drink. There we go. Yeah, so we're seeing that is the pit stops coming in up at the top of the field. Wilmot still leading the way, with Dornelles still in second. Wilmot, of course, is going to be coming into the pits pretty soon as well, an hour and 7 minutes into their stint. So we've still got a bit of time to get that done. About 8 minutes, making his way through a lot of traffic. Might potentially have wished he'd taken it a little bit sooner. Ryan Yee still stationary. Jan Duffner and David Cesar up to 5th place. Although he does have another pit stop. He's been out 51 minutes, so he is going to have to come in about 24 minutes time. So that's going to be with 40 minutes left.
Sorry to interrupt, but rating party there from Jake Wells. I'm just sitting back down in my chair and trying to get my full screen back on because that popped off for some reason. Thank you very much, Jake. I hope you had a great race. I'm assuming that means that you're done with your stints. Rating party at 19, thank you very much. Jake Wells, of course, give a quick little shout out to him. I'm sure everybody at this point knows Jake Wells, though, let's be completely honest. If you don't, like I say, you live under a rock. Of course, one of the greatest streamers in North America for ACC. Thank you very much, Jake. You done. Had to do the double
good evening,
stint.
Raiders.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. I will give that a follow as well. Excellent. There we go. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you've enjoyed the racing. I am done. Had to do the double stint rough. He says it's been a tough race. The Nürburgring proving to be a fairly cruel mistress, and the strategies certainly coming into play for a lot of team strategies having to be adjusted as a wise Chinese philosopher once said, no battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. And certainly after the incidents on the opening 3 laps, a couple of teams definitely finding themselves in that position. Conrad Kula, of course, currently running in 14th, and the SPQR team, which is not Andreas Borchers, of course. Where's the SPQR car?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know. Where'd they go?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Basoglio. Of course, Basolio. Sorry, Basolio. Yeah, back up to 6th, though.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, they dropped down. Oh, but, yeah, another team. I mentioned them in the opener. I spoke to Mike about them before the competition started. It's having pace to have dropped down as far as they did, to now find themselves back up in 6th position. They do have another pit stop to take, of course, but still a phenomenal drive by the SPQR team to get themselves back up. Been some great drives right through the field.
Also, Lizzie, sorry, I'm just catching that. Who'd you want that onboard for? Was that David? I don't think David is out on track as it stands. Yeah, I didn't quite. Yeah, sorry, I was not at the computer when when that happened. My bad. Casey Shooty.
Jake Wells has to go and be a dad. Ah, the joy. Straight back to earth with a bang.
Casey Shooty down here challenging Mike Burkov. This is a battle for P21 as it stands. Mike Burkov been putting in the laps with this car. 156.8, doing a great job lapping a bit slower than Casey Shooty, who's behind him with a 155.9. About a second difference in terms of pace. And you, Jake, I hope you have a great night. Take it easy. Enjoy your dad duties.
Thank you, Jake. Yeah,
Thank you
enjoy,
for the
mate. Great
raid
race.
once
Look
again.
forward to seeing you. Yeah, look forward to seeing you race to the series. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Absolutely. And Brian Faluna here has caught back up with Javier Marquez. John, why don't you take this one?
Yeah, we've got Faluna and Marquez in 11th, 12th, the Porsche and the Lambo reigniting their 11th track. We've seen plenty of battling from the two of them so far, down into the hairpin. The Porsche closing right up under braking. It's going to be a nice chase down through Ad Van Bogen between these two, that is for sure. Faluna has done a fair bit of defending in this race. Marquez too has done a fair bit of defending so far. Marquez not quite as successfully as Faluna's defensive duty so far, but it could be that Faluna now looking to get some momentum and get another position back since taking over. Of course, for Eric de Bon, looking to get themselves back inside the top 10 potentially, as we've got a problem with Ryan Yee's car.
Oh no.
Ryan Yee has had an issue. He's come back into the pits after Jeff Spangler's come into the pits after 2 laps.
Ryan Yee was in a very good position to potentially even sit on the podium at some point.
They were hunting down the pole. They were definitely giving David Cesar pause for thought. That is for absolutely sure. But Jeff Spangler has come into the pits after 2 laps.
Wow.
So yeah, sorry. Well, we're watching that battle. That just clocked my eye there on the pit wall live.
And
yes, he didn't even get an average lap time. So I think he just came out the pits and then just one flying lap and straight back in.
Thank you, Jeremy. I don't know what that means, but thank you. I'll have to look that up. Failed to determine content class. I don't know what that means, but okay. What's the issue? Live stream. Oh, that's the live stream that doesn't show up. Yeah, I don't know why that doesn't do that. That's okay. Forzy, who would you like a lap? And Lizzie, yes, David is not on track as it stands, so who would you like that lap to be as well?
The Fabinator, our trackside pit box engineer, has pointed out it was a stop-go 30-second penalty they had to serve. Speeding in the pit lane.
That'll do it.
That will do it. And
we have our
wow,
onboard request
that could do it for top 5.
For Forzy, we'll get Forzy's first. Lizzie, like I say, if you want to hold yours till David comes out, that's also fine if David is coming back out. But yeah, David, okay. We'll do David Collins after that. Wait, David Collins. Yeah, David Collins. Wait, are they teammates? Is it double David team? Anyways, we're going to go with Casey Schutte for right now, as he is in a very tight battle. Has Renato Donales in front of him right now. That's P2. But after that is going to be Mike Burkov. Mike Burkov is for position, P20. So we head now down towards the Valvoline curve. Tips it in very nicely. The Porsche very nimble through these corners. We see Mike Burkov there getting out of the way of Renato Donales. That puts him right back into the grips here of Casey Schutte. Casey going to be looking to gain here into the hairpin. Definitely not going to be making an overtake from that far back. It'd be an absolute send and a half as he gets on that throttle nice and early. But unfortunately, that drive from that Ferrari is really, really good. Ferrari's looking quite rapid here, Mike Burkov. We see yellow flag from Konrad Kula and an immediate return to garage. I don't know if you want to cover that in the replay. I'm not sure what happened there.
For Konrad Kula,
yes, P19 as it stands. That was, don't know what happened there. Casey Schutte, though, remains in P21, chasing down Mike Burkov. Wow, lots of gravel kicked up from the car in front. That was Renato Donales. Mike on the charge now to get away from Casey. These two very good friends in Discord, of course. Both very active Trackalicious members. Both amazing guys as well. Mike Burkov, absolutely awesome guy. So is Casey Schutte. Gaining with these blue flags, you can see. And that's David Alicea out on track, actually, in P30. David is back out. So that will be our next onboard lap, I would assume, is David Alicea. We see Casey Schutte come across the line there. It's a 156.7 this lap and 3/10 separating him and Mike Burkov. I don't think that battle's going to end anytime soon. We'll keep an eye on it here. But moving over to David Alicea in the 314 Noobs R Us car, the Puerto Rican driver coming into the arena sector with a great view of that action up in front, actually. You can hear that traction control kicking in. TC of 5 as it stands. As we push on through the night here, blue flags being waved for the cars in front. David, no one to worry about as it stands. As he coasts his way there kind of through the Valvoline and Ford corners. And coming out down to the Dunlop hairpin. David Alicea definitely a little early on the brakes compared to some other drivers. A BMW, I think if he could push it just a little bit more, he could get maybe even a half a second out of some of these laps. But David, I just wanted to make a comment as well on what John was saying earlier. Any laps in these endurance races are extremely valuable. Every single lap that you are on one of these is a massive amount of experience added to your belt in terms of these 6-hour races. Driving with the caliber of some of these guys out here can teach you so much. As we have a blue flag approaching, that's going to be Konrad Kula from behind.
Yeah, Kula coming in and getting his final pit stop taken. Interesting battle is emerging track, and I'll have to say a big shout out to Jan Duffner and the team. They've completely slipped under my radar. The MSREs, they've now positioned themselves on the podium. They've taken their final pit stop. They are running to the end of the race and they're currently in third. Tim Schaefer is behind them. He's of course taken over for David Cesar, the other team, with that short pit stop. They've got Basolio just ahead of them, but Basolio has only got 20 minutes left of his stint. Schaefer needs to get this overtake done on Basolio as quickly as possible if he is going to put the hurt in on Jan Duffner and try and catch up ahead. This is a Did I or did I not say crescendo at the end with a podium battle? Schaefer, Basolio and Duffner. I think they are about to preside that. As we can see, Schaefer having that look. He knows he needs to get past. Basolio knows he can match pace though. Both cars have done 1 minute 54.4, 1 minute 54.5. So pace-wise, they're fairly equally matched at the minute, but Schaefer, of course, is going to feel at this point that he's being held up. He's on the fresher tyres. Did he save the fresh tyres until the last stint? Is he out on quali tyres and thereby losing even more grip and even more times? Basolio, as I say, he's got 52 minutes of his stint under his belt. He can pit at any time. He does have 23 minutes before he has to come in and do that. And under the rules, Mike, he doesn't really have to overtake just because he's technically out of position, because he's still got a pit stop to take. It is kind of his position to hold on to at the minute.
Oh, absolutely. There are no blue flags being waved, so he has no responsibility to get out of the way. We did see a flash of the headlights from Tim Schaefer, maybe just trying to distract Basolio a little bit, maybe a bit frustrated. I don't know. Probably a little bit of both, to be completely honest. Also, thank you, Span21, for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope everyone's enjoying the show as we come down to our closing hour of this race. 54 minutes and 54 seconds left to go before we come down to the checkered flag. Another flash of the headlights. Tim Schaefer, he's definitely feeling impatient. He knows what he can get in the end of this race, but he just has to push and get by Simone.
And he's a lot quicker than Duffner as well, just to add more credence to the potential frustration that Schaefer may be feeling. As we see him beautifully go side by side, that livery does look stunning in these lights. But to put this in perspective, Jan Duffner's last lap was a 56.1. Schaefer's down in the 55.4s, threatening to do 1 minute 54s himself. He just needs that clear bit of air. But the SPQR team, they know they need to hold that track position. It is the top three, of course, that go into the final in the GT3s, 4th and 5th, getting themselves the GT4 cars, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Get into the playoff. Schaefer, Basolio, Fernandez, Spangler and Hepburn all in those positions at the minute. And Basolio is looking to fend off that charge and hold on to as many positions as he can, because it looks at the minute, if my calculations are correct, when Basolio does come out of the pit, he is going to come out almost neck and neck with Wes Hepburn in 8th. Hepburn might be able to sneak ahead because he is putting in quick laps. Frustration spills over.
Basolio is off. Wow. Yeah, I don't think it was
contact,
frustration.
Yep.
Oh, there was contact.
No, sorry. My apologies for judging. We won't say that's frustration. My apologies.
Let's go back. Hold on. I didn't see the contact.
I've jumped on a quick replay there, so yeah. But down into the hairpin.
I mean, you're not right. Just a little bit of impatience potentially there, misjudgment.
He's way back.
Stuck behind. And unfortunately, doesn't look like Tim Schaefer plans on yielding anytime soon. But Basolio, nonetheless, is coming back at him. Wait a second. Wait, did he yield? I think he may have yielded. I think he yielded. All right. Yep. Well, you know what? That is a testament right there to Tim Schaefer, I would say. If he
100%.
I mean,
championship on the line. Places in the final on the line, and he's redressed the position for an accidental contact.
Yep, he is admitting fault to that one and saying, no, I will give you that position back and let this battle continue.
He clearly pulled over. We've got it on the replay. Pulled over at Ad Van Bogen. There's no way the flow through there compared
but there
to
it
the
is.
Ferrari.
There it is. That was a fair overtake. No contact needed on that one, and Tim Schaefer is through T1. The Kia AMG continues on. Tim Schaefer did everything he could.
Yeah, just putting that on the replay again, and it is out with turn number 1. The Ferrari shows him the inside line. Much more pace there from the Mercedes. If I didn't know any better, I would say the Ferrari actually lifted and just let him straight back through. Maybe realising that the Mercedes does have a bit more pace, but as you say, they're beautiful overtake, zero contact. Through a much tighter corner than the hairpin where we did see contact. So yeah, testament to them both. Not only that, Tim Schaefer, like I say, his sportsmanship could have cost him a place on the podium, and that is no understatement. He has been half a second a lap quicker than Jan Duffer, despite being behind Basolio over the past 8 laps. Or at least, yeah, since he's come out of the pits.
And also, yes, look
was the
at
6
this
laps, yeah.
train of cars, by the way, as we approach our final pit stop phases. Let me see here. We have Simone that needs to make his pit stop, and that is it in the rest of this pack. Everybody else is going to the end. Maybe. Wait, hold on.
Of course, because
No,
Grant
they're not.
Wilmot's taken his
they are.
pit stop.
Oh!
The race leader took
Basolio
his
is
pit
off.
stop. Oh,
Basolio with a mistake. I don't think there was contact involved there. I think that might just be his old tires getting to him. Let's go back and take a look at that.
yeah, I've chucked a replay on for that one as well, down into Ad Van Bogen. So, well, yeah, while this has all been going on, Grant will come in. As we say, that 1 hour, 14 minute, 36 second stint, and has brought the car back out in front into the NGK chicane. Oh!
We're going to do this full...
Snap oversteer. Wow.
And we're going to go on board here with Wes Hepburn as a request from one rule for myself. Also welcome. Wes Hepburn here coming through the AMG Arena section, chasing down Jeff Spangler. Jeff Spangler looking like he got almost a little out of shape through the arena sector. But the number 40 car continues on here looking for any opportunity he can. This train, though, is going to be an absolute challenge to work its way through. Every single one of them wants to finish as high as they possibly can. And, well, only one of them can. Let's just say that. So, coming down into the Dunlop hairpin, chasing down Jeff is Wes. Wes, though, looking fairly calm and collected. Not wanting to do anything too rash. Has a look to the inside there. It is way too far back to do anything, especially into the Schumacher. S is very tricky to make an overtake happen there. Have seen it, though, tonight, so not impossible. Breaking up that 100-meter board. Car is off up in front. I think that's Jan Stamp. Wait. Yeah, I'm thinking way too hard now. I almost made contact there with Wes Hepburn. I don't think there was. Wes, though, losing a bit of time.
Yeah, well, we see he's losing a bit of time. He's actually been massively helped out there. I did say that Simone Basolio was likely to come out the pits between Hepburn and Aleman. Well, he now finds himself between Hepburn and Aleman, and he's still got that pit stop to take. So Hepburn is up to 7th position. He is hunting down Jeff Spangler, and he is hunting down Wilson Fernandez. He is by far the quicker of these 3 drivers, and they've got Tim Schaefer, who is just ahead of them as well. So when I said there was going to be a potential podium battle at the end, even I didn't expect it to be between 5 to 6 cars, but that is what we are shaping up to do here. If Jeff Duffner does not get the foot down, and he really needs to get the foot down, he lost another half a second on that last lap, and we see a car sideways there. Sorry, Mike, what is that we've got going on?
Javier Marquez there, just overcooking it into the final corner in the rear end, just getting really upset with him and pitching around. Very unfortunate there for him. Lost a couple positions, but carries on, not too much damage picked up. And hydrates redeemed, not a bad idea. Get some hydration in here for the last little stint.
Yeah.
Reminder to chat as well, hydrate up.
And not only that, wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, get the blood pumping, get the blood circulating. It's not great to sit down for long periods of time. And a 6-hour race, I can assure you, is a long period of time to be sitting down.
Absolutely.
I myself do star jumps while I'm listening to Mike's otherworldly commentary. So yeah, make sure you do that. But wiggling your toes and wiggling your fingers, also a very good idea if you find your blank head in an exam situation. Yeah, wiggling your toes and your fingers gets the blood pumping, and it'll get you through exams. So there we go. Getting through the NGK chicane though, Mike, it is Tim Schaefer. How much was he held up by the SPQR car? We can ask ourselves that question for the next 46 minutes, but for the next 46 minutes, Schaefer is going to be asking the question, how do I keep Fernandez, Spangler and Wes Hepburn from taking my 4th position? Jan Duffner ahead, still lapping in the 56. It's Fernandez with a big send. He's made it stick.
Wow. Wow, that was almost a little too aggressive, but he makes it work. We're going to go back and check that out on the main feed. That was a send and a half from Wilson Fernandez. We're going to go on board with him here for right now. Watching the send of a lifetime, and the 20 car is forced to basically dive out of the way. Tim Schaefer. I want to give credit to Tim on that one because that could have ended very, very badly. That was a very aggressive pass from Wilson Fernandez, basically giving Tim no other option.
Tim flashing the lights in recognition. He agrees wholeheartedly
I bet he
with the
does.
comedy team at the minute, I would say.
Yeah, he's probably fuming right now. If I was him, I would be at least.
I'll tell you who's doing more than star jumps at the minute. Atomic Beauty. There's a reason she's not been typing in the chat recently. She is currently screaming at her husband, "Come on, Wes, you can do it." Wes Hepburn has got the car right back on the verge of this. The driver's ahead. Sorry to say this, we've seen a couple of mistakes. Couple of sends that are maybe a bit brave with 45 minutes left to go. The third man in a train is always the best position. When you've got 4 cars, it is Wes Hepburn that is in the best position here. As soon as anyone ahead of him tries to do anything, he is there to pounce. He can pick his position, he can pick where he places the car based on what's going on entirely around him. More information in the cars that are battling for the positions that currently have. And it's playing right into the hands of Jan Duffner as well. Because
oh man, sorry to interrupt here, but you can feel the tension building between Tim Schaefer and Wilson Fernandez as these two continue their scrap, and Wilson Fernandez almost getting a move done on him by Tim Schaefer. Tim Schaefer, though, flashing his headlights repeatedly at Wilson Fernandez to try to get in his head just whatsoever. This is some incredible action at the end of this race, my goodness.
Lizzie Sinead in the chat confirming that Atomic Beauty is indeed coaching Wes on as we speak.
He's got a lot of work to do.
He's got the full team cheering him on. She does indeed, and Wes is definitely to do as well. He is in the best position, like I say, and this is the best position. The 3 cars ahead have indicated to him, we are here to battle. We are here to take positions. And again, as soon as any of these cars go side by side, he's going to be able to pop that car in, and we know he's got the control. His fastest lap so far is a 1:54.182. It's only half a tenth slower than the fastest 2 drivers on the track at the minute. And it is, but in saying that, it is only a tenth quicker than Jeff Spangler ahead of him. So Jeff too is in a really good position here. Tim Schaefer, great drive by their team again though. I said that they were potentially on for a podium, but I still stand by the drive. For me, one of the strategy calls of the race so far for Schaefer and the gang surely might get themselves back up to this position, but saying that, they're now finding themselves swamped.
Oh, that's way too deep into the final chicane. Sorry to Tim Schaefer.
No, go.
Almost loses the car. He manages to hold on to it though, but now he needs to face massive threat from Jeff Spangler behind. Jeff Spangler's going to have the run onto him into the first corner. Look at that. You can't even see Jeff Spangler's car. One, because it's a McLaren and extremely tiny compared to the AMG, but because he's also so close. Making a move now into the first corner, down the inside. Closes the gap though, does the Kia AMG, and he holds the position for now.
Here comes Hepburn. Hate to say I told you so.
He backs out for now, but here he's down the inside, potentially a little late on the brakes, almost actually goes off the track, potentially, Wes Hepburn. Tim Schaefer flashing the headlights, not happy.
Yeah,
Jeff
there was
Spangler
contact there.
is by, though. Now we see Wes Hepburn try to take advantage of the situation as well. The number 40 going to be making a move through Valvoline potentially. No, backs out of it as he rounds back around Ford. It's just going to have to be a game of patience for right now. Down into Dunlop, not quite close enough. Rob 2K, some support there for Wes. He's going to need it. While all this has happened, Simone Basolio is as well 1.8 seconds behind. We need to keep an eye on that. They might be joining this fight as well soon enough with Giles Allman behind him. Lizzie saying there's so much tension on track. That is an understatement because we also have battles that we're not even covering right now. Stitsiev. There we go. I think that's better. In
That's
P22. And Casey Schutte making a move onto Daniel Versosa for P19. Does it happen just yet? I'm not sure. It looks like Versosa's going to stick with it. There's just too much action to keep track of on track. This is insanity. There's been 6 hours of this as well. Absolutely incredible.
And big shout out to Charlie Booth. Not only rejoined the track, he has been, since he rejoined the track, the most consistent driver out there. He's done 31 laps so far, and he has a 55.2. Through all the traffic and everything that's going on, he is smashing in laps, sub 1 minute 55, like it absolutely does not matter. This team is absolutely one to watch come the last race of the season. Over the next few races, they're going to get results, and on the last race of the season, they could well still be challenging for top 8 honours with somebody like Booth behind the wheel. And he's just done it again, a 1 minute 54.7. His previous lap was a 1 minute 54.8. While making his way past 2 cars as he watches a Lamborghini find its way into the wall. The exit turn number 1 there, proving tricky once again for the German manufacturers. But yeah, big shout out to Charlie Booth. Not only rejoined after disconnecting, he is absolutely killing it with the lap times and consistency back then. Oh, honestly, Mike, this series going forward, just absolutely no end of brilliance on display potentially.
No, absolutely. I think you summed that up perfectly right there as well. We were just watching Javier Marquez making another error, unfortunately, in that awesome livery, but it's not looking so awesome right now as it's picked up a bit of damage throughout this last stint. Wes Hepburn, though, carrying on the charge, and Rob24K putting it in chat. Box 3 doesn't raise quitters. So, yeah, big shout out there to Charlie Booth for carrying on in the Box 3 esports and trying to get to the end here. But this is where everybody wants to keep an eye on. Wes Hepburn, Tim Schafer, Simone Basilio, why did I mess that up so bad at the end? Basolio, and Giles Alleman. Now into the closing 38 minutes of this race. It's going to be extremely tight, I will say. Renato Dornales.
Basolio's got to come into the pit still.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Basolio's on 1 hour and 9 minutes. He's got 6 minutes left and he has to come in the pits. This is, so yeah, that's what I was saying about Hepburn and getting the positions because Basolio dropped down because of those incidents. Yeah, that 8th place, he is, the SPQR team are now looking like they're going to struggle to hold it inside the top 10. It really is looking that way for them because yeah, if you think about it, we've got Brian Felina, Andreas Boschers and Javier Marquez not far behind, although Marquez has dropped it into the wall, so potentially still 11th for Basolio and the SPQR team, but they are definitely going to tumble down with that pit stop still to take. Spangler, again, another team I'm sure I've already mentioned this. It was someone in the chat pointed out they got a stop go 30-second penalty. They're in 5th position and they're only just behind Fernandez and Duffner. Quick bit of maths tells you no stop go 30-second penalty. Spengler and the gang were looking at a podium as well, so that podium battle really was about to come to life at the end. Some penalties have robbed us of certain battles, but they've certainly gifted us with other ones, and the one we're watching between Spangler, Schafer and Hepburn is still absolutely raging on. And while it is Wilson, Fernandez, look at the 3 of them coming into the final chicane. Absolutely nothing separating them. That is insane.
Oh, and that's going to be the move from Tim Schafer, and actually I should say Jeff Spangler making an error. He has gone way too deep into the Coca-Cola curve. That allows Wes Hepburn through as well as Tim Schafer. Wes Hepburn now has 1 more car to contend with to get that 5th position. As we said before, the sleeper of this race, he's managed to hold on for now. He needs to be careful though because there still is a massive pack of cars behind. Also some energy there given to David Alicea. He's sitting a bit further back down. But yes, Wes Hepburn here on the charge. So we hop on board with him, can get a great view of the rear end of that AMG. Definitely a sight that Wes is probably sick of at this point. He just wants to see some clean air in front of him. But he's got a bit of work to do to make that happen. Tim Schaefer has not wanted to give up that position to anybody. Wilson Fernandez having to rip the position out of Tim Schaefer's hands in order to get it, in fact. Where is the number
MRKS, yeah, that is Michael Freigang.
Freigang, yes.
Freigang, indeed.
28.
My apologies. 28th position at the minute. It's been a tough race for the Mercedes, to say the least. Another car, certainly wrong place at wrong time on a couple of occasions, and I think there was a penalty as well. Yes, there was an extra trip into the pits after 2 laps, so yes, there was a penalty for pit stop violations.
Oh.
As well. Lizzie Sunade. Sorry, what's Lizzie?
You just Alicea.
Lizzie Alicea. There we go.
That's not what her Twitch last name is, but that is what her last name is. So.
Okay, got you. Lizzie Alicea. There we go. But she's got sister and niece sending energy. Boom. All the energy being sent.
Yeah, sending energy to her brother, of course, and uncle, to David Alicea here, who is out on track in the Noobs RS car driving that 314.
So that... Okay, got you. There we go. It's only taken 5.5 hours for me to catch on to that, but there we go. We get there.
All good, as long as you catch on eventually.
We get there eventually. We've got 30 hours to go. I'll have forgotten by next time anyway. No, there is Basolio coming in to the pit. Conrad Kula, 15th position. Jeff Spangler coming in to the pit as well.
You know, I just wanted to make a quick little comment here. Andreas Borchers is a name that you don't often see in 9th position. That is a name that you see in P1, and that's about it. So seeing him down here in 9th is a real surprise to me. In fact, he's struggling to get by Brian Faluna, another driver who is extremely fast. Both Brian Faluna and Andreas Borchers, these guys are ridiculously fast. To see them down in P8 and 9 is extremely shocking. That really just gives credit to the rest of this field. But also, I think it's a bit of an off day for both of these teams. The Trackalicious teams just not performing as I would have expected from my fellow Trackalicious boys and gals down here.
Up against a tough field, and it's been a tough race. As I say, Nürburgring, a cruel mistress when she wants to be out on track. There is Basolio back out on track. J Cubage in the chat. Sunade. I should have got that actually. Can't believe I went with Sunade, but definitely there we go. So Lizzie Sunade or Alicea. Sister, of course, then, of David, who's out on track. Hence the sister and niece vibes. Boom.
And Laylee is going to be the niece. So.
Hello, Laylee. Cheering on your uncle. Excellent. Love to see it. Excellent stuff. Do you sim race as well? Or when do you get a shot on your uncle's steering wheel?
Oh,
Tell him Raven said you do sim race as well.
Lizzie,
excellent. There we go.
Lizzie, of course, Noobs R Us rookie driver over in Trackalicious, and does a great job over there in the Noobs R Us junior team. And of course, Laylee going to be learning from a true great there in Lizzie. No, Lizzie, a work in progress in terms of sim racing, no doubt. But Lally, my bad. Apologies.
Lally, there we go. Lally, apologies, Lally. I'm assuming you're laughing at the terrible pronunciation of your name. But no, make sure you tell your uncle that the Scottish commentator said you have to get a shot on his wheel. Okay.
I think
there we go.
David has a extremely strong direct drive wheel.
Start them young, teach them the way. You can turn it down, so you can still feel the direct drive forces. You don't need to be running it at. You don't need to be running it at uber. I've got a 20 Newton meter direct drive wheel. I run it at about 3 or 4.
Wes Hepburn has gotten the overtake done on Tim Schaefer. Wes Hepburn up into P5. The coaching from Atomic Beauty has worked. Wes Hepburn, 5th position for right now. Needs to hold on, though. Tim Schaefer in the RNL Roar. It's not the NML. Tim Schafer.
RNL Roar.
Yes, in the Kia AMG, as I'm gonna call it, because I like that. It's just, it entertains me. Of course, Kia,
Yeah, that's getting a bit stuttery there for me. But yeah, just watching that replay of the overtake, it was just on the exit to the hairpin before the Schumacher S. I'm not sure what ailed Schaefer there, but that is where the gap started to drop. Oh, yeah, two wheels on the gravel through the Schumacher S. And they're going to be side by side on the exit. Job done. Oh, although he was right out on track there, Hepburn. Manages to get it back on very neatly, takes the apex and down through Ad Van Bogen. Signed, sealed and delivered. Hepburn then up to 5th position. Can he make any inroads? And Wilson Fernandez time ahead. Renato Dornales, another driver looking to make it a grandstand finish. In fact, Jan Duffner as well is losing time. Again, hand over fist at the minute. He's at 156.3 on the last lap. The cars around him are all lapping sub 1 minute 55. I'm so excited that I can't get my words out properly. That was absolutely dreadful. I can only apologise for what your poor ears have just had to listen to, good viewers.
oh man.
I know they say it's the thought that counts, but I don't know what the thought was thinking there. But Jan Duffner, he really does need to get some time. No messing about with that. 1 minute 56.3 on his last lap compared to 54.9. Hepburn, even despite making the overtake, still a 55.7. So Duffner, that third place certainly could be under threat. And Grant Wilmot doesn't want to be messing about with too much traffic either. He was 8/10ths slower than Dornelles on that last lap as well. So 29 minutes to go, and Dornelles is half the gap, Mike, up at the front. There's now only 3 seconds, less than 3 seconds, separating the top two, and second place is currently lapping quicker than first.
Not only lapping
I thought
quicker.
a grandstand finish for third. No, first and second. Hold my beer.
Not only is Renato Dornales lapping quicker, he is lapping significantly quicker. 8/10ths last lap difference between Grant and Renato. That Grant he can't let that keep happening. He's going to lose that position within 2 or 3 laps if that pace keeps up. Renato is on an absolute mission right now in that Vacuum Racing Porsche. Jan Duffner, he definitely has a bit of work to do. Wilson Fernandez is going to be wanting that. And the other Vacuum Racing, I'm going to want to finish side-by-side podium here for the Vacuum boys. They have a bit of work to do, though, of course, to get that, make that dream become a reality. And I will say, Wilson Fernandez, arguable that we may see a penalty at some point come out for him. I think some people might say that. We'll see, though. That definitely is yet to become a reality. And if it does, it will throw a massive wrench into this equation at the end, I will say. But for now, no time penalty, and we carry on. Bruno Pio is in the pits. Why is Bruno Pio in the pits? Was it stint timer?
End of his
it
stint.
was stint timer. Okay, I didn't realize that we had people still out on their final stint. My bad. Bruno Pio pushing that to
yeah,
the
like
very
we said,
end.
there was always going to be a potential for a 30-minute short stint for some of the drivers, and Bruno's team, one of the teams that have driven to the fullest for their stints so far. And oh no, sorry, they did have one 48-minute stint. So yeah, if they that is an untidy contact there. Basolio just making contact with the back of a forlorn Lamborghini of Freigang, is that? Marquez,
Javier
sorry.
Marquez, yeah.
Javier Marquez, yeah, he's losing positions hand over fist.
Yeah.
And at this stage, is it worth coming in to get that repaired for the last 26 minutes?
No, I don't think so. At this point, especially the gap to Quinn Smith, he has 60 seconds to, well, he actually has 78 seconds to Quinn Smith. I think he should be more than fine by that. He may lose the position to Ryan Yee, 18 seconds to Ryan Yee, but 155, it'll be close. Ryan Yee still has to get the overtake, even if he does catch. Also, Steven Tomazic, Rose Gaming, how's it going in chat? What's up? And AV6 Scott, just go faster, Fernandez, cover a 10-second penalty. Yeah, easier said than done when you have Wes Hepburn behind you, but he's kind of making that dream become a reality. It's 5 seconds as it stands, and climbing, actually. Well, maybe not. It's staying about the same. They're lapping very similarly, both Wes and Wilson. Gonna have to take a couple mistakes to make that become a reality. Tim Schaefer down here in P6, chasing down Wes Hepburn still, but not quite on the pace. Giles Alleman in P7, Brian Faluna in P8, Andreas Borchers in P9, and Simone Basolio getting by. So who is that? That is Freigang in P28, lapping him. Simone in P10. Javier Marquez not far behind in P11. In terms of battles behind that, not too much going on. That battle for P1 has slowed down as well, interestingly enough. 3.3 seconds is holding, even though we still see Renato Dornales lapping quicker. I think we maybe saw a bit of a mistake this lap from Renato, as he's about 3/10 off of his previous pace with quite a bit of lap to go. We'll see. I think he wants it, but does he want it enough? Does he have it in him? Of course, he's going to be getting cheered on by his teammates, his fellow Brazilian teammate of Gabriel Felipe. And I'm sure there are plenty of Brazilians in chat as well cheering him along, as he's currently in P1 for them.
Yeah, he is, and he is looking... there's quite a few of them out there looking quick in these closing stages. Can Wilmot hang on to it though? Dornelles is definitely applying that pressure. The lap times, as you say though, of just as we're talking this, Wilmot does a 54.9. Dornelles with a 55.0. So Wilmot, maybe he does have the answer. Maybe he's been playing coy. Maybe he's been on a tyre saving exercise.
Very well could be.
And at this level, you can't put that past these drivers. Just the way they can manage their pace. Right, I need to lap at the 1 minute 55 and a half, 1 minute 56 is to keep the tyres, and then just find an extra bit of time here and there when they need it. But certainly a nice clear lap there for Grant Wilmot. 1 minute 54.972. Wilson Fernandez with a 54.8. Wes Hepburn with a 54.5 on that last lap. So these top drivers, it just goes to show you how we get such close battles at the start of the race. When you see them coming to the end, the lap times are all so close between these drivers. It all really does come down to who gets the break, who gets the rub of the green in the opening few laps. Throw in a bit of luck with your strategy, avoid some penalties, and yeah, you can find yourself with a good lead, because again, everyone's lapping at roughly the same pace, so it really is going to take a bit of a mistake at the moment to see any major changes, apart from maybe Jan Duffner, who is the only driver in the top 10 that really is struggling to get the car consistently at least into the 1 minute 55s, if not those 1 minute 54s.
And you know, speaking of changes, one thing that I'm just keeping an eye on, or that just caught my eye, Daniel Versosa has not made a driver change this entire race. Neither has John Smith. And do you know why that is? They don't have a teammate. They are solo in this 6 hours. Daniel Versosa has been solo this entire time in this QV Motorsports by Orahack. As well, John Smith now coming back out of the pits in the friggin' frack Motorsports BMW. He as well, no teammates. So 6 hours of driving for these two guys. Absolute madmen. What are they doing? I mean, granted, we've been commentating for 6 hours, but still.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I took a 20-minute break and ate a burger, goodness me.
That is true, we both actually took a little bit of a break. That's fair. Now that you mention it, yeah. Daniel Versosa.
Yeah, 6 hours without a break. That's crazy.
Wow. Yeah.
Although potentially what it could be is what's known as a university team or a race team. So what I've found recently in a lot of competitions, we think it's one driver, and then afterwards in Discord we'll find out it's perhaps a university professor who's an ex-race driver, who's an engineer, and do is, Dr. Nailbender, you didn't eat a burger, you'd have been asleep, lol. Ah, best friends in the chat throwing me under the bus. Good evening, Dr. Nailbender.
So that's actually really interesting, I will say.
Yes,
do
university
know...
team. So what they do is one of them took an F4 car, gutted it out, put a steering wheel, put a PC, put a screen on it, and so 3 or 4 of them, and then we'll physically jump in and out of the driving rig.
That's cool.
From one location.
That's awesome.
Which is really cool.
Daniel Versosa does not do that. I know that.
Okay, so he has gone full solo.
Yes, Daniel Versosa is just an absolute madman. I'm not sure on John Smith. John Smith very well could be, but I don't know. But like I say, Daniel Versosa, no, he is just that insane. That, of course, Daniel Versosa, an admin over at Trackalicious, absolutely awesome guy, amazing admin as well, has been for a very long time. So, putting the work in. He's driving in P22 right now, sticking with it. We also just saw a position change. What just happened? Wilson Fernandez and Wes Hepburn have just traded positions. Can we catch this? I don't think we can, I'm going to be honest, but we're going to try. We're back. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Who is that? I don't think we can. Did we? Oh, there's a contact! Wes Hepburn, oh my goodness, that was Wilson Fernandez with a massive contact. There's 3 cars off the road. That was the Rockefeller Racing as well of Gelson Cruz. What just happened?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to catch that one as well, so yeah.
This is absolute
so some
carnage
back markers
here.
getting caught out of position, potentially. Yeah, so Hepburn was looking for the blue flag there. Gets it done very nicely there indeed. Heads up the hill. Oh, yeah. So, big mistakes there on the exit to the hairpin. There must have been a coming together.
Yes, Wilson Fernandez made contact with somebody.
Yep.
I'm not sure who. I saw that on the end, but I couldn't quite catch. Nonetheless, he's now battling side by side with Tim Schaefer. Doing what he can. He gets the job done there. Or, no, wait, that's not Tim Schaefer. Excuse me. That was,
Schaefer's
Kula.
passed.
Yes, he was battling with a back marker. He is going to be battling soon enough with him. Wilson Fernandez needs to pick up the pace, though. That really unfortunate. And a hydrate there from Steven Tomazic. Good reminder.
Yeah, good plan with 18 minutes to go. It's the grandstand finish. Here comes the crescendo, people.
Well, this is pretty much everything we've all been waiting for. Brian Faluna under threat from his fellow Trackalicious teammate. Andy Borchers has been behind him for a while now. Not sure if there's any team orders in play. I would imagine not, coming to these closing stages. I think all team orders are probably out the window. Let's take a look at pit time. Is there anybody that is going to need to make a stop? That is the question. Did anyone miscalculate? I don't think so. I think the closest is going to be Gelson Cruz at 56 minutes. Other than that, I think everybody has managed to calculate their stint timers correctly. It's a matter or not, did they calculate their fuel correctly? That is the next question. That, though, we will not know till the checkered flag. As we carry on with Andreas Borchers. I'm trying to say 2 names at once. Can pop on board with him now. As take a look at the track temp. We've increased 1 degree again, so back up to 15 degrees. Whoa. Oh. You can tell the McLaren very, very handy with curbs.
Yeah, you need to be handy getting that thing over the curbs. Just looking at the times, there's what did I just calculate? What did I just look at that? Sorry, 6 seconds, 8 seconds between Duffner and Hepburn. What a comeback drive it's been for Hepburn and the gang. They started on pole position, of course. Dropped outside the top 10, well outside the top 10. They find themselves in 4th, potentially hunting down Duffner in 3rd place. Can they get themselves on the podium? Certainly 4th place, a vast improvement on where they were staring at a few hours ago. So I've got Schaefer behind him, who's got Wilson Fernandez still chasing him, but Fernandez potentially with a bit of damage on that car. After some contact, Gilles Aleman, the driver behind. Brian Faluna, 8th place. Andreas Borchers, as you mentioned there, in 9th. And Simone Bisoglio with that unfortunate contact as well. And yeah, I think it would have been proved correct then, because Bazzolio, despite those incidents, apologies that my stream is stuttering so badly, is still running 10th place ahead of Marquez and Ryan Yee. Quinn Smith, great drive by the McLaren team as well, and Paul Reyes, 13th and 14th for those two, Mike. So good recovery drive, and certainly promising going forward. If they can get themselves a clean race without the stop-go 30-second penalties, Yee and Marquez, of course, keeping out the wall. A lot of strong contenders finishing outside the top 10. Definitely going to be a series. The final places are going to go right down to the final races.
Yeah, as we see the move here from Ryan Yee onto Javier Marquez, gets the job done. Javier, I will admit, he needs to, as you were saying, just keep it out of the barrier. That was his fatal flaw this time around. Javier definitely with a lot more pace underneath his belt, but he just can't quite unleash it with that very, very damaged Lamborghini, as you see him go off the track there momentarily and just loses a lot of time. Yeah, damaging a driving a damaged car, not damaging a drived car, is quite difficult.
Yeah, it most definitely is. Wes Hepburn is closing the gap on Duffner, almost 2 seconds quicker on that last lap, Mike. Duffner, he's done really well to hold on to that third place so long. Can he hold on to this till the end of the race? Tim Schaefer and the gang certainly threatened it. They got themselves involved in an incident. Wilson Fernandez, after a beautiful send, signed, sealed and delivered. None of this next day delivery either. This was same day. Absolutely on the money to take a charge at 4th place, but finds himself back down in 6th. And Gilles Alleman definitely a run for his money into the closing 10 minutes. But Jan Duffner, oh, just as I say that, oh, he's completely launched the final chicane then.
Oh no! Exclamation mark curse. Let's take a look at that one on the main feed. He's flashing his headlights. Like, a lot. Oh, that's just the AMG. Wow, he forgot to brake! Holy smokes! I don't even think he hit his brakes. Oops, and I accidentally switched cameras, but, wow.
Yeah, he was so busy looking at the car ahead.
Yeah, he got very tunnel vision there.
Yeah,
with the flat, he was
completely
trying.
missed the markers.
Oh my goodness, that's
You're my boy,
Dominic
Blue.
Smedra spun around. Don't mind him. Yeah, Jan was so entranced with trying to distract Wes Hepburn with his headlights that he actually distracted himself with his headlights instead. It's quite the incredible
Oh, so
move.
it wasn't Wes Hepburn, sorry. No, that was a back marker.
Oh, that was a back marker. My bad.
It was a
Okay.
back marker, yeah, because it's Wes Hepburn has just got the overtake
Holy
done.
smokes, you're right. Wes Hepburn's on the podium.
It was up to 3rd.
What? My goodness, how did I miss that?
Yeah, so that just goes to show you how much time Duffner lost there through that final skate, and he's just lost more as well. Could this be the stint that Duffner and the gang have got the qualification tyres on? If I was a betting man, there would be some folding money going on. Yes! At the minute, as we can see, oh, just not quite getting the power down again. Obviously, you can't get the power down quite as smoothly and quickly when you've got 2 wheels on the AstroTurf. We can see just coming into the hairpin, no braking whatsoever. 2 wheels, really not someplace you want to have 2 wheels on the gravel. Occasionally it is okay, but definitely not there. Jan Duffner giving up the podium. Wes Hepburn, the comeback is almost complete. I mean, back on the podium, that is an absolutely sensational drive by the team. Kept their head while all others are right. And they've been gifted the benefits, and not only that, and I'm going to jump on the rear spoiler of Grant Wilmot, because we're 11 minutes to go, Mike. The top 2 are separated by half a second.
Yeah, about 1.5 seconds so far. As we are, coming down to the last 10 minutes, and Renato Bernales, like the bass fisherman he is, reeling him in ever so slowly, Grant Wilmot invalidating this lap as well. That's not going to help. Needs to keep extremely consistent laps for the next 11 minutes here. It's not too many laps to go. We've completed 179 laps so far on the Nürburgring. 3.1 miles. I'll allow you guys to do the math there. I'm not going to do it. On how the distance that we have completed so far. And yes, it has been 6 hours. I know Rob G. Barker. Also, thank you, Rob. I did see that earlier, but yes, thank you. 6 hours, and this racing is still this close. It is a genuine sight to see. These guys are on another level. Andy Borcher's still chasing down Brian Faluna. I don't think he's hunting that hard. Definitely doesn't want to, well, cause any incidents or anything like that in these last moments. I think Andy on an old set of tires as well. I could be mistaken, but I don't think I am. 540 miles. Thank you, Raven, for doing that when you could have just said it in, the voice chat. But, it's all good.
Yeah, 540 miles have done so far. Unsurprisingly, we have Atomic Beauty in the chat who has just redeemed a full on-board. Unsurprisingly, for Hepburn, I've got the on-board as well. Will I get another angle? Close angle, so we'll get a job. Wes Hepburn back on the podium. Now, obviously, Atomic Beauty is 100% down to the coaching that you've been giving him over the last stint. Would you agree?
And yeah, definite amazing work here from Wes.
Definitely.
As he's coming through the arena sector now, nice and tight. He just needs to keep it together. Got 3.3 seconds to Jan Duffner. Jan as well is getting kind of preoccupied by Tim Schaefer. So it gives even more air to Wes Hepburn. We'll see though. Anything can happen in racing, as I've said before, and it normally does. Wes Hepburn in P3, just gotta hold it down. Of course, Wes Hepburn isn't alone in this endeavor. Gotta give credit where credit is due. Anthony Anderson, as well as Brian Canapan, both putting in incredible stints to make this dream become a reality. Cannot forget about them. But also, all eyes are gonna be on Dornales. We gotta keep on this onboard for right now, but all eyes are gonna be on Dornales soon enough, because that gap is closing quickly.
Yeah, I'm on board with Dornales at the moment. We do have ourselves mounted on the dashboard, and we can firmly see the bright white rear of that Lamborghini driven by Grant Wilmot. We are 5 hours 52 minutes into the race, and the top two are still only separated by 1.2 seconds at the minute, and that is getting closer. Wilmot is now matching Dornales' time almost. There's clearly a much bigger, much reduced difference in the times the two drivers are putting in at this stage in the race. Both still, though, Mike, both, even with the track temperature at 15 degrees, both still lapping unbelievably consistently in the 1 minute 54s. All this pressure on the line, the two of them coming in 8 minutes left, separated by a second. And in fact, only Jan Duffner in the top 10, not lapping in the low 155s. But these two still lap for lap for lap. Now that Dornales is closed in, Wilmot has really got that foot down once again. And just back to back, the consistency while this close to one another really is a testament to just how good these two are up at the front.
No, absolutely. It is extremely challenging to race this close, especially over the course of 6 hours, and these two doing it absolutely brilliantly. And Renato Dornales, though, I think he is going to be wanting to get that head down, get on the charge a bit more here. The 66 car, he has tasted the lead before. He wants to taste it again towards the end here, as it coming down to the only lap that matters to be on the lead. That is, of course, the final lap before the checkered flag. We're ever approaching that. 7 minutes to go. Renato Dornales, last lap, 154.8 compared to a 155.1. I don't think these guys have lapped in less than a 155.5 once throughout this entire race, which is insanity.
It is, yeah, incredibly quick times, and I think Dornales as well has got an extra bit of motivation because, of course, his team lost their lead of the race when Grant Wilmot flew past the pit exit when Dornales was all but standing still, just been released from the pit limiter. So I'm sure it'll be a nice extra bit of motivation for him to catch up and get the overtake done on Wilson again. Schaefer and Duffner we've got on your screen at the minute. They're back going at it as well. Phenomenal battle they two have had so far. 1 minute 55, 5 and 7 as they go side by side into turn number 1, or do it. I know the Mercedes of Schaefer opens up the corner, looking for the cutback in the better line through the Mercedes arena. He's going to, he's not going to have the apex. I thought he was going to have the curb on the way through. Can he get his wheels on the curbing on the way out of the Mercedes arena?
Oh, that's a really, I will admit, through that first corner, that was a really, really late move on the defense there for
Beautiful.
Jan. We got that.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Schaefer, though, not deterred by that at all. And he did, as I said, he got his wheels on the runoff great. And that gave the car the extra rotation, and that is absolutely stunning. Driving by Schaefer and Duffner. Both of them have been involved in little contacts here and there, and that is incredibly clean stuff. 5 hours and 55 minutes into the race, especially as we're taking it pretty much as read that they're using the quali tyres now for the end of the race. It does seem to have been the best idea for the strategy. But up at the front, the top two, Dornales and Wilmot, still going at it hammer and tong. There is half a second separating them with only 5 minutes left to go. We do still have...
Sorry to interrupt, but Wilson Fernandez just lost
come out the pits. Sorry, on you go.
Wilson Fernandez overtaken by Giles Alleman. He is falling down the field as it stands. He's trying to get a move back onto him, but not quite going to get anything done just yet. But Wilson, I'm not sure what's happened in these closing stages. It doesn't look like he has any real damage on that McLaren. I know he's been in a couple of contacts, just a few bouts, but nothing serious. And he is really falling down right now. But yeah, all eyes once again back to Dornales. Did Dornales just make a bit of a mistake? No, he just took an alternate line. The gap increased slightly momentarily. But back at it, it's Brazilian on British here.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him out the Schumacher S. There's a bit too much on the curb for the Lamborghini. The Porsche is going to have the position around the outside, but no, the Lambo's got it and they've made contact.
Grant Wilmot is around and Renato Dornales is going to carry on. He's not going to stop.
Yeah, there we go. The Lamborghini. We just saw the back of the Lamborghini on the replay in the bottom corner. They lost a bit of momentum. That was why I got so excited through the Schumacher S. You can see the difference in pace. 2 wheels on the gravel for the Lamborghini. The Porsche then pulls along side by side towards the higher end of the PMs, though the Lamborghini getting it done. That is a close one to call, and I'm glad I am not a steward. But what we do know after that is Renato Dornales is... Grant Wilmot is in second. Can Wes Hepburn
Renato's
do
yielding.
the unthinkable?
Renato's
How far behind
yielding.
is he? Oh, Renato Dornales. Okay.
Renato is yielding. I think he recognizes his mistake, and he is currently yielding and waiting for Grant. That is the sportsman move to do, I will admit. It's tough. That's a tough decision to make. Oops, I hit my microphone. Getting a little too excited. But Renato is going slow here and is going to give that position back to Grant Wilmot, potentially compromising the win for Renato. Renato had it in the bag had he continued. Potentially, I will admit. He could have seen a penalty, actually, from that did diminish that position. But here comes the British driver. Gets by Renato, and the race continues for P1. Renato showing his true sportsmanship there. Definitely tip my hat to him for that. Tough decision to make. I don't think a lot of drivers would have, honestly.
Yeah, massive respect to the driver. As we say, after 5 hours and 55 minutes, to have the presence of mind to make that decision within the team. And yeah, they're still going to get a podium. It still puts them in a very good position. It definitely puts them in a very good light with the stewards as well. There was another one I was looking at there, and it was in fact Wes Hepburn, because it's just as well he's a lap down. Because he is actually only a few corners down. I was getting overly excited there. I did think he was closing in, but The lead two are a lap up on the rest of the field entirely. They're 2 laps up at least on everyone outside of the top 10. Hepburn is going to get himself onto that podium. He is going to get close to Dornelles towards the end of the race, but it won't be for position with them being a lap down. With 1 minute 22 to go, these two are absolutely not done yet. Through the final chicane, the Lamborghini is a bit of a flounder on the inside curve. The Porsche,
Alternate line.
why would he have pulled a move up the inside there? Why not go straight to the outside line, almost trying to force the Lamborghini to make a defensive move when he knew the Porsche was too far back? Or maybe he was lining this one up into the first corner at the start of the final lap after 6 hours of racing. The Porsche is going to try and go round the outside into turn number 1. The Lambo is going to show him the extreme outline. Oh, and they felled it together and they're in the Mercedes arena. There's 2 tenths separating them on the last lap, Mike. This is incredible between the 2 German manufacturers.
Oh my goodness, Renato there had the run on him. He set up the alternate line there, going for the switch back onto the straight to carry the momentum. The Porsche, not the fastest in the straight line. He was doing everything he could to capitalize on it, but was it enough? I don't think so. He hasn't managed to get the position onto the start-finish straight. That was his best opportunity. The next best opportunity is coming up now into the Dunlop, but I think he's just too far back. As we approach it, heading now down to it and hop on board with him, but no, he's 7 tenths back, and well, 4 tenths actually, it says on the timing sheet.
Oh, he got close to the hairpin there. He was really pushing his luck over the curb. He's doing everything he can to get this back into contention, and they do have some blue flag cars ahead that they might meet on the exit to Ad Van Bogen. They both keep it nice and neat through the Schumacher S's.
They need to be careful here.
The Warsteimer and Valvoline, yes, they do.
Track limits is the one thing to keep an eye on here. Both drivers have invalidated this lap. If we see a drive-through penalty on the last lap, that would just be devastating. Renato, though, is continuing his charge on here. We're running out of corners to get the job done, though. We're down to 3. 3 more corners to go before we come to the end of this 6-hour race here. Grant Wilmot leading it for the past, about maybe 80 laps, I would say Grant has been leading. And it looks like it's been enough. Grant Wilmot to come across the checkered flag after the 6 hours, takes the win over Renato Dornelles. Great finish to there. Very respectable from both drivers, especially Renato, yielding at the end after that contact, as it's a very tricky thing to do. Gonna have a little bit of time until we see another driver come across the line in terms of positioning, but more drivers to come across. Of course, Javier Marquez has come across the line. We'll wait for Wes Hepburn. We see the battle between Gilles Alleman. It's Gilles, isn't it? I've just realized. It's Gilles Alleman.
Gilles Alleman, yep.
Yeah. Been messing that one up for the past 6 hours. Great. Gilles.
Close enough. Hepburn did get the checkered flag. He was more than a full lap down, so he doesn't get to finish on the lead lap. So these drivers are going to get the checkered flag. So yeah, Schaefer and Duffner crossing the line to take 4th and 5th. Gilles Alleman not far behind, pirouetting across the line beautifully there in 6th. Fernandez in 7th. Faluna in 8th, and it's Borchers and Simon Bijolio, who's actually made his way back inside the top 10. Mike, at the expense, as we can see, of Ryan crossing the line in 10th. This championship is going to be unbelievably fascinating right down to the very, very, very final few laps.
Yeah, no doubt. And also, some Noobs R Us love their Noobs finished. You love to see it. Mike Burkov, yellow flag at the end. Is that going to cost him a position? I think Lucas Lichten, no, is going to be a bit too far back to capitalize on that. Mike Burkov with just a bit of an offing. Doesn't quite compromise. Ryan Yee down to the line, though, following up Simon Basolio. Doesn't quite get the overtake at the very end. Morico VR dropping a prime sub as well. Thank you very much, Morico. Catching the very end of this race. You love to see it. And I think that is everybody. That is, in fact, everybody. Grant Wilmot taking the win. Renato Dornelles in 2nd. Wes Hepburn in 3rd. Tim Schaefer 4th. Jan Duffner in 5th. Gilles Alleman in 6th. Wilson Fernandez 7th. Brian Faluna in 8th. Andreas Borchers in 9th. And Simone Basilio to round out our top 10. Incredible race is an understatement there, Rob.
It was, and what's even more incredible is you look at the drivers that finished outside the top 10 that have just disappeared off my screen. But Conrad Koulas, Wanseger, we had Reyes, Shoot, Alaman, who finished inside the top 10, of course, and another Al, and of course, Big Athwal in the gang finished outside the top 10 as well, and of course, the team with Charlie Booth in there, who Charlie came in at the end to put in 40 of the most consistent laps we've seen in the race, and was putting in times that were more than comparable with the teams that went on to win the whole event. So again, phenomenal congratulations to the drivers on the podium. That was an incredible battle right down to the end. But if this doesn't make you excited for the prospect of the next 30 hours of racing, then I'm not quite sure you understand sim racing.
No,
This is going to be insane.
And a big thanks to everyone. We are going to skip driver interviews for this one. I think it's a bit too complicated right now. Might set it up for the next one, but we are going to skip driver interviews this time around. So we are just going to be ending the stream as it stands. A massive, massive thank you to John Wright, aka 00 Raven, in the booth with me tonight. Massive appreciation. Thanks everyone in chat as well for being, well, you guys, and being in chat and being awesome. Thank you guys. We wouldn't be here without you. And massive thanks and congratulations to the drivers that have managed to come to the conclusion of this 6-hour race. It's going to be a thrilling of a series as we have another 30 hours to go in this league. Of course, not today, but eventually. Starting in 2 weeks. In fact, why don't I pop the calendar back up? That might be of use. You can see in 2 weeks we have the next race at Zandvoort. Of course, we have Silverstone starting up on August 6th. That's going to be next week. And our Thursday league as well coming up. We are going to be ending the stream though, and we're going to raid Whatever Fool is intended for a mature audience, in case you guys didn't know. Because chat is
He's a good guy, so yes.
Yeah, he is an absolutely awesome guy. He's a very genuine guy. Absolutely love him. And make sure you guys go check him out, drop him a follow. Like I said, we are going to be ending now. Massive thanks, John, for joining me. I'm Mike Nause in the booth, and I will see you guys next time. Thank you very much.